Cosmic Queries edition. And today's subject is extremophiles and alien worlds. One of my favorite subjects. Chuck, what do you think about that topic?
Kind of sounds like aliens gone wild. Call right now. It's aliens gone wild. You've never seen aliens like this before. Extremophiles.
I love me this little bit of this subject, but we have one of the world's experts on it on Star Talk today, Kenda Lynch. Kenda, welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Excellent, excellent. You have a PhD, whole fields that were previously distinct from one another. Because I think of geology, and I think of biology, and I think of modern astrophysics, and you just took a big fat stapler and crammed them together, and then you do all three of these all at once. How is that even possible?
It's called astrobiology.
No, but you got to know your geology too, right?
You do have to know it's kind of this interesting thing where you just got to learn to wear a lot of hats, and you don't necessarily, you should have, ultimately you have expertise in one thing a little bit more than the other, but you have to know enough about the others to kind of pull those pieces in, because ultimately they all are really interconnected. And you also have to know when you don't know something and pull in the right people to work with you, but you have to be able to speak their language. So having that understanding of geology, so I can talk to a hard rock geologist about, how I think my bugs are eating their rock, is important. And being able to have the same conversation about it is really important.
Let me tell you something. This is why I love being on this show. It's the only time you will ever hear somebody say, and I have to talk to them about how their bugs are eating my rock.
I did not see that sentence coming.
I did not either.
But Kenda, you work on Earth. So what does that have anything to do with aliens on other worlds?
Well, the reality is when we're trying to understand life in the universe right now, we only have one data point.
Eris says throne worlds are kingdoms of thought, built according
we
to
have
the
to kind of work on
desires of
Earth
the
and try to
Creator.
understand life here. And really, when we think about it, it's a big question. How did life even come to be on Earth? How did Earth come
What's
to be
strange
this
to
big
me
cradle
is
where
that
there's
she's
lots
vulnerable
of life
here.
just kind of crawling all
Why
over
would
it
she
and in it
just
and
let us
everywhere?
walk in?
Let me help you with that,
We need a
Kenda.
clue about how
Bugs
she stole the
started
light.
eating rocks.
Chuck is not going to shake that sentence for the next 5 years. He's going to yum yum yum, tasty rocks. Yes.
But when we really try to understand, looking for life in the universe, a logical first question, and especially since we've tried and hadn't been too successful in the past, looking for life on other planets was, well, how well do we understand life here on Earth? Do we understand the extent of where life can live on Earth? Do we understand how life arose on Earth and kind of what did early life look like on Earth, and where can we go to look for it, and what kind of environments did it live in? And those are a lot of
I'm an old man
questions.
here. When I learned about this, it was we need the 72-degree tide pool for life to thrive on Earth.
Yeah,
That's how old I
no.
am. That's how old I am.
Bullshit.
One of the things that we have learned.
Life is not comfortable unless it's room temperature.
And it needs just the right amount of sugars, and it needs this special kind of media. No, what we
Every
have
once
learned
in a while, life is just like, who touched that thermostat?
That's exactly right.
Now, which one of y'all touched that thermostat?
On its Barco Lounger.
that would be us as a life. We're the ones that kind of we are the ones that glamp, right? But microbial life, man, every time we think we got those bugs figured out, they do something crazy, and we're like, wait, what do you mean you can live on a nuclear reactor? Wait, what do you mean you can live 2 kilometers down in the subsurface, and we find you when we're mining for gold? What do you mean you live in like super hot water that's also salty and acidic? What do you mean?
Okay, wait a minute. 3 sentences ago, you used the word glam. Could you please, for anyone over 50, could you just tell people what that word means, please?
It's like camping, but glamour camping, like bringing your house with you camping. So you maybe have like, you're not really camping. You're in the wild, but not really, because maybe you like tow a big old like house trailer with you, and that's your camper.
If you can still watch HBO in your trailer, you're not camping. Is that
yeah,
right?
Yeah, basically. If you've got a hot tub, and and you've got your Keurig or your Tassimo or your, what's the other one? You got that making your coffee. You're not camping.
Okay.
That's why I camp at the Ritz-Carlton.
There you go.
Okay, so you're a staff scientist at the Story Lunar and Planetary Science Institute. Is that right? No, just Lunar and Planetary Institute.
Where are you going?
Lunar and Planetary Institute, correct? Yeah.
Right. And that's based in Houston, Texas. And we're especially interested in you today because you're featured in episode 2 of Netflix's docu-series Alien Worlds.
Yes.
So pick up the action for us. Where do we find you?
You find me as far as in the episode, right when we open up right in the beginning, you see this alien landscape that kind of looks, in my opinion, it looks like Mars. But we're actually in the Dalal hydrothermal system, which is in the Danakil Depression in Ethiopia.
So hydrothermal, this would be heat emerging from Earth's crust,
Correct.
manifesting on the surface somehow, right?
Yeah, hydrothermal meaning that it's heat coming from the Earth's subsurface, and in this case, a hydrothermal system usually needs heat-generated water, like geo-generated water manifesting up in the surface. So there's water flowing in the subsurface, passing over usually like what we call a magma pocket. There's a big pocket of lava, and there's water flowing over it, getting superheated and then pushing up to the Earth's surface and boiling out and spewing out all sorts of hot gases and everything like that. And
so at those high temperatures, does it absorb a lot of minerals from the rocks that it passes through?
It does. It absorbs a lot of minerals. So there's a lot of what we call anions, cations. There's a lot of dissolved constituents, chemical constituents, and especially in the Dalal system, it also goes through a subsurface salt deposit. So not only is it getting minerals from like from just like the ground, the subsurface rock, like over the magma pocket, but it's also picking up all these minerals and dissolving all the salt minerals. And so Dalal is amazing because it's hydrothermal, really hot, and super cyclic, salty, hypersaline. And it's also acidic because there's also all this iron and sulfur that makes it super acidic.
And that's where you want to find life.
Yeah, and it's what we call a poly-extreme environment, and it's so amazing, and it's a crazy challenge for life, and yet, there's multiple teams of us working there that are finding it to survive in this environment.
Okay, so the Dead Sea, which is a highly salinic body of water, could only have been named that by people who did not have access to a microscope.
Yeah, because there's a lot of life in the Dead Sea.
There's no fishes, no vertebrate fishes.
I kind of get the feeling that the Dead Sea was named because somebody drank it, and then everybody else was like, "You see what happened? Everybody, don't you see what just happened?"
There you go.
Water all around and not a drop to drink.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
So tell me about that. I read something about there's an algae pool nearby or in some other parts of your work. What's going on there?
Well, so it's not really pools of algae. So we have these bubbling pools, right? And they're literally like, you literally have elemental sulfur precipitating out of these waters. And you can see
sulfur, so it stinks.
Oh, it stinks, and it's like, you think the Dead Sea is deadly? Oh no, Dalal's deadly. You'll see when we're walking through there, you literally see if you get too close on the ground, there's so much hydrogen sulfide gas and carbon dioxide gas.
Wait, you gotta tell Chuck. Tell Chuck what hydrogen sulfide gas smells like.
Rotting eggs.
Listen,
no, you can. He's a comedian. You can do better than that.
I knew what it was, and I'm sitting here like
holding himself
I
in.
am trying my best.
Stuff,
you have no idea the amount of restraint I just exercised. I have 15 fart jokes right now that are bubbling up in me.
They're backed up.
That's the wrong way to talk about a fart joke. But
the Chuck has the fart joke's backed up in that whole time you're talking about this. Ken.
I was ready to explode with fart jokes. This is all I'm saying.
Okay, so hydrogen sulfide, H2SO4, is that correct?
H2S. Actually.
Oh, just H2S. Oh, H2SO4 is sulfuric acid. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what's in the water. It's the H2S. The sulfuric acid is actually, there's H2S, low Molarity. So, I mean, well, I don't know. I haven't touched the water, but in other acidic environments, usually the H2S is kind of low molarity. Because I've also worked in the Rio Tinto acid river system, and so the H2S is pretty low. Like, it's not gonna like immediately burn your skin off. You know, you'll get a nice peel.
Okay, so that's the place. If you're going to eat beans, no one will blame you for anything. 'Cause
Yeah,
you got,
not at all.
You
Oh
got
yeah.
total the whole landscape to blame it on. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
I
nobody's
would
gonna
do
even
very
notice.
well there.
Yes.
I would do very well there.
Yeah, nobody's gonna notice it.
So Kenda, where did you grow up?
I grew up. I'm a Midwestern kid. I grew up in a town called Rockford, Illinois, which is just west of Chicago, about 90 miles. I went into Chicago a lot for going to see shows.
But just to be clear, if you were just 90 miles west of New York City, you were across New Jersey into Pennsylvania. So to index your location to be 90 miles in any direction from Chicago, does that mean there's no other big city you can tell us what you're near?
No, not where I am, because I'm west.
Say.
If I was east, I could say, Detroit's not far away.
Detroit, all right.
If I was east of Chicago, but I'm west, so
Okay.
no, it's kind of open plains and cornfields and stuff.
Right, okay.
North of me though is Green Bay. If I had straight north, you'd be in Green Bay.
We've all heard of Green Bay. So
Yeah, well, I'm a Bears fan, so let's not go there.
Oh, the Bears. So how did you? How do you land on Extremophiles as a career goal?
Oh, well, this is interesting because I had a different hat on when I started my career. I actually started learning how to try to grow food and keep astronauts alive in
This motherfucker, man.
On other planets.
That's
I
cool
started
too.
out
Both of these are
I
cool.
started out,
Yeah.
I started out as a systems engineer working on space station and trying to keep people alive. But in my education, I'm nuts, and I did a dual degree. I literally have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in engineering and one in biology.
But generally, if you're nuts, you don't have to tell that to other people because it's just completely clear.
It is true. Yeah. By the way, all you have to do is say, I got 2 bachelor degrees at the same time. And people
That's
will
nuts,
look at you and go, you must be nuts.
Okay.
And so part of and I like pain apparently, so there's that. Part of my training was to also learn about microbes, because when trying to grow plants and develop earth microcosms, you have to understand, not only how humans live, but how everything else that's going to interact lives. So I took classes in, aquatic ecology. I took classes in lake ecology. I took classes in plant biology, and I took classes in microbiology.
Wait. So at the end of the day, you realized you took 2 different majors worth of courses. Is that what happened there?
Yep.
So what are the 2 majors? What were the 2?
The first one was basically systems engineering. So it was I took a full course of engineering classes, and then I took a full course of general biology classes. Wow. And my engineering degree lets me specialize, so I was able to use a couple of my upper level biology classes for my specialization in engineering.
So your PhD, what was the title of your PhD thesis?
Oh my gosh. Hang on.
Oh my God.
I gotta remember, a geobiological investigation of the hypersaline sediments of Pilot Valley, Utah, a terrestrial analog to ancient lake basins on Mars.
Wow.
Okay.
That's why I had to read it. I couldn't remember.
I got to tell you right now, I'm sorry he asked.
I retract the question.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, my PhD was still an engineering degree. I unintentionally got 3 engineering degrees along the way.
I'm liking it. Oh, the master's along the way? Yeah.
Yeah, aerospace engineering for my master's.
Okay, so you were totally loaded.
What do you think about, since you're a microbiologist and you were talking about growing food as one of your tasks when you were working on space stations, what do you think about Matt Damon growing poop potatoes on Mars?
Poop potatoes on Mars. We need the final word there.
He would have had some problems with his thyroid because of all the perchlorate in the regolith. So yeah.
Wow. So basically,
Okay, wait, just
when
to be
they
clear,
rescue him,
wait, I gotta unpack that. Wait a minute. So, on Earth we have soil, which is rich in microbes that participate in the ecosystem.
Yep.
On the moon and on Mars, there is no soil. Whatever
there's
the
not.
dust is there is ground up rock, basically.
Right.
And so, and you call it regolith.
We call it regolith because it has not been processed by microbes that we know of. on the definitely not on the moon, and on Mars, not that we know of, and we're not sure what the origin is of the organic matter that we have found so far on Mars. So we call it regolith because it's not soil like we know it on Earth that has been processed over years by microbes and other elements, and there's not a significant amount of organic matter making it.
So he would have had a thyroid problem. So when they picked him up to save him, he basically would have had a goiter.
Probably, or some other crazy issues. His metabolic system would have been having some weird issues because the chlorate, actually kind of competes with iodine to bind on your thyroid, and we know that Mars has an abundance of chlorate in the regolith, and that's actually something that I'm working on with other scientists. It's kind of funny in my astrobiology life. I'm starting to kind of go back to my human spaceflight roots, and bringing my astrobiology knowledge and my human spaceflight knowledge together as we're getting ready to go back to the moon.
Well, in the next segment, we're going to pick up questions from our fan base, our Patreon fan base. Chuck has all the questions. I haven't seen them. And we're going to find out what the public has to ask you. And they're very, we got good people out there who listen to this show. They're scientifically literate, and they want to get more scientifically literate, and that's what this is all about when Star Talk returns. We're back, Star Talk, Cosmic Queries. We're talking about extremophiles and alien worlds with one of the world's experts on that, and apparently a whole lot of other stuff too. We've got Kenda Lynch, who is a scientist at the Lunar and Planetary Institute in Houston.
I'm doing something wrong.
Specializes in bugs on Earth that do the backstroke in high temperature, high acid, high everything else that would kill us post haste, and we're loving it. So Kenda, also, where might we find you on social media?
I am on Twitter and I am on Facebook. I have an Instagram, but I need to use it more. But I'm Mars Girl 42 on Twitter for sure.
Whoa,
good name.
Cool.
Thank you.
Name. It's a good one.
And you can also find me on the LPI website as well.
Okay, the Lunar Planetary Institute. Okay, very cool. And we're going to find you in episode 2 of Alien Worlds on Netflix, the Netflix docuseries.
Yes.
Very cool. Okay,
Yes.
So Chuck, this is a Cosmic Queries. So we put out the call, and so what did you get?
I gotta get
Well,
some
we got a bunch of people who actually, believe it or not, are super interested in this subject.
No, I believe it. It's like weirdly interesting, you know.
It really is. It really is. Okay, let's start off with our favorite. This is Violetta and her mom. It says,
"Ain't that child grown up by now? She's in college by now, Violetta. She used to write it when she was like 11 and 12. When she was 11 and 11 and a half and 12 and 12 and a half.
Okay, well, here we go. This is, hi, Neil. Hi, Chuck. Hi, Kenda. Violetta here, the 13-and-a-half-year-old kid.
13 and a half. It's a full-up
This item
teenager.
serves
Okay.
no purpose.
So
Right.
you said it, Neil. She did 11 and then 12, 12 and a half. Now she's 13 and a half.
And a half. All right.
I love
Okay. She says, I'm writing in from Washington, D.C., and my question is, what is the most surprising, fascinating life form or trait about a life form here on Earth that you have discovered or learned about in your career so far? How did this impact the way you think about what life might look like elsewhere in the universe? Thanks, guys. And I just want to say to Dr. Lynch that the world needs more scientists that look like you.
Whoa.
By that, she means fabulous.
Looking fabulous. Yeah, fabulous.
And she says, thank you so much for doing and being an inspiration.
Ooh, nice.
Wow, thank you so much, Violetta. So, oh my gosh, there's so many.
What's
so
the
many
weirdest
crazy-
bug out there? You probably have posters that rank them weirdest. Don't tell me that you don't know what your answer is here.
Well, I'll give you my number one favorite because I just think it's so crazy. The thought of it is just so crazy. My favorite bug is the one that can live on nuclear reactors.
And does it
Am I
have a
missing
name?
something?
Yes, and I'm trying to remember.
It's not the tardigrade.
It's not the tardigrade?
It's not the tardigrade because the tardigrade is not. That tardigrade is a small organism, but it's a multicellular organism. It's
Okay, but tell us more about it. So it can live like inside a nuclear reactor?
It can live on, they found it living on nuclear reactors. It can take these high doses of radiation, and it's got this cool shape. It's actually kind of like a cube almost shape.
Okay, in
And
Japan,
that's what
those
I love
things
about
turn
it.
into Godzilla.
I was
Ooh.
gonna say,
That's how
Yeah.
you got all of those
Yeah, so
Japanese monsters.
you're talking about a Marvel origin story right now.
Yes.
So somebody it's it's oh yeah, the name will come to me and I'll spit it out at some point later.
Okay.
I know I will.
All right, so you like the radiation resistance of that?
I just think it's amazing that, again, it's this whole thing about every time we think we got bugs figured out, like, okay, here's their radiation limit, here's their life water limit, here's their cold limit, here's their hot, and then bugs are like, yeah, no, and they blow us right away.
We
And you're
got
like,
this.
nah,
Yeah, we
figured
got
out a
this.
way. We got this.
Darn
We
it.
got this. All right, so is this a single-celled organism?
Yes, this is a single-celled
Got
organism.
it. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Whereas the tardigrade is a whole macroscopic object with legs and
Right. It's a
There we go.
multicellular organism, but it's still small, and it's still something that has amazing resilience and
Something I didn't read right or something I'm not doing right. Hold on. I'm going to have to figure
I'd
it
be
out.
excited if we could find something like the tardigrade, like on another planet, because it definitely has developed strategies to live in crazy environments. It kind of basically desiccates itself and like goes dormant and goes into like it's like, they call it a water bear. So it goes into hibernation, this really crazy, like dehydrated hibernation, and it can survive all sorts of insane environments, including
Okay, so
being exposed to space.
first of
Oh
all,
man, there's a whole episode of Star Trek Discovery devoted to a space tardigrade that they find.
okay, maybe I'm in the wrong
It's a
spot right now.
mycelium network, and the cosmic mycelium network is this thing that allows you to move faster than light because you enter this network that kind of transports you almost instantaneously to different locations throughout
the
the
universe.
universe.
I love it. I love it. They found a tardigrade.
Well, who would have thought tardigrades were also spacefaring? Well, if they came from space initially,
Right.
that's the big
Yeah.
thing there. Yeah.
Well,
Cool. Let's get the next question. Chuck, what else you got?
Alrighty, let's do it.
That could be what my problem was right there. All right.
Nander
I'm dumb as fuck.
Sirkel. Okay.
Well, I'm not dumb as fuck.
That's
You dumb as
your
fuck.
name now, man.
Take it or leave it. Okay.
Here we go. He says, I often wonder, when we're looking for life out there, aren't we a bit biased by our own conditions for life itself, like water or breathable air? Even when considering silicon life forms, this still assumes creatures living on planets. Do you think it would be reasonable to consider, for example, other scales of life in size and space-time? Maybe some life forms would be the size of planets, even galaxy or quantum particles moving in time so fast that we, as slowpokes, can't even see them.
Whoa. So, Kendra, what part of your PhD thesis dealt with quantum?
Quantum life forms.
Not much of it, but I'll tell you, I was a fan of Star Trek Next Generation, so I'm there with this person's questions, But quantum life forms. So not part of that, but in astrobiology, we really do think about what we call as life as we don't know it, or what some people like to call weird life. And we try to think, when we're looking for life, we're developing this way to try to think what we call agnostically about life, which means, so life as we don't know it or weird life. So yeah, there's the problem. We only have one data point, Earth, and life on Earth.
And even your extremophiles are part of that one data point.
Yes, everybody, even though they're extreme and they can live on reactors or breathe iron or, eat other crazy, metals and things like that.
Rocks.
Eat rocks, yeah. And even though they can do these crazy things, they all still have the same amino acids as we do. They have the same stereochemistry as we do. And we all have the same fundamental, basically, code. We have DNA and RNA. They all have the same fundamentals. We all have that same base code of life that kind of builds the structure of life. So yeah, when we think about life on another planet, we have to think about life as we don't know it. What if they use a completely different stereochemistry? What if they use a different set of amino acids to build their proteins? What if they have a different liquid? I was just getting asked this in a previous conversation about, what about Titan, where we have lakes of methane? It's a fluid, and life needs fluid for chemistry. And
Titan, Saturn's largest moon. Yeah, where we've actually
yep.
been there. Yeah, yeah.
And we're sending a beautiful little helicopter that's going to go and land and study the surface and those lakes and some of the organic sands there, and try to understand the possibility for prebiotic chemistry on Titan. And that's a question: is prebiotic chemistry possible in that kind of environment, and what would it look like, and what could life look like being arising in that kind of environment?
One of my favorite New Yorker comics was there's a crashed flying saucer in the desert, and these two aliens are just crawling along the sands, and one says to the other, "Ammonia, ammonia."
Yes. That's totally. I mean, that's totally it, right? I mean, it doesn't. I mean, on Earth, it just happened that water was the thing that was going to be, the basis for life's chemistry. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's how it's going to work on other planets. And that's something that we do have to think about. And we actually have scientists that study that weird life and kind of study that chemistry and see, well, what could be possible, what could happen. So, and then thinking about the larger scale of life, we do have scientists that are, they look at things called technosignatures. So we try to understand the scale of, contacting other intelligent, what we call intelligent, forms of life. Don't get me started on the intelligent comment, I don't know.
Yeah, we're not even that yet.
Right.
Thank you.
The jury's still out on that.
The jury's still out on us.
Yeah.
Let's see fundamentals.
Exactly.
So can I ask both of you this? Mm-hmm. Is there a finite chemistry in the universe? I know we have the periodic table. Is there anything that could be outside of that could actually contribute to life that is not on our periodic table?
No.
That can't happen.
Everything that we know now. There may be other elements that we haven't discovered just because we haven't discovered them yet. But no, because all life begins with stars.
Right.
All of our elements come from stars. So the star stuff, that's the one common thing that makes it possible for us to really think about this question. Is
that's the ingredients in the kitchen are all the same.
That's the ingredients. The ingredients in the kitchen are the same across the universe. So that's helpful.
In fact, Chuck, we're doing better than that because we have created elements that the universe has never seen before in our laboratories. Mm-hmm. So we created 24 more elements, or 20, 20, about 20 more elements than were currently there. So let me ask you this, Kenda. If chemistry is the same, and basically geology is the same, right? You put a geologist on a planet, I know what rock this is, or we might have a different kind of minerality, but it won't be so foreign to them that they'll be befuddled.
Right.
Is there any reason, and the physics is obviously the same, so if I have the same physics, the same chemistry, the same geology, why can't we think that maybe biology will all focus towards the same forms as we have here if everything else does that in the other branches of science?
Well, that's a loaded question because it's not it's we can expect some of the same principal things to happen. Like there's going to be some kind of cell wall structure. There's going to be an encoding system. There's going to be some way to transfer information. There's going to be some way to move energy and generate energy. There's going to be some way to move things in and out of an interior environment. Those kind of things, we can kind of figure out that those kind of are the common elements that are going to make life happen for biology. And those are the kind of things that we agree. We actually kind of agree there's a common set of about 8 things that all life, anything that we call life would probably have going on. Now, how they get it and how they put it together, that's where that chemistry is different. And that's where the environmental context that made the geology is probably different.
That's going to matter. Okay, good.
And that's where, and that's where maybe some of the physics, because the gravity is a little different. So some things are slightly different that help, drive that environmental context. So
I can say that you're not going to expect life forms the size of galaxies.
No.
Can I tell you why? I'll tell you why. Okay.
Why?
Okay. So our galaxy is 100,000 light years across. Okay. 100,000. If that were a life form, and one part of it had an itch, how long would it take to scratch that itch?
Right.
If you can't move faster than the speed of light. So it has an itch, and then it brings one part of it over to the other part to scratch it. 100,000 years later, it scratches the itch. this is not very effective.
Right.
This is not a coherently functioning organism.
Right.
And
Exactly.
if evolution requires a lot of experimenting, then the life form has to be able to change either on purpose or by accident fast enough so that you can have enough of these experiments for it to take on interesting forms.
Exactly.
And if you're really, really big, that doesn't happen. So
Yeah.
And,
because, I
and
mean,
if it takes 100,000 years to scratch an itch, just imagine how uncomfortable it would be when its underwear gets stuck in its butt.
okay.
I'm more thinking about the size of the underwear at this point. You know? Sorry.
Just to be clear, I wear boxer briefs, and boxer briefs don't get stuck in your butt.
Oh,
Okay?
oh, look at you, sexy
saying.
bragging.
Let's see if we can squeeze one more in before the break.
Alrighty, let's do it. Here we go. This is Akhilasha Kashyap. Man, y'all just messing with me now, man. That ain't a real name. Okay, it's Akhilesh. Akhilesh. Akhilesh Kashyap. Kashyap. Kashyap, I hope. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Dr.
We'll
Tyson.
give you a B
Hello.
minus on that one, but go on.
I get an A minus? Okay.
A B minus, I said.
Oh,
okay.
damn, you just I keep going down. Before you know it, it's just like you're expelled. Hello, Dr. Tyson. Hello, Dr. Lynch and Lord Nice. Oh, okay. I'm a first-time
Sorta.
Patreon member.
Nice.
And my question is, if we discover
Sorta.
life on a restricted body, like Europa or Enceladus, are we allowed to study them only through orbiting satellites? Or can we bring something back home and cut them open for science, of course? I mean, you went dark there. You went dark at the end, bro. Okay? You started off with...
Real good.
You started off with our continuing mission. To seek out new life, new civilizations, and then you ended up with, let's just cut these suckers open.
well, be careful. There's some folks around where Kendra hangs out in Texas where, can we bring it back and barbecue it? We will get to that answer after the break on Star Talk Cosmic Queries with astrobiologist Kendall Lynch. We're back for the third and final segment of Star Talk Cosmic Queries. Kendall Lynch is with us, who's an expert in microbes on Earth as possible analogs to microbes in the universe. So, Kendall, over the break, you remembered this radioactivity-loving microbe. The name of it. What's it called?
Yes, it's called Dinococcus radiodurans, and they literally can live on. They found them on nuclear reactors, and they are very.
Dinococcus.
Dinococcus.
Radiodurans. This sounds like a rock group.
It does.
Doesn't it?
It really does, you know? Chicago, are you ready?
Dinococcus radiodurans.
Rock it out!
Wow, that's cool, man.
Okay, so we left off with a question about, what was it, Chuck?
So he wants to know that if we discover life on a restricted body, like Europa or Enceladus.
It's protected by NASA law, basically. Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
So, can we actually study it just through satellite orbiting, or can we bring back something and cut it open?
Well, I mean, to cut it open, wow. So
let me just back up for a second. So NASA has a department of planetary protection, and there's a code within them, which is not a computer code, but a behavioral code. Whereas there are these selected objects in the solar system that may have life. We don't mess with them, or if we do, we go in a sterilized way. And if we bring anything back to Earth, we want to keep that quarantine to make sure it doesn't kill us. That's their job.
Yeah, and that's the Planetary Protection Office, and the answer is we're moving into this phase of science where we are trying to bring things back because we realize that we need to bring things back to be able to study them better, to understand if there's life in them or not. Right now, we're in the process with the Perseverance rover in the in Jezero Crater for the Mars 2020 mission. They're caching samples that we're going to send a lander to go and pick up those samples and hand them off from the rover, and we're going to bring those samples back to Earth from Mars. And we actually have missions that are being developed to go to try to land on both Europa and Enceladus. And Enceladus is my favorite. It's one of my favorite icy moons, by the way. I love Enceladus. To try to understand, to look at the surface and maybe eventually try to get a sample, that came up from the subsurface ocean on both of those planets. That we can study in situ, and maybe someday we can figure out how to bring those back. But right now, the goal is to just try to get to land on the surface and try to study samples in situ to see if we can find evidence for possible biosignatures of life.
I may be mistaken with this question, but I'm just going to ask it. Did we not learn from what's Madam Saturn, what Carolyn Porco, that they're going to try to fly something through one of the plumes of Enceladus and maybe collect what's being, pushed out of the ice?
Yeah, we have a mission that's going to try to do that. We also have a Europa Clipper that's going back to Europa. That might even be able to do that with Europa Clipper. But we're also trying to fly through the plumes of Enceladus. We have the Enceladus Orbilander concept that is looking at doing that, like orbiting, but also sending a lander down to the surface to pick up to do some in situ science on the surface of Enceladus, hopefully near one of the tiger claws where all this stuff is spewing out.
Okay, so that's the third time you said in situ. In 5 sentences.
In situ.
In situ. Excuse me, Madam Latin there. Okay.
Sorry, Latin, that's all science, especially biology. We like throwing Latin around.
Throwing that Latin. Just give me some
Everything has a
Latin
name. Everything has a Latin name in biology.
Yeah, it's Latin. So let me emphasize something that I think you said, but just wafted by it. The ice on Europa is very thick, but it also cracks, and then water seeps up in the cracks and refreezes. So you're going to be astrophysically lazy, and instead of trying to dig through the ice, you're going to try to see if there's anything that came up through the ice and froze there that requires no digging at all.
Right. Well, I mean, there's it might require some digging for the subsurface, but there are, we have some really brilliant scientists, not me, but some of my colleagues that are really brilliant that study
other brilliant scientists. Yes.
Other brilliant scientists, not me, because I don't study ice dynamics. I'm the biology one, but they study kind of that geology of those ice dynamics, and they found that there is likely water that is seeping up from the ocean and kind of connecting in the shallow subsurface and doing things that they can actually see on the surface from remote sensing.
And if that water below the surface had life, it would have gurgled up and frozen in place, freeze-dried life to study.
Yeah, exactly. If we can access some of those areas where that life probably kind of gurgled up. And then on Enceladus, of course, we've got, the tiger claws just spewing, stuff out into space, so we can try to capture some of that. And then we can also land on the surface to try to see what we can see that maybe kind of fell back down.
Okay, so how sterilized do your probes have to be to land on a protected body?
Oh, very sterile. That's the challenge of doing this, is that, you've got to make sure not only that the lander is very sterile, but that all the instruments that you're working on are very sterile.
Everything.
And they're even
a
working
coronavirus found on...
Yeah.
Just make the lander wear a mask.
Yeah, that's all.
And just make sure you wear your mask, lander.
And use hand sanitizer.
Use hand sanitizer and show us your Vax card before you touch down.
All right, Chuck, give me another question, Chuck.
All right. Before what, I got to ask this just before we go. I know I'm not a Patreon, but so when you talk about this water underneath this, basically, this planet. You got the ice like a crust and then the water underneath, but then you have other bodies in space that are just frozen solid pieces of water. Why doesn't the planet just freeze all the way down? Why is there water underneath that ice that can
on the moons? The moons.
Yeah, on the moons, not the planet. I'm sorry.
Why do we have these ocean worlds on moons around
on
Jupiter
moons
and Saturn?
Yes.
Well, first of all, a couple of different things. First, first of all, there is we get heating from the gravity, the extreme gravity that causes what we call tidal heating, and Neil could probably explain that better. That kind of pushes and flexes and causes heating. That kind of adds some heating to the planet and keeps it warm. Plus, these waters have lots and lots and lots and lots of salt, that are depressing the freezing the freezing point. So the water is able to stay liquid because there's so much salt in it that freezing point gets lowered because there's so much salt in it, keeping it liquid. It's
been rumored that 0 on the Fahrenheit scale is the freezing temperature of a supersaturated solution of brine, of salt water. It's been rumored. And so that's where you get a 0. That's the coldest liquid they could get that would freeze. And then regular water just freezes at the warmth of 32 degrees on the Fahrenheit scale. But yeah, no, you said it perfectly, Kenda. Just the tidal stress between Jupiter and the tugs of other surrounding moons are pumping energy in. And so now it's a heat source that just has nothing to do with the sun. I learned in my biology books, you need sunlight for life. What you really need is just energy. If you take the physics angle on it, you just need energy. And you pump energy in from tidal forces, you got it.
Right, and what they think is going on in Enceladus is they actually think that heat is also generating kind of, and maybe some residual heat, but probably more of the tidal forces on Enceladus, generating heat that's causing hydrothermal vents, like what we see on Earth, the deep sea hydrothermal vents with the black smokers and things that you see like on the National Geographic videos. They think that that's what they're seeing in in Enceladus, and that's kind of what's kind of helping to kind of possibly generate the tire claws, pushing that energy out. And that is creating a lot of cool chemistry that life could take advantage of.
So, Kenda, we've had Natalie Starkey on the show, who wrote a book recently on all the cool, literally and figuratively, things in the universe, volcanoes, hot and cold, and she describes Enceladus as an ice volcano world.
Yeah,
and the plumes are just where you just need extra pressure buildup. It didn't have to be hot compared to us. It could just be pressure in its own environment, even if it's very cold. So, very cool. Yeah, Chuck, keep it coming.
Awesome. You can't get better than that. That's so cool. Cryovolcanism. If that doesn't make you love science, you're dead inside.
Yeah, I want that on my business card.
Exactly.
I'm a cryovolcanist. What are you? Okay.
All right, here we go. This is William D.A. Thank you, William. Thank you. He says, given that humans have always been fighting a war with tiny bacteria, viruses, and prions, etc., how likely do you think it is that there's a planet out there with a tiny microscopic organism and it wiped out the more complex life? What would such a planet look like long term?
I suppose Savathun desired a throne world made
so
of
if
light.
we're in a war with, if we all got killed by a virus here,
what's strange to me
then
is
what
that
happens
she's vulnerable
long
here.
term, even if it's
Why
just
would
here
she
on
just
Earth?
let us walk in?
Yeah, ultimately, do all the little things
need a
kill all the
clue
big
about how
things?
she
You just
stole
have a
the
planet
light.
full of viruses,
Um,
or single-celled organisms.
Yeah.
What is it? Where does biology go in the long term?
Hey, what's up, Corona? What's up, Streptococcus?
Given that we've already had
Hey, rhinovirus, how you doing today? Yeah, everybody's just chilling.
All the
They got
viruses.
cities and things.
Yeah.
You know.
Get out of here, herpes!
You weren't invited to the party.
You know you got invited, man.
Given that we've already had multiple mass extinction events on the planet already, where not necessarily microbes have taken out our bigger organism, but something else, usually an asteroid or something else, took out our larger organisms. Life has just kind of rebounded, and for a while the little guys were, in charge, but life eventually kind of picked back up, and organisms got more, there's an advantage on Earth for multicellularity, and so life eventually kind of worked its way back to multicellularity at some point, and those small guys got bigger and bigger, and that's how life each time. But so I would say is if we had a micro-generated mass extinction event, my guess is, yeah, for a while the little guys would be in charge, but then eventually, depending on, the environment of Earth, if it's advantageous to take advantage of resources and keep yourself alive, become multicellular, life would probably go back to being multicellular or having a multicellular component on the planet.
That's an excellent argument, because if we've done it multiple times in the past, why not again? I mean, after the KT extinction, nothing bigger than, a suitcase or something,
like squirrels and rats.
Yeah, a duffel bag with
Yeah.
the biggest sized life form. And now we have, the blue whale swim in the ocean, the largest animal there ever was. So a very good argument there. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
That's
Okay.
very cool.
Chuck, we got time for like one more, I think. What do you got?
All right, let's go to Kevin, the sommelier.
No.
Kevin says,
All right. I like
yes,
Kevin.
We're going to party with you, Kevin.
Yeah, hey.
exactly. Kevin says, when I'm sitting around drinking a Chateau Neuf de Pop.
But did he say
I know
no?
he doesn't. No.
No.
I just threw that in there.
Okay.
I thought that'd
All
be
right.
cool.
It is cool.
I wish he did start like that. Kevin says astrobiology used to be termed exobiology. Was this just a rebranding to make people more interested in it, like when Coke introduced new Coke, but had to go back to classic Coke? Well, keep drinking up, Kevin the sommelier.
That's a very good question that I'm thinking about here because, the reality is that when I fell in love with this, it was exobiology. And I'm not going to date myself, but when I got my first lecture, it was from this gentleman named Donald DiVincenzi, who was a part of what was called the exobiology office at NASA. And FYI, NASA always had an exobiology office. NASA started with an exobiology office. This has been a question that NASA has wanted answered since the beginning of this. So this has been part of our charter from the beginning. And so I think the big transition came obviously after the Viking results, but I think the big transition to
Yo, I hit that boy with the hammer.
came after the Allen Hills rock and the discovery of the organics in the Allen Hills rock, and the
Get up there.
hypothesis that these organics were made by Martian microbes, and these kind of microbes made these special, the whole argument about the biogenicity of the organic structures in.
Right, the Allen Hills rock is about the size of a Idaho potato and sitting on the shelf for years. We knew it was a meteorite, but no one really knew much about it until, like you said, the Viking mission. We have accurate measurements of the atmosphere of Mars from that mission, and air pockets trapped in that rock matched that air exactly. And oh my God.
Yeah, and
Rock from Mars sitting on the shelf.
The age of SNC rocks, meteorites was born.
I never mind looking ignorant because it's my specialty. Please tell me what the Allen Hills rock is.
The Allen Hills is a Mars meteorite. We know, as Neil said, that it came from Mars because we look at these little bubbles in it that keep gases in it, and we're able to extract the gas and look at the gas composition, and it tells us that it has the exact same composition of the gases on Mars from our Viking results. So we know that this meteorite was a piece of Mars that got blasted off and traveled to Earth and kind of landed on Earth. And so Allen Hills is one of what we call an SNC, or a Mars meteorite that came from Mars. Cool. And
just for background, there's a set of hills in Antarctica called the Allen Hills, where the glacier that is like permanently on Antarctica for now, as it migrates, it comes up against the hills, and if any rock fell from space and landed on this glacier, it gets dragged to these hills and deposited there. So it's a really convenient way to scoop up meteorites without having to comb thousands of square miles of area. You let the glacier do it for you. Right. So it's in Allen Hills, and was found in 1984.
Right.
Wow.
So yeah.
And they still do annual trips, or they had been. I don't know if they stopped because of COVID for a while, to Antarctica to go out and look on the glaciers for meteorites. Because anywhere else you actually have to watch it fall to go look for it, or you have to, and we have people send us rocks, especially at the LPI all the time. I think it's a meteorite. And it's not.
Yeah, it's here we call them meteor wrongs. That's
exactly. They're meteor wrongs. Yeah.
No,
exactly.
The point is it certainly possibly as much as half of all meteorites in our collections come from these ice sheets. And people wonder, well, do the meteors aim for the ice sheets? No, that's the only place you would find them if they fell. Otherwise, you have to sift through countless other rocks in the forest to know which one came from space and which didn't.
And most of the ones that are verified that weren't falling on the glacier is because somebody watched it fall and tracked it.
Exactly.
And that's
exactly.
bad. So, but the point is that after, we got Allen Hills, and this was back in, I think it was 92, 93, is that right? When this study came out, and they thought that this happened, and everybody, kind of disagreed, and we had, arguments back and forth about are they life, are they not life, and then we realized, do we really understand what life is? And this is about the time that we started learning more about extreme life and the RNA world, and we started learning more about biotechnology and our capabilities for higher sample resolution and sample detectability. In our instruments got higher. So all of this kind of stuff made us start to question.
Instruments got more sensitive.
Yes, thank you, more sensitive. Can't find my words today.
That's fine. Okay.
But all of these things kind of together, with that Allen Hills discovery, and at that time they went back and looked at the Viking results and realized that Viking would not have necessarily caught everything because of the sensitivity wasn't high enough, right? So there's all of these things going on. We started asking the question, like, what do we really know about life? We don't really understand life on Earth. We don't really understand the extent of life and what is alive on Earth. And so that's where astrobiology, because it was exobiology was like looking for life elsewhere, but astrobiology, understanding how life on Earth also came to be. How did we become to be a living planet? So that's where the new term astrobiology came from, because it became about looking for life on Earth, looking for life in the universe, but also trying to understand how did we become the data point that we have now. How did we become future?
So I take the meta view, which is everything the astrophysicist does in space has a counterpart here on Earth. And so you want to glue together astro in front of each of those words. We have astrochemistry, astrobiology, astroparticle physics. And so we're the push cart for it all. I just want to say.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like that one too.
Funny how the astrophysicists become the quarterback of the team.
I'm just saying.
Oh,
So-
I get it. Yeah, there you go.
We got appointed by the universe itself to be that role.
Wait now. Come on now.
So Kenda, I remember when that Allen Hills rock made news, and it was a research paper by some folks at Johnson Space Center making the claim that maybe this has evidence for life, which meant life was on Mars. I remember it like it was yesterday. And there was some chemistry within the rock, and then there was a photo of a worm-looking thing on the surface.
Yeah.
And we didn't know what it was. It was really tiny, but it was just kind of intriguing. It made a good headline photo. But the better evidence was from the other chemistry going on in the rock.
Yes.
I was on a talk show to comment on this rock, and they had me, a philosopher, and a biologist. And the philosopher said, how do we know whether the rock itself is not alive? Okay, we got that out of the way. Got to make that comment.
Stop
And
smoking
then-
weed, dude.
we have to get past that, and then they put up the photo of this worm thing, and the biologist says, that can't possibly be life. And I'm thinking, wow, the biologist must know a lot to know that can't be. So I said, well, how come? And he says, oh, because that's 1/10 the size of the smallest microbes on Earth. And I then said, last I checked, this is from Mars. It was like, and I realized how narrow the thinking was of biologists. Because, like you began this program, Kenda, if all you have is a data sample of one, you have no capacity to think differently. Everything has to be shoehorned into your own understanding of the world. And I was perfectly happy to have it be a life form that we don't know anything about. Deal with it.
And that biologist today is working at McDonald's.
I don't remember
right.
who that was, but I don't know. Probably not.
We got to call it quits there. Ken, it's been a delight to have you on the show. I remember you when you were in graduate school. You're all grown up now. She's all grown up.
It's such an honor to be here, and I'm so glad that you remember me.
Actually, we finally found you in the
Yeah.
ether. And we can find you on Netflix, episode 2 of
Yep.
Alien Worlds. and we're loving it. And Chuck, always good to have you there, my co-host.
Always a pleasure.
All right, Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. Keep looking up. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse
Scared
Tyson
the
here.
fucking shit out of me.
Today, we're going to talk about protecting Earth from space. Chuck, always good to have you, man.
Always a pleasure to be here. Yeah, honestly, I think today's show should be called Destroying Earth from Space.
From space.
Or from within. You know?
Or
from within. Because we seem to be doing our damnedest to get it done, don't we?
I try to turn a blind eye to that, but I shouldn't. What we have to help us put some of that content on the table is writer, producer, director, Adam McKay. Adam, welcome to Star Talk, dude.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Adam gets an applause. Now, you know, we don't applaud our guests here, but Adam...
You have never applauded anyone
you
ever.
know I have never
Chuck.
applauded a guest, Neil. But
That is true.
I'm just so impressed with what he has just accomplished. So,
Well, let me put some of his resume out there. So, you're a former head writer for SNL, all right? And you're co-founder of Upright Citizens Brigade. Very cool. I love their work. And you're also co-writer, along with Will Ferrell, with Anchorman. All right, that was cool. Talladega Nights, Step Brothers. Okay, a co-founder of Funny or Die. All right, that's a production company, if I remember correctly. Is that right? That's so. And wrote and directed The Big Short. I distinctly remember that movie. It was like, oh my gosh, this happened, and we lived through it. But that's not why we have you on the show right now.
that's right, because
That's not why.
quite frankly, all of that is gold-plated dross in comparison to why we have Adam on the show.
Which is because of my workout routine, which I'm going to share with you today.
Exactly.
My diet, my weight program.
Right.
That's exactly not the reason.
Look like
So
a
Adam,
50-year-old.
Adam has a new Peloton class. He wants to.
he's trying to plug. He's trying to plug.
He's trying to plug his new Peloton.
So Adam, you wrote, directed, and produced the Netflix hit "Don't Look Up." It's a movie.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That is star-studded. Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence, and you know, there's a dozen famous people who have each starred in their own films. You managed to collab them together for this script, and it's about an asteroid or comet that's discovered to be headed towards Earth, putting all of life on Earth at risk. And the travails and challenges and troubles of the scientists trying to alert the public, and everyone ignores them or discounts it. And so, what the hell were you thinking to make?
I love it.
What? Who told you to make this? Why? Who? What? Did your mama do? Explain yourself, please.
Die, motherfucker.
Like a lot of ideas, it came from stark terror, which is the last 5, 10, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, back to 1965. of just our culture and our leaders and our industry and our media ignoring that we're flooding the atmosphere, the climate with CO2, and we are on a bad path. And I had the unfortunate experience of colliding with a lot of this information from reading scientific reports and reading a great book by David Wallace Wells called Uninhabitable Earth, which if you haven't read it, read it, and it will wake you up when it comes to the climate. And I really started, like my wife can tell you, at a certain point, I was losing sleep. And I kept kind of looking at our world and going, what am I missing here? And rather than my initial idea was, do a big dramatic.
Pleasure and pain come from the same part of the brain. If you can control pleasure, can you control pain? Is pain the price you pay for pleasure? I spoke to Stanford University academic Anna Lemke about the phenomena of craving, about pain, about pleasure, and about how we are all addicts now, and we're all going to have to learn to manage our dopamine and manage our minds if we're to ever free ourselves from a system that wants to keep us hypnotized, tyrannized, and trapped. This conversation with Anna took place on my award-nominated podcast, Under the Skin, available on Luminary. You can get it off Apple. It's a subscription model podcast. It's a wonderful conversation. There are loads of great chats on there. Stay to the end of this video because I want you to see all of it and I want to discuss it with you. So, look, there was two significant parts in that monologue. The first bit was about sort of spirituality as a solution that could bypass and influence those biochemical factors that you described. And the second part of it is why do you think that the influence of a heightened state, even if it's naturally derived, like through performance and sort of the accompanying adrenaline, etc., would elicit that kind of response in me as one individual?
It's very true that many people in recovery will say that a spiritual transformation is at the heart of their recovery. And so it's an interesting question to think about why would that be? What is going on in the brain? And we don't know. And the science is there just on spirituality and the cognition of spirituality and what's happening in the brain when people walk a spiritual pathway is really exciting, but also really new. But what I can tell you is that lower brain region where, we're visualizing that metaphorical pleasure-pain balance. And by the way, that's one of the phylogenetically oldest parts of our brain. It's been conserved over millions of years of evolution, essentially unchanged. It's identical in humans as it is in, the nematode, a primitive worm. So it's a very conserved primitive part of our brain that hasn't changed. And then through evolution, we've superimposed on that part of our brain our great big frontal lobes, our gray matter region. And one of the things that science has shown in recent decades is that the prefrontal cortex, which is the gray matter part of our brain right behind our foreheads, is essential for things like delaying gratification, storytelling, future planning, considering future consequences. And may well be involved in the process of having a spiritual experience. And that it's the prefrontal cortex communicating with those lower brainstem regions, including the reward pathways, that keeping that communication healthy and robust is essential to basically a healthy brain and a non-addicted brain. And that what happens in the process of addiction is very likely that those prefrontal regions stop communicating with the lower brainstem reward pathway. So essentially your pleasure-pain balance starts to take over. You're no longer able to accurately assess impact and future consequences, and you're just being driven by your limbic brain, by your reward pathway. And one of the things that happens in recovery and also with the spiritual transformation is that we're probably strengthening and renewing communication between the prefrontal cortex and those lower reward pathways so that we can better assess and evaluate the impact, consequences, meaning of, pleasure and pain and what it's doing to us and to our lives. One of the exciting developments in terms of treatment interventions in the field of addiction medicine is something called transcranial magnetic stimulation, which basically applies electrical currents to the brain using a magnet and creating these currents. And the way in which people are looking at that intervention for the treatment of addiction is to increase activation or wake up essentially the prefrontal cortex and the frontal lobe areas and kind of calm down the reward pathway or lower brainstem areas in order to bring these two back into balance. One way to think about it is that if you imagine the brain is a car, then our prefrontal cortex is the brakes and our reward pathway is the accelerator. And so addiction is some kind of dysfunction, either of the brakes or of the accelerator. And so we need interventions that can bring those back into balance. Participation in Alcoholics Anonymous and other 12 steps is one way to do that. Probably by working the steps and the spiritual transformation, you enhance prefrontal lobe function and quiet down the limbic brain and get those two areas communicating better with each other.
That was cool. What about the bit about the sort of heightened states from performance?
Yeah, so very good. Thank you. So this is interesting that you mentioned that, because I was just talking yesterday with a gold medal winning Olympic athlete who described something extremely similar. In her experience, she would have these almost ecstatic experiences when she was getting ready to race. Essentially a euphoric high, transported. And you described something similar when you're performing. And what's happening there, I assume, is that you're essentially creating your own drug and you're releasing huge amounts of dopamine in your reward pathway. And if you remember, the pleasure pain balance does not want to remain very long tipped to the side of pleasure or pain. The brain will work very hard to restore homeostasis. There are good evolutionary reasons why that would be, which I'm happy to talk about. But essentially, when you're in that ecstatic state, whether it's generated by performance or, in this person's case, racing in the Olympics, you have a surge of dopamine, and your brain is going to correct for that by immediately downregulating your own dopamine receptors. So remember, the brain restores homeostasis not just by going from deviation to level, but by tipping an equal and opposite amount to the side of pain. That is the price that you have to pay for any pleasure. So essentially, you come home and you literally have a come down, just like you would from a drug. That generates anxiety, irritability, insomnia, depression, and intrusive, anxious thoughts about, will I be ever able to repeat that amazing accomplishment? These kinds of negative ruminations which come with these kinds of successes or peak experiences. And whenever we're in this state, naturally we crave. We don't want to be in this state, we want to get out of it. And so now, what can I do to get out of it, right? I can do some pornography. I can, use another drug. We know about cross addictions, anything to get me out of this state. Of course, the secret is to tolerate it. To either tolerate it until the gremlins hop off and you can naturally restore homeostasis, or to avoid the strong deviations in the first place. To not do those things that get you, so jacked up that you have to come down. Now, that's not what I'm prescribing as a philosophical approach to life necessarily for everybody. Frankly, that kind of works for me. I like to stay right around homeostasis. I don't want to be here and I don't want to be here. And if I go here, I know there's a price to pay. But for other people, that's worth the price. The trick is that they have to figure out when they have the come down how to just tolerate it and not then engage in other maladaptive coping behaviors.
Cool. Here are some questions. If you enjoyed that part of the conversation between me and Anna Lemke, perhaps you'll consider downloading the Luminary app off Apple and listening to more of this stuff. Of course, tech addiction is a real thing, so you want to be careful how much tech you use, even if it's mine. Do you think Anna's right? What's your experience of addiction like? How are you suffering? How are you dealing with your addiction? What methods are you using to remedy the challenges you face today? Remember to subscribe to this channel, and if you like this video, have a look at this one. If you need to meditate now, have a look at this little guy now. But most importantly of all, please click here. You're one little click away from being on my mailing list and having a bulletin from my brain to your brain once a week. Stay free.
All right, here we go. How did this get started? How did we decide to do this?
I was trying to think about that because it's something you and I started interacting on.
It was somebody on Twitter. Somebody, I don't know exactly how it started, but I saw you replied to a tweet from somebody saying, "Hey, great idea. Why doesn't Jocko and Tulsi go on the Rogan show?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah."
Cool.
Yeah, you're like, I'm in.
Yep. I said, "I'm in."
But Jocko, he'll say that to anything.
Yeah.
You want to go to the moon? I'm in. The moon's good.
I believe that.
Roger.
But it escalated quickly from there because I didn't know how to get a hold of you.
Yeah.
And then next thing I know, you're texting me with Jocko, like, so are you serious? Are we doing this or what?
Well, it just seemed like such a good idea.
I agree.
It's like, whoever it was, salute to whoever you are
Thank
out there
you.
that
Good
figured
job.
that out. Just seemed like a wise thing to get together. Because both of you are veterans, and both of you, I'm sure, have things you agree on and disagree on. But you're in a really unique position here, you know. And since you've been on the podcast, a lot of things have happened. The big one is when you rightly called out Kamala Harris on her past and what she's done, and then it seemed like everybody's attacking you. It's like that opened up the floodgates, and then there was all these hit pieces on. And as me as an observer watching from the outside, I was like, wow, look at the machine work. Look at the attack dogs go. Like, look at this. Like this.
Very transparent.
So if you're paying attention.
If you're paying attention.
The thing is, if you're on the outside and you watch it all happen, then you go, oh, I see what's going on. But if you just happen upon one of those articles, you can go, oh, she's an Assad supporter. Yeah. Oh, she's a terrible person. Oh, she's a this and a that. And it was amazing. It was amazing to watch. Like, I've never met anybody like you that's run for president. Like, I knew you.
Dude, I'm doing something wrong.
And then all of a sudden people know you way more, and now you're kind of a household name. So to watch this process and to watch all the machinery sort of move in your direction and pew, 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 it's very interesting.
Yeah.
What's it been like for you?
I mean, that literally is our challenge here is we are up against the most powerful overall political machine. When you look at this machine that's revved up their engines to try to define me as something that casts suspicion or doubts or whatever in people's minds, pushing information that isn't true or all of these different things, and I think there's a few reasons for it. Our challenge is we are battling the political establishment in Washington. And it's because I'm telling the truth. It's because I'm challenging the status quo that they represent and that they've profited off for a very long time. So, my campaign, we don't take any contributions from PACs or lobbyists, fueled completely by contributions from individual people. And they are outspending us by many, many multiples, where we need help to challenge their narrative with the truth, telling me, hey, this is who I am. This is why I'm running for president. This is the experience and the background that I bring to this job. We've got to be able to bypass that mainstream corporate media and just go directly to voters.
And what does the experience of being attacked feel like? God,
I feel like I'm used to it. So it's just like, It's nothing that I've ever really taken personally, because I understand the situation. You know, I understand that, you know, whatever the smears are, however radical they are, you know, it shows me that they feel threatened, and they are concerned about both the unifying message that I'm bringing, because we have Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Independents who are joining this coalition that is fueling our campaign.
God damn it.
And it's a campaign of by and for the people, and one that's actually speaking the truth, that's calling for an end to these regime change wars, calling for, you know, a de-escalation of tensions between the United States and other nuclear armed countries, an end to this new Cold War, nuclear arms race. Actually, hey, let's focus our limited taxpayer dollars on actually serving the needs of our people. That's really the message that we're bringing, and it scares the hell out of them.
What's interesting is, for me, again, as an outsider, it's a clear recognition that what they want versus what they say they want are two very different things.
Exactly.
The Democratic Party's always been like, we want a woman. Okay, I got you a woman. How about a woman that's a veteran? Check. How about a woman that's a congressman? How about that? Congresswoman, veteran, minority from Hawaii, all these positives. They're trying to dig up dirt on you. They don't have anything. They should be behind you. They should have wind in your sails. But no.
And the other thing they're saying is that, you know, in order for Democrat to beat Donald Trump in 2020, you're going to have to be able to take Trump voters away from him. You're going to have to win over those independents who stayed home in 2016, or even some of those Democrats who voted for Trump because they feel like our party has left them behind. Guess what? Check, 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 check. We're doing all those things. And instead of saying, hey, this is really something that maybe we should get behind, instead they're saying, oh my gosh, there's something very suspicious and weird about her because she's actually stealing voters from Trump.
That's the big one, right?
Has there ever been someone in your position that's gotten caught in such a crossfire? Like, to be taking this much heat from the party that you're, you know, trying to represent it seems, I don't remember this happening.
Well, they thought Harris had a real shot, and she sunk Harris's ship. That's exactly what happened. I mean, if you look at there's a direct correlation between where Harris was standing and where she's at now in that debate. You put holes in her boat.
Which was, I was raising some very important issues related to criminal justice reform, ending the federal marijuana prohibition, and essentially pointing to leadership, because we're all asking to lead this country and bring the experience that each of us has that's very distinct and different. And her whole campaign was based on the premise of being a prosecutor for the people, being the attorney general here in California. And I said, okay, you've said you're proud of your record. This is what you have done when you were in a position to make a positive change for the people. Instead, you chose to do otherwise. And I think that speaks louder than words.
When you had more bullets in the chamber, too, because there was other things you didn't even touch.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't really touch upon her saying to single mothers that she was going to prosecute them and lock them up if they didn't get their kids in school.
Laughing as she did so.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen her talk about that as if it's a good idea, that this was a good solution.
Yeah.
And scare single moms into with a fear of jail if their kid didn't go to school.
Yeah. That's the challenge of this debate format that's so frustrating is, you've got 60 to 75 seconds to get your point across, to be able to talk about, hey, here's my position, here's what I would do with, North Korea, here's how I would deal with, immigration reform in 60 seconds. Or less.
Jocko, I don't even know how you stand politically, which is hilarious because you're one of the few guys that's just not defined politically online. Because people think of you as such a savage, they leave all the politics out of it. They just go, I don't know what he just gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning, leaves a puddle of sweat.
He's America. He's Team America.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like you don't have this thing with like left or right. You don't have this right or left distinction.
Yeah, and what's really interesting, if you look at the demographics of like the people I meet when I go and speak, it's everyone. It's everyone from every different spectrum, and I'm just talking. My political beliefs are like, hey, I believe in individual freedom. Mm-hmm. Well, that seems to me, it's kind of hard to argue against that, right?
Yeah.
I believe in individual freedom, and with that goes some level of individual responsibility. Yep, okay. I don't think the government is a great solution to a lot of our problems, you know? So for me, it's like, smaller government, probably a better thing. And I think probably why you get this impression from me is I actually have a balanced, I believe that the solutions are somewhere balanced. And in America right now, that doesn't really get a lot of traction because everything is broken down into such little tiny sound bites of you're either pro this or you're against it. And there's no gray area. And by the way, if you believe this, if you believe yes, and I believe no, I actually hate you. That's right. And I'm going to attack you. And that's why when I started going back and forth with Tulsi, like I kind of get a gist of what she thinks. And I'm like, oh, cool. Guess what I think? She surfs. Yeah. She trains martial arts. She plays ukulele. Oh, I can hang out with her. And even if our political beliefs aren't 100% aligned, which my political beliefs aren't 100% aligned with anybody, does that mean that I hate her and I'm never going to talk to her? I'm going to call her out? No, actually, it's like, oh, cool. Oh, that's an interesting perspective. Because one thing that gets tied into all these things nowadays is our ego, right? Our ego, we paint ourselves into a corner where it's like, I believe this. And now the last thing we can do is say, oh, actually, you know what? That's a good point, Joe. I never thought of it from that perspective before. And also just thinking of what other people's perspectives are. Because, you just talked about single moms. Well, you got to take that into perspective. Because it might be easy for me to say, because I've got kids, but I got a wife and we can make things happen. But, single moms over here working 2-3 jobs. You always talk about me getting up at 4:30 in the morning. And I always say, look, there's single moms out there that are getting up at 3:30 in the morning to go work their first shift at the diner so they can get to their second shift at the grade school or wherever they're working so they can do their third shift at some other restaurant at night. Like, okay, that's going on. I got to understand that perspective, and we all have to understand that perspective. And the last thing, when you talk about this 60-second answers, which is insane, and I've been interviewed on TV before a bunch as well, and it's actually crazy. When you compare it to a podcast, it's completely crazy that you have to fit your thoughts into one sentence, maybe 2 sentences. And the 24-hour news cycle that we're on, every news story that comes out is the end of the world, right? It's like the end of the world. Everything that happens is, hey, Trump did this or Pelosi did that. This is the end of the world. Just like if Hillary got elected, it's the end of the world. If Trump gets elected, it's the end of the world. And I had early on, right after Trump got elected, I was doing a Reddit AMA. And as soon as I signed on for my Reddit AMA, up pops this question. And it's clearly the guy had spent a lot of time writing it. And it was this sort of breakdown of the Russians and Trump and all this negativity. And I basically took his whole paragraph and I answered it in one sentence. I said, America is stronger than one man. And that's the truth. Like, hey, America is stronger than one man. One man is not going to take down this country. That's the way it is, right? It's hard ship to turn. Look at what Trump's got accomplished. He's working as hard as he can to get stuff done, and he can barely move the needle, right? Yeah. That's the way it is. And on top of that, look at what happens with our political system. We had Carter. Oh, there's a backlash against Carter. We have Reagan. Right? Oh, these things go back and forth. We end up with Clinton, then we end up with Bush, and then we end up with Obama, and then we end up with Trump. So there's a balance that happens out. So when I think of my political beliefs or where I stand politically, it's like, you're not going to be able to place me very well because I'm going to listen to what different people have to say. I'm going to try and understand what their perspectives are. And then I'm going to say, not what's best for me or what satisfies my ego, but what's good for America. Yes. Well, what actually makes sense for America. And that's what I would move forward on. Yeah.
Tulsi, have you thought at all about doing a podcast of your own?
I have. It's been just a function of time and capacity.
Almost like you could just have someone record some of your thoughts while you're on tour and just do it, like it doesn't have to be overproduced. Yeah. Just real simple, release it. But that ability to get those thoughts out there in a way where you can form full sentences, explore ideas, express your concerns, talk about it without the pressure of this buzzer when you're in the middle of something, Congresswoman.
We got to cut to commercial break. Yeah,
the Tide is waiting. Yeah, Congresswoman, we got to sell a Toyota truck. It's so goddamn crazy that this is how we decide our leaders. Yeah, and the idea that isn't it possible? Can't someone step up? Can't Apple or fucking Samsung or something step up and say, all right, we are going to advertise at the beginning of this show and then we're going to promote the whole show. So the whole show, we're going to just let it run with no commercial interruptions, and let's do a few hours.
That's what should happen.
Why are we doing an hour? Like, why is it 2 hours? Why? It should be as long as it takes to get. I mean, didn't Lincoln do speeches that were hours long? You know, yelling. Right? No microphone. I mean,
yeah.
It's so strange that we have decided that this commercial-oriented, meaning it has to be sandwiched in between commercials, that this is the way we are going to let our potential future leaders discuss the most important thing on earth.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interrupted by what, gum? Like, what,
no, it's true.
Like, what are you selling in between? It's so dumb.
And people are getting really turned off by it.
Because they have alternatives.
They have alternatives, and they're not getting anything of value from the conversation that's happening on these debates that are really like political reality TV. They are completely set up for conflict and confrontation to drive up ratings so that they can make more money. The corporate media can make more money. The first debate had something like 22 million viewers. The one that we just did, I think, had 6.6 million viewers. And I meet people almost every single day. They're like, man, I don't got time for that.
Yeah.
I don't get anything from it anyway.
Yeah.
And you know, rather than it being this money-driven, ratings-driven venture, which you know the media is doing across the board, both its debates and kind of what issues they're choosing to cover. Go back to like the League of Women Voters, you know, who used to actually host presidential forums that would have real questions about real issues that people care about, and in a way that's not broken up by commercial breaks and advertisements so that people can make money.
Yeah, and this is not hard to do.
No.
I mean, YouTube is available for virtually anyone who wants to set up an account. This all could be done, and it could be done very easily. I mean, where we're showing is...
Yo, I gotta see. How the fuck am I... Yo, there's got to be like something wrong, or I did something, or I missed something. Come on. Yeah, okay. Same with void abilities. All right, let's try this. It's the fundamentals, right? Mm. Yeah, bitch. I hate Void. My dude hit me. Not done. Okay. So that literally has shit to do with it. Dude, it don't matter. They hit about the same. Except for that one. That one hit like a fucking truck. That would be nice if you could do that. Fuck. So arc damage on this fuck. So it's dick. I should deal with that.
Is the fragility, that this antiquity, this ancient system that doesn't make any sense, and we're seeing it evaporate before our eyes. And with a guy like Trump, and then people are using these debates knowing that they're going to get these sound bites, and knowing that, and you could see some of them work, like yours with Kamala Harris, and then some of them don't. Like when she was attacking Elizabeth Warren for not wanting Trump to get kicked off of Twitter. Like, do you read his Twitter? It's fantastic. Keep him on. That's the best way we understand who he really is.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get some of that out of speeches, but when he posts a picture of Greenland with a giant Trump tower in it and says, "I promise not to do this," listen, if you're on Team America, you want that guy to keep tweeting. Because that was
You know
damn
what's going
hilarious.
on.
It's hilarious too.
Well,
Like,
you called it a while ago when you say, "Hey, there's no comedians that have that skill, which
Right.
Trump has, of
Yes.
cracking jokes, making fun of people, letting the other jokes roll off his back because he doesn't care what people say about him, basically. And no one's really had to contend with that until now.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, no one knows how to handle it. It's really fun. I mean, when you watch the original Republican debates when he was running for president, and he starts attacking these guys, you see them, Marco Rubio,
all the nicknames.
You see him lock up, Crazy Ted, like, oh, he's going after me, he's ruining my thing. It's just, it's a nutty place to watch. What was it? Do you get to hang out with Kamala Harris backstage?
No. I mean, there's
everyone
when
separated?
everybody there's like just like a little holding area kind of space, like a lot smaller than this room. So
And you're all hanging out in there together?
During the commercial breaks, yeah. But
Did she
usually,
say anything to
Do you have eye contact with her?
No.
No?
Maybe every now and then, but I honestly like. Yeah, I'm probably not on the top of her friend list.
Yeah, you sank a battleship.
And then, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, that was another one.
What's up with that war? Because again, she's the matriarch of the Clinton family, and there she is, the hero to many people of the Democratic Party, and you two are scrapping. Did that start when you? Did that start? Did you supported Bernie in 2016? Is that where it started?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was something. Back in 2016, I was the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. Therefore, as an officer of the DNC, had to remain neutral in the presidential election, which was my plan to do so. I really made the decision to resigned from that seat so that I could endorse Bernie Sanders, largely because of his difference with Hillary Clinton in foreign policy. You know, Hillary Clinton had, very much of an interventionist, in my opinion, kind of the war hawk, regime change war policy that she had shown throughout her time, both in the administration as well as a U.S. senator. And Bernie Sanders, leaned the other way. He's more of a non-interventionist. And I saw that in those debates at that time, the conversations that were had, the media was not bringing up this difference between the two of them so that voters could make an informed choice of who they want their commander-in-chief to be, which to me, just as, as a soldier, as a veteran, as an American, I'm like, how can you not be putting this issue at the forefront? So I resigned from that position, endorsed Bernie Sanders, started going out and just talking about and raising these issues on the campaign trail. But I remember one of the first interviews that I did on MSNBC, the host of the show saying, aren't you afraid of what the Clintons will do to you? Said this on live television. And
scary ass family.
Oh man.
My answer was no, obviously, but it was amazing. It was interesting to see the reaction, like the days after, when I first went back to DC after I made that announcement of endorsement. And friends of mine, politicians in Washington, they were like, "Man, Tulsi, like, go with God, sister."
It's a different animal. So, like, if you get into some sort of verbal altercation with Joe Biden, there's no concern for your life. Like, I'm not saying it's real or not, but the rumor is always, there's a thing called
Joe
the Clinton
Biden
body
is like,
count.
yeah,
I
Joe
mean, I
Biden
don't know
is
if
like
that's
Uncle
real.
Joe.
I don't think it is real. It's probably some of it. Most of it, let's say it's all made up. The fact that that's out there, that the thought is out there, that they will whack you.
Well, there's the people who are saying, hey, look, there are lists that are kept and your political career will be over. That was really the message that I got from people who've been around the block a few times. And I think the most recent thing that came up with what Hillary Clinton said about me is not a spat between two people. It really just shows the complete difference and the conflict in our foreign policy views of the what I call the Bush-Clinton doctrine of interventionism and regime change wars and warmongering versus what I'm putting forward, which is let's stop the regime change war, world's police policies, work to end this new Cold War and arms race, put the interests of the American people first, always ensuring that we have a strong and capable, ready military to defend our nation and our people, and honoring that service and sacrifice that our troops give by only sending them on missions worthy of their sacrifice, maximizing diplomacy, engagement with other countries in the world through cooperation rather than conflict, and always seeing war as a last resort. So that conflict that you're seeing in the media that's been playing out, and again, why you're seeing so much of the corporate media and the political machine attacking me, is because of this difference, is because of this change in foreign policy that I'm bringing about. Because when it comes right down to it, whether you're going back to the Cold War, back to Vietnam War, back to, the Iraq War overthrowing Saddam Hussein, Libya, Gaddafi, the media has always kind of been this cheerleading voice for these wars to happen, sending a very clear narrative out to the American people. And I think it comes down to it's good business for them. It's good ratings, makes them money.
I want to talk to you about that, but I want to talk to you about what she said to you, or about you rather.
Yeah.
That she said that you were a Russian asset. That was the insinuation, right?
Yeah.
Like, what was the base of that? And how does someone
completely
who was,
baseless.
But that's what's weird, right? How does someone who was running for president and
Nope,
is
gang. Love
one
you
of
too,
the
mama.
most prominent politicians in our country, how do they get away with saying something that's such a huge accusation with no information to back it up?
It would be a good question for a normal person. But when you look at the power of the Clinton machine, when you look at the power of the political establishment, which is made up of people who are either, part of the Clinton so-called family, or who are part of this political establishment that is built on the same foundation that Hillary Clinton, laid. When you look at the media establishment, who've been pushing a lot of the same narrative and a lot of the same message, then you can see how somebody gets away with calling a sitting member of Congress, a candidate for president, soldier actively serving the Army National Guard, veteran of 2 Middle East deployments, basically a traitor to the country that I love and that I'm willing to lay my life down for, and to get away with it without any evidence or base whatsoever.
Not just that, but no pushback.
No.
That was the most bizarre thing. No one said, hold on. What are you saying she is? You're saying she's a Russian asset. Define that. What do you mean by that? Do you mean an unwitting Russian asset? Are you saying that Russia's behind her to try to do something against Bernie or Elizabeth Warren or whatever the consensus pick is? Like, what are you saying? There was no questions like that.
There were no questions like that. And look, even if there were witting or unwitting, so she's basically either saying that I'm a traitor to my nation or that I am an unwitting asset, which means basically you are too stupid and too naive to know that you're being used to further the interests of a nation other than our own, both of which are deeply, deeply offensive. And again, without any base. And I think that's the, like, this is bigger. This is really not about me. The danger here of what she did and how the media responded and how almost every single other candidate for president refused to comment, refused to denounce what she said. I think Bernie is an exception, Marianne Williamson, Andrew Yang, a couple of them had the courage to say, hey, look, this is ridiculous. The fact that was the response is really, it has a chilling effect on our freedom of speech in this country. And it sends a message that whether it's Tulsi Gabbard or any other American or any other veteran who dares to stand up and challenge the establishment, challenge this foreign policy narrative, call for peace, call for an end to these senseless, unnecessary regime change wars, then you too can be smeared. Your character can be smeared.
Do you ever think you could reach a tipping point where this happens enough, this kind of thing happens, where you just say, all right, I'm done with, in this case, the Democratic Party? I mean, even after what they did to Bernie in 2016, right? That I'm sure that had to be a tipping point for a lot of people that said, wait a second, this is the guy we wanted and you totally hosed him. And now we got this woman over here, but we didn't want him. How many times can this happen before people go, oh, I'm done with this?
I see this as something that's bigger than just the Democratic Party. Because we see this, we see how this kind of foreign policy elite and establishment in Washington, it has crossed both parties over different times. And it's something that I think goes much deeper than that. I'm working to bring about reforms in the Democratic Party to make it so that it is more democratic, more open, more transparent, more inclusive and welcoming of people who, may agree on some issues, disagree on others, but one that is actually serving as a platform for the people, fighting for the people, thinking about what's in the best interest of the people. That's the kind of change and reform that I'm working to bring about in the party. But I think the forces that we're challenging here are actually much bigger than that.
I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to the Republican Party because the establishment Republicans, the last human being in the world that they wanted to run for president on the Republican ticket was Donald J. Trump.
Right.
And they tried hard to beat him.
They tried.
Yep.
But once he was in, they said that's our president.
Yeah.
And that's a very wise thing to do. And that's where the fear is with a lot of Democrats, that someone is going to go independent, and that someone who is popular, perhaps you, would go independent and suck a lot of the votes away from the Democratic Party. People disagree with the direction it's going, and then that's how the Republicans would win.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I've been asked that a ton of times since I don't know, months ago, and every single time I've been asked, I've said the answer is no. I'm running to be the Democratic nominee. I will not run as a third-party candidate, and I think that's something else that's been interesting and again very transparent. If you're paying attention, is no matter how many times I answer that question from reporters, and no matter how many times my answer is consistently the same, no. That was another thing that Hillary Clinton and others continue to point out, like, oh, well, we think she's going to run as a third-party candidate, and she's going to be the reason that Donald Trump wins, and all this other crap.
Ball.
No, and they're clearly trafficking in things that aren't true. Again, why? To raise that question in people's minds and to raise that suspicion and to do their best to try to undermine the support that we're getting from people.
They did that interview with you on The View.
Oh, you saw that?
And they said something about Richard Spencer, the white supremacist, and because he said, so this is of all the things they bring up, they say Richard Spencer, a white supremacist Nazi, said he could vote for you. That's what they decided to bring up.
Well, The View is, I mean, we have to really be thankful that it exists, because without that level of discourse on television, without being able to watch those geniuses banter around some of the most important ideas of today, I don't know where we would be. I think it elevates us as a society, as a civilization, and it also shows the rest of the world how it's done. If you really want to see how the baddest country on earth deals with political discourse and social issues, watch those gals, because they got it down. Bunch of damn geniuses.
You're good, Joe.
Thank you.
You're good.
Doesn't get any better.
But they throw that out there. They throw that out there.
Yeah.
They throw that out there, and you know, once it's out there, hey, it's out there.
That's
and
all
all of a
they have
sudden,
to do.
there's someone else somewhere that heard that clip. Richard Spencer,
That's what's so dangerous
Tulsi,
about
and
this.
that's what they're running with.
Yeah.
That's today, though. Today is, there's so much data, right? And there's so much information that all they need is one little smeary thing to toss your way. And then people would say, oh, she's an Assad supporter. Oh, she's a this. Oh, Richard Spencer's favorite candidate, that one. And then like, oh, I can't vote for her. I don't want to be kicked out of the team.
This is what we see on Twitter all the time.
That's a giant issue with the left, too. The left eats itself way more than any other party. And I don't know what that is about liberals in general that seem to really, truly enjoy calling each other out for not being liberal enough. But it's very strange. It's so obviously destructive, and it shows that there's no good leadership at the top of the heap. Because at the top of the heap, everybody would be like, hey, we're all in this together. Okay, we can disagree on some stuff, but if we start attacking each other, it makes the other side stronger. So let's cut the shit publicly, and let's talk this through. And that's pretty much exactly what the Republicans have done for the most part.
Yeah, and as from a leadership perspective, it is almost always best to look at things in a balanced way and say, oh, I got this part of my team over here that wants to do this extreme thing, and the other part of the team wants to do the opposite extreme thing. The answer is going to be somewhere in the middle. Why don't I just find a good kind of solution that's somewhere in the middle? And of course, the fringes are going to be a little bit mad. Okay, I get that. They're the fringes, but the bulk of people, and what's good for the bulk of people, is to make this kind of balanced decision and move forward with it. But we don't get that kind of logic inside of these leaders, especially when they're running for president.
Yeah, which is, they run, and then as soon as they get in, they're running for re-election.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating as a citizen to sit back and watch this, going from the debate format to the way things are handled. It's just, I don't understand why there haven't been radical improvements. There's improvements in, imagine getting a computer from 1990 and trying to do your work on it. You're like, this hunk of shit. Like, why doesn't somebody do something better? Well, we have the same exact political system that we had before the internet with the internet. It hasn't been updated at all. And it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's just, it's so bonkers. And we sit around and we wait for this magical day in November where we're going to all fix it. And we all know that it's not going to get fixed. And it's just a weird place to be in, where everyone's aware that there's an issue and no one's fixing it.
When I look at this upcoming election, I have no idea, right?
Right.
And I had a pretty good idea who was going to win in 2016, just like everyone else. I figured, of course, Hillary Clinton's going to win this thing, and we're going to. You knew?
I talked about it in my comedy special.
Yeah.
I talked about it in Triggered, my Netflix special for 2016. I'm like, he's that close. You guys, I go, President Trump could be a real thing, because I was going across the country and doing these gigs all over the place, and like, these people are angry. Yeah. They're angry at liberals. They're angry at people that are, forcing policies that they don't agree with, whether it's social policies or economic policies. There's so many people that thought that Bernie Sanders was going to steal all their money. Well, it was just, I was seeing it. I was like, he might win.
Every time someone said, "Oh, if you believe in border security, you're a racist."
Yeah.
Right? Hey, if you believe in border security, you're a racist.
Well, that makes Obama a racist.
Yeah. So, but all those people that heard that, like, going, I'm not a racist. What are you talking about? I'm voting for Trump.
Right, exactly.
And that is what happened.
100%.
I mean, it's still what's happening.
100%.
Yeah.
It's still playing out right now. You know, where people are saying exactly that if you believe in secure borders, then you must be anti-immigrant and you must be a racist, and vice versa. They look at the opposite side and make the opposing argument rather than taking that sensible approach and saying, hey, how about we secure our borders using the most effective and cost-efficient means possible and update our immigration laws so that they are humane and that they actually serve the interests of our country, our economy, our families, education, and so on and so forth. I mean, this is something that, Republicans and Democrats, if you just sit down and have the conversation, say, oh, yeah, well, I actually agree with that. Like you're saying, like, okay, that's a really good point. Maybe we should do it this way. Maybe we should do it that way. But if we can agree on the objective, then we can have the meaningful conversation about how to get there rather than continuing what we are doing, where we have not seen an update to our immigration laws for decades. I think since Reagan, actually, we have not seen a comprehensive immigration reform, which we so desperately need. And it's because, honestly, both sides are so busy throwing crap at each other and arrows at each other because it's about partisanship and getting the political win rather than actually solving the problem. That's the difference.
It's easy to cry racism when you look at the difference between the border of Mexico and the border of Canada. Because the border of Canada is like a giant landing strip. They're like, come on through. It's just woods, and then there's a huge gap in the woods. It's the opposite of a fence. It's like, we're going to make it easier for you to cross. We're going to show you where the line is. Have you seen the border? You've seen the border of Canada?
Yeah, but
it's hilarious.
You put the economy in Canada is not going to force people to try and get to America.
It's pretty nice up there.
Yeah.
That's the issue, right? And the real issue is there's parts of the world, whatever you want to use, third world, whatever phrase you want to use, there's parts of the world economically where if you're born there, you're kind of screwed. It's really hard to get by. Yeah. It's really hard. If you're living in a poor community in Mexico that's run by the cartel, what a shit roll of the dice. You got a bad hand of cards. That's what it is. And until that gets balanced out, which traditionally takes centuries, right, for close nearby countries to for everything to even out, especially when the politics are so different between Mexico and the United States. And Mexico is just insanely corrupt. Sorry, Mexico. But you saw what happened with Chapo's son. He gets arrested by the Mexican military, and then the cartels force them to release him, and they're like, all right, can't take him back. Sorry.
Yeah.
We'll figure this out later.
Yeah. And that's something that, that's the kind of change and the rooting out of corruption reforms that can only happen organically within Mexico.
Could you imagine, Jocko, as a military man, a situation like that happening in the United States where some cartel forces the United States military to release a prisoner?
No.
Could you imagine?
No.
Could you imagine the backlash? There are so many rednecks that would just be spending all day filling cartridges. I mean, it would be
the
madness.
militia will rise up.
Oh my God! Yeah, you want to find out what the Second Amendment's really for? If that ever took place in this country, if there was ever a situation in this country where we felt like we were really overrun by a cartel, where they're taking over cities, like what's going on in Mexico, it would be. You would understand how rabidly independent this country really is.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And even, when you talk about people that are living down in Mexico that want to come here, it's like, you feel for them because they got a bad deal. But a lot of the people that are trying to come here are MS-13 gangsters looking to come up here and do what they're going to do in America, where there's even more money to be made off of illegal activities.
Yeah, if you could throw the Wonder Woman lasso of truth around them and find out what they're really all about, that would be great.
That would be awesome.
We can't really do that. If you're just poor and you want to make it, hey, come on in. You're a hard worker. Excellent. So are my grandparents. Come on in. Mm-hmm. But it's just the idea that we should all have open borders and everybody should be able to go anywhere. Like,
yeah.
Boy, there's a lot of people that you don't want coming here, and it probably should be a good idea to check people for criminal history and violent pasts, and see if you remember the cartel before you sneak into Mexico.
And there are just
or Arizona.
I think there are practical limitations. Even if you said, okay, well, we want to welcome anybody and everybody in the world who is suffering and who is in need of help or a better life to come to the United States. It's just not realistic. We don't have the resources as a country to be able to do that when, look, here in LA, I was on Skid Row about a month or two ago, coming and visiting there. The homeless crisis in Hawaii is the worst per capita of any state in the country. It's something that's affecting both urban cities and rural communities across the country. We have, almost 80 million people who are uninsured and underinsured in this country, who can't get the medicine they need, and who are literally driving their kid to Mexico to buy insulin because they have diabetes and they can't afford to get the medicine here at home. We got a lot of issues and a lot of challenges that we've got to deal with. And my view is we've got to be pragmatic and practical in how we are seeing the situation, looking at what our objective is and how does that best serve the people of this country, and then figure out, okay, what's the best way for us to get there. And I think that's what's unfortunately lost in this hyper-partisan political atmosphere, whether you're talking about what's going on in Washington and the media or what's going on in Twitter, where you have these extremes, you have this rush to judgment when people aren't taking the time both to sit down and first try to understand the problem. Like, this goes back to like military decision-making process 101. First, you got to understand the problem, right? You're trying to solve, come up with what's the objective, make sure it's achievable, and then build your plan and then execute. That just doesn't happen these days because it's more about calling the other guys names or, having this race on. This happens all the time. There's like something happens in the news. For the political candidates running for president, it's who can get their tweet out the fastest on the issue. We saw this recently with the situation in Syria with the Kurds, and who can get the tweet out the fastest. People are asking me like, hey, what do you have to say? What do you have to say? And like, I'm trying to understand the situation first. I'm actually trying to understand what happened and why we are in the situation that we're in. Once I do that, I'll let you know what I think.
And that was another one of those end of the world scenarios that unfolded. Trump pulled the troops out of that area, and it was like, oh, the world's going to end. And look, there was some bad stuff that happened. I get it. Some ISIS some ISIS terrorists, murderers escaped. I got that. Some Kurds were killed. Like, some bad stuff happened, but it wasn't the end of the world. And one thing, I was at my second deployment to Iraq. We started doing counterinsurgency operations instead of counter-terrorist operations. So we changed our strategy, and as we did this, we were starting to kill a decent amount of bad guys, of these insurgents. So a few weeks go by, and I got a message from up my chain of command, and they're like, hey, Jocko, we get that you're doing these missions, but right now we're not seeing any changes in the metrics as far as enemy attacks that are happening, right? And luckily I had read the counterinsurgency manual that was written by General Petraeus, and part of that explains that the average counterinsurgency takes 7 years to work itself out, right? And so I said, hey, boss, the average counterinsurgency takes 7 years to flush itself out. It's only been 3 weeks. Can I get some more time here to work through this? And he's like, okay, yeah, makes sense. But my point is, it's the same thing here. We think that some news event, that we can fully understand a news event within 1 hour of it happening.
Right.
We don't have any understanding. You need to let these things develop and see where the actual long-term effects are. We can't be snapping judgments and making radical decisions or split decisions when we have to actually assess what is really going on. And so the press for sure is like snap decision, snap decision, snap decision. And you can see it's comical to flip back and forth between the left-wing media and the right-wing media. And one of them's the greatest decision ever, and the other one's the most horrible thing that's ever happened. And there you go. And no one can even make an assessment of what just happened because it only happened 14 minutes ago.
Right.
How about we see where it plays out?
It's about being first rather than actually being accurate and presenting the American people with, here's what has gone on. You can form your own opinion, you can form your own conclusion, but here's the course of events that took place, A, B, C, D, and E. And that's exactly what we're missing in most of the time.
Well, I think it's what we were talking about earlier. I think we're poisoned by this desire to have our information fed to us very quickly, and the fact that there's so much information coming at us. We don't have enough time to sit back and read a manual on how long it takes counterinsurgency efforts to be fruition, to reach fruition. The fact that that's hitting you in the military, that you would think that the most pragmatic, the most disciplined people that understand the long game, that are playing 3D chess, those are the people that you would want telling people like you what you can and can't do. The fact that kind of thinking is even filtering down to special ops groups is crazy.
Well, what's nice is we do have decentralized command inside the military. So when I'm telling my boss this is what's going on, my boss isn't like, shut up and do what I told you to do. My boss is like, okay, makes sense, explain it to me. Okay, got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Move forward. That's a very positive thing in the military. Everyone thinks that the military is this rigid, structured way where you just obey the chain of command and you don't veer from that at all. But if my boss tells me to do something that doesn't make any sense, I'm going to say, hey, boss, this actually is a bad plan. We should do it a different way. And if I have a good boss, my boss says, oh, okay, I didn't see that angle. And that's another thing that, when Tulsi's talking about how politicians, we come up with a plan and then we start executing the plan. Guess what? Once you start executing a plan, some other things are going to come to light, right? And you as a leader have to say, hey, you know what? We started executing this. It's going pretty good, but I didn't foresee this happening. I'm making an adjustment. Here it is. Here's what we're going to do, and I'm going to wait for that feedback to come to me. The problem is people are so insecure or / their ego is so big that I'm just going to stick with the same plan no matter everyone else is dumb. No, you just need to see it through. It's like, no, actually we need to make some changes.
Because they are afraid of saying, hey, my initial assessment might have been inaccurate or wrong.
Yep.
And I think that also just points to the bigger point for the political leadership, the civilian leadership that sets the policy that the military executes is so often lacks that foresight and that planning of actually looking, okay, if we pursue course of action A, we call it here will be the second, third, fourth order of effects, right? Here's how, the enemy or the opponent is likely to react, or here's how other actors are likely to react to our action. So we can try to anticipate that, and then we can, okay, this is how we would respond, this is how they're likely to respond, and actually go through this so that we don't end up in the situation that we too often find ourselves in where you're like, all right, here's the mission, guys, go for it. And then you, whether it's a week or a month or a year later, like, hey, how the hell do we find ourselves here? It's like you failed as leaders. The leaders of our country failed to ask those questions about, what happens next? After we go in and topple Saddam Hussein and we completely obliterate the entire Iraqi military, what actually happens next? What will be the consequences to this? What will be the cost to our troops, our military? What will be the cost to the Iraqi people? What will be the cost to American taxpayers? Is the objective? Do we know what the objective is? Is it achievable? What's our end state and exit strategy? When you look back, and I've seen this throughout my 7 years in Congress, sitting on the Foreign Affairs Committee, sitting on the Armed Services Committee, where we're questioning and providing oversight over the Department of Defense and Department of State, asking leaders these questions, and when we're not given answers or given ambiguous answers or things like, I asked Secretary Mattis once in a hearing about how Al-Qaeda has gotten so strong in Syria to where, right now they control an entire city. The entire city of Idlib is controlled by Al-Qaeda. And I asked him at that time, I said, well, why aren't we going after Al-Qaeda in Syria in a very serious and concerted way? And his answer was, well, it's complicated. It's complicated. And it's frustrating to say the least, but I think it's been a very it's been a very clear window into the lack of foresight and good judgment and just the ability to look at these challenges and situations with that basic understanding in a non-emotional way and understand what's the objective cost and consequences before we launch this action.
I want to talk about something you brought up briefly earlier about the media being sort of cheerleaders for a lot of these wars or a lot of these military actions. Why do you think that happens because this ensures that they get access? Do you think it happens because conflict is good for their business? Do you think it happens because if they don't act as cheerleaders, they don't get access to the leaders and to the important politicians and military leaders?
I think that the underlying driver is that conflict is good for ratings.
That's crazy that is their decision how to cover things and what spin.
It's the war machine, that they're a part of and that they're driving that they are a driving force for. I think that there have been reports. I think over time, I think you had Matt Taibbi here recently, where you've got journalists who are more or even papers who are more interested in covering for their CIA relationships rather than actually bringing forward a story that the truth that the American people deserve to hear. So I think there are other factors there that drive the media really playing a heavily influential and dangerous force in continuing to push this warmongering narrative that is, it's costly in an immeasurable way.
Well, the coverage is so influential, and that influence it changes the way people accept or don't accept things that are happening internationally. When there's what was do you remember when there was a time when Obama had talked about attacking Syria?
Yes,
doing something.
That was in 2013.
The entire country was like, "Fuck you!" Like it was huge.
That was my first year in Congress.
It was one of the biggest rejections of an idea global or nationally that I've ever seen. And then he kind of backed off it. Mm-hmm. It was like, "Oh, okay."
I think that was one of the most brave decisions that he made, to back off from it, where he actually, he didn't take that position in that example of just kind of being the obstinate, stubborn, like, nope, here's what I said, and he drew this red line, and I'm not going to go back on it no matter what. No, he did. I think he listened to the American people, and ultimately he chose diplomacy.
Well, this is an area where people have been critical of you, is your position on Syria and the fact that you had met with Assad, and this is something that gets brought up. And again, it gets brought up in these little soundbite things that are seeking to define you without any nuance or any complexity. They try to let this little tiny sentence or two define your position, and then they can repeat that to other people without really knowing what they're talking about.
Yeah.
What is your position on Syria and Assad? And how did all this conflict and all this weirdness with you in the subject begin?
I think it goes back to, again, the opposition that comes towards me from the political establishment, the corporate media and the military-industrial complex, because of the leadership and the voice that I've been bringing, calling for an end to regime change wars. Whether we're talking about the one in Iraq, Libya, and in Syria. Look, my choice will always be towards diplomacy, because if we lack the courage to meet with both adversaries and friends in the pursuit of our own national security and peace, the only alternative is war. Period. That's the way it is. So I will always choose to maximize all diplomatic means and measures and talks and negotiations to further our interests of peace and national security.
Damn, I want that.
Recognizing that war should always be the last resort, if necessary.
Now, it's very difficult for people to understand that these things are insanely messy. And you saying that you would always lean towards diplomacy does not mean you support dictators.
No.
But that's exactly the way they frame it. Yeah. But if you look at the famous Hillary Clinton speech after Gaddafi was killed, we saw, he died, and she was laughing. Libya is a failed state now. They have slaves that they're auctioning off on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, you could watch slave auctions that someone filmed with their camera on their phone, and they upload it to YouTube. Libya's gone. I mean, it's a chaotic place right now.
Yeah.
It wasn't good when Gaddafi was running Libya, but it wasn't as bad as it is now. So the idea that supporting Gaddafi is supporting a dictatorship and you're a monster for supporting him, like, maybe not, because it's kind of worse now because the world is a very messy place.
And it's not even a matter of quote-unquote supporting. It's just saying, hey, we're not going to come in and overthrow you and your government. And I think that's the distinction. That's the issue here, and the contradiction when people are criticizing me for exercising diplomacy and calling for an end to the regime change war that we've been waging in Syria since 2011. But then they'll say, oh, well, of course I was against overthrowing Saddam Hussein in Iraq, right? There's no intellectual, there's no consistency there. And I think the issue with Libya that so often gets overlooked is, again, we look at what will the consequences be of these regime change wars. You said, I mean, Libya is a completely failed state. There are more terrorist organizations and strongholds in Libya now than there ever were before when Gaddafi was there. The people of Libya are suffering far more now than they were before. We also see this other effect on our own national security, where our regime change war policy has undermined our ability to negotiate with Kim Jong-un in North Korea towards denuclearization. You have the leaders of North Korea time and time again have said, hey, look, we're developing nuclear weapons as the only deterrent that'll work against the United States coming in and overthrowing our government. Said it over and over and over again. And they've pointed to examples like Libya, saying that, well, you guys are saying you want to come in and negotiate with us to get rid of our nuclear weapons. You told Gaddafi the same thing. You said, hey, Gaddafi, get rid of your nuclear weapons program. We'll leave you alone. And then you went in and overthrew Gaddafi. Why will this be any different with us? And then you've got John Bolton as then the national security director for Trump, going on television or giving speeches saying, yeah, you know, we're going to approach North Korea with the Libya model. He said that. And so when we wonder, like, hey, why aren't these? And I think Trump was right, and I've said it publicly. Trump is right to have direct negotiations with Kim Jong-un, but he hasn't gotten anywhere. And you've got to look at why. And this is one of the reasons why. Continuing to say, hey, no, we're not going to overthrow you in your government, Kim Jong-un. But on the other hand, you're continuing the policies that directly undermine your ability to make that agreement that'll hold and that'll stay. And as a result, now, you know, we have North Korea that's nuclear weapons program is continuing to escalate. Their capabilities are continuing to grow, and it poses a threat not only to, you know, my folks in Hawaii, the people of Hawaii, given our proximity to North Korea, but their capabilities now, they're extending across the West Coast, they're extending across the country, posing a very direct existential threat to our country and to our people. So you see how that decision that was made about Libya, these decisions that are ongoing, you see the pulling out of the Iran nuclear agreement. North Korea says, hey, you guys made an agreement with them. You got a different president elected. He tore up that agreement. Why should we think that's going to be any different with us? So these policy decisions that are being made are very directly connected in having the effect ultimately of undermining our national security and making the American people less safe.
I'll tell you, I think a couple things come up from just kind of on what you're saying, and this is kind of my perspective on it. When we talk about, hey, when you go in somewhere, you've got to know what the end state is. You got to know what you got to know where you're going and when you're going to leave. Got to have an exit strategy. What's really hard about that is we don't necessarily know, and war is so unpredictable that you may. You know, there's a chance that you went in and killed Gaddafi, and then all of a sudden some benevolent person steps up, and all of a sudden you've got this flourishing democracy. Okay, what are the chances of that? No, very small, but you don't know that it's going to go into this completely failed state. You have high hopes. Maybe your intel people are saying you this. It's like when we did the Bay of Pigs. All the Cubans in America were like, yep, as soon as you guys hit the beaches, all the Cubans are going to be on our side. It's going to be good to go. All the Cubans that supported America were in America. Yeah. We showed up there and they were like, what are you doing? Yeah. No, this is our country. So we don't necessarily know where we're going to go, which means you've got to have, once again, like the open mind to say, oh, this isn't going the way we thought it was going to go. How are we going to adjust right now to prevent this from getting worse? Which means what you really have to do is, prior to intervening in other countries, you have to assess what sacrifices you are willing to make to get the result that is positive. And those could be massive. You know, I always talk about, if you're going to go to war, you've got to have the will. And that will comes in two forms. Number one is the will to kill. Because when you go to war, you are going to be killing people. You're going to be killing the enemy, and you're going to be killing civilians. And that's not what we're trying to do. And believe me, the U.S. military goes through great lengths to prevent that from happening, but it is going to happen. It's war. So you have to be willing to kill. You have to be willing to have that happen. And you have to be willing to die, because when you go to war, there's going to be American kids that are not going to come home. And so you have to have those two wills. That's before you go in. So you can't look at it and say, well, you know, we can go into Libya, we can move this guy, and probably it'll turn out okay, so we don't have to worry about what the sacrifices are going to be. Another thing to think about, when we went to war when we went to World War II, World War I, those kids, 18 years old, 17 years old, those kids went to war until the war was over. They went on deployment. Like now, you know, in the Navy, in the Marine Corps, it's a 6-7 month deployment. In the Army, sometimes it's a 14-month deployment, and then they're going to rotate back to the States. In World War II, it's like, oh, cool. Yeah, we're at war. You'll be home when it's over. So 5 years, 4 years. If that was our attitude going into the war, this is so important to us that Johnny is going to get on a ship and he's going to sail to the Pacific. And if he comes home, it's going to be in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. That's what we're talking about. That's the level of commitment we have. So when we start looking at going into other countries, we need to start thinking, okay, what level of commitment do we really have to make this successful? And like, even when I look at Iraq, you know, I was in Iraq, I fought in Iraq. From a granular perspective, being on the ground, Battle of Ramadi, 2006, the citizens of Ramadi, the normal citizens of Ramadi, were overjoyed that we were there. And it was like we were angels to go there and help them get rid of these heinous Al-Qaeda insurgents, which eventually became ISIS. Unfortunately, you know, we did a great job. Ramadi was the model of counterinsurgency for about 7 years, and it was less violent than many cities in America. And I had great pride and at least understood the sacrifices, my friends that were killed, my friends that never came home, my friends that won't get to have kids, right? They did all that. They gave all that. And I was able to look around and say, you know what? These folks in this foreign country, they have an opportunity for freedom. And unfortunately, because of politics and whatever, we said, okay, you know what? We're not staying there. We're going to leave. As soon as we left, everybody that had been on the ground in Iraq was like, this is probably not a good idea. This is probably not a good idea to bail out right now. We don't need to leave a massive force there, but, you know, if we leave a few, we leave a couple brigades worth of men, then, we'll probably be able to handle any problems that happen. Well, we didn't. We left completely. And those insurgents that were there, they were like little embers, and they started to get fired up again. And then the next thing you know, you had ISIS. And by the way, ISIS marched back into Ramadi, and the reports we got from people on the ground that we knew was that ISIS came in, and anyone that had worked with coalition forces on any level, they would murder the whole family. There's about 500 families that were completely murdered. So when we talk about these things, we have to be very sure about what we're going to do. We have to recognize that we can't predict everything, because we can't. I don't care how good you are, and care how many analysis you put on something. When you start throwing human nature into a leadership vacuum, all these things are going to break out, and it can go very, very bad. It can go well too, but it can go very, very bad. And so what are we willing to sacrifice? What are we willing to spend? How many of our brothers and sisters in uniform are we willing to sacrifice to make this happen? And how does it help our national security? I believe right now, had we stayed there, Iraq would be a pretty strong, positive place right now if we had kind of completed the mission the way that we should have. Again, when we go back and we say, okay, well, what countries is it worth going into? You know, where are we going to go? How do we draw that line? How do we make that decision? For me, this is what we do as leaders. What we do as leaders, we look at a situation and sometimes, you know, you got to ask yourself, do we have a moral obligation to go somewhere? If there's a genocide happening, if there's another Rwanda happening where 800,000 Tutsis are killed in 100 days with machetes, if that's going on, do we have a moral obligation to try and do something to help that? Hey, that's a decision you have to make. That's a hard decision to make as a leader, because guess what? You're going to lose 30, 40, 100 Americans that are going in there and trying to shut this thing down. But that's the type of thing we need to think about. And that's why, as a leader, you want to have an open mind. You want to have your ego completely out of it. Because it's real easy to say, we're America. This is what we do. We're going to win. It's like, no, actually, we made a bad decision, and we're actually leaving right now because we think the expenditure from here on out is going to be too high. Unfortunately, I think in Iraq, we paid the upfront expenditure. We had invested lives and treasure to try and get that place stabilized. We had done a decent job. We were almost there, and we left early. And all of a sudden, we look around and go, oof. But that's why these things are important to think about thoroughly, as Tulsi said, before you go. we don't know what's going to happen. And, you know, if you're going to get in a street fight, Joe, like, you look, as capable as you are, as capable as I am at street fighting, that's great. There is that 10% chance that that guy pulls out a knife and sticks it in your neck. And are you willing to sacrifice that? Now, if the guy's doing something to an innocent person and you go, you know what? I got to take that risk right now. I'm going to go in and I'm going to get this thing handled. Those are hard decisions to make, and we have to think through them.
If there was, very well said, if there was one thing when I brought you two together that I thought that you might disagree on, it would be this stance on non-interventionist foreign policy. I don't know if that's even the right word, disagree. But I think there's nuances to these decisions and these things you talk, and I think you would agree with that.
Yeah.
And Rwanda, what you talked about, is a great example.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a moral responsibility to go in when you see some atrocities being committed? I mean, that's one thing that people either pro or con on is the United States, are we the police force of the world? Are we the moral high ground?
Yeah, I don't, just listening to you, Jock, I think that, I don't think that we actually disagree very much. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think there are important distinctions to be made. You know, my opposition to regime change wars should not be mistaken for isolationism, nor should it be mistaken for anything other than what it is. Let's stop fighting regime change wars that are so often waged in the guise of humanitarianism, but they are pushed forward for other reasons, or they're political reasons or corporate reasons or whatever, and they try to get the sympathy of the American people, and they use the same words, you know, this guy's a monster, this is this. When you actually peel back the layers, there are ulterior motives in place that set the pretext to use our military to go and overthrow a regime in another country or topple a dictator, that ultimately ends up more often than not resulting in the lives of the suffering, more suffering for the people in the countries we're supposedly trying to go and help. However, I've been very strong on this. We're talking about Al-Qaeda, ISIS, these other jihadist terrorists who are a threat to our national security. We need to stay strong in defeating that threat. That is our function as warriors, as service members in the military, is to go and protect and defend the American people and to take out those who seek to do us harm. In the case of a genocide like Rwanda, where there is killing of people at a massive scale, we look to see, hey, is there something that we can do to help end this genocide? Can we work with other countries? Can we bring together a coalition that can effectively stop this genocide? And if the answer to that is yes, then we should do so. But the problem that we've seen a lot more recently is you'll see the word genocide being used very loosely as an excuse to go and say, hey, well, you know, go and topple this dictator who is inflicting a genocide on their own people without it actually meeting the criteria of a genocide, when really there's a conflict within the country, whether it be based on politics or power or whatever. That's a very different thing than this, than like what we saw in Rwanda, for example. So as you say, I agree. I think before we go in and make this decision to take military action, we've really got to look very carefully at what is the situation? Where is the information that we're coming from? Is it coming from people who are pushing their own narrative for their own interests, where they're not really caring about the interests of the people in these countries or the interests of the American people and our troops? They got their own thing going on. We've got to be able to know that and understand that, and approach this decision not based on a knee-jerk emotional reaction.
And Jocko, what you were talking about earlier is so important here, that when you are on one side and the other side's doing something, no matter what, you can never say, well, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. You hate that other side. This is a perfect example. When Trump wanted to pull people out of Syria, people on the left were saying no. People on the left were supporting military action in Syria. And I was like, this is bonkers.
It's the upside down.
It's weird.
Yes, and it's because they despise. They completely hate Trump.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know you got friends that hate Trump more than anything in the world. I got friends that hate Trump more than anything in the world. and it doesn't matter what he does. They have such a passionate hatred for him that he could just, cure cancer, and people would say, well, he did it for his own good.
I have friends that hate him, and I have friends that like him, and I have friends that love him, and that's what's hilarious to me. Whenever he does something, I love to call the friends who hate him and just have them scream and yell and rant about it and go, "Why are you so worked up, man?" Like this is like this quid pro quo thing. I've never heard that goddamn expression more in my entire life. Like, who the hell ever thought that quid pro quo would be like a gigantic talking point on every single major news station, every newspaper?
Yeah.
It's a weird time conflict wise in terms of just people's inability to just look at things with nuance and look at the complexity of these conversations and just say you're on Team Trump or you're not. You're with us or you're against us. You're pro this or you're anti-democracy.
You talk about how Trump's kind of the guy for the assholes. Like the assholes are fun.
Assholes.
Yeah. And at the other end of the spectrum is people that they just can't believe it insults their very being that this guy is the president of the United States.
Yeah.
It insults their very being, and they're so offended by it that it doesn't matter what he does.
It's true, but then there's so many people that are like, you know what? At least I'm not getting robbed of my taxes. At least I'm not getting called a bigot because I don't want 6'6" men who transitioned to being a woman last week to play against my daughter in a basketball game. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the world we're living in, where people are like, I'm going with Trump. Yeah. He's talking. Look, Kanye West is in the White House. He's not a racist.
Yeah.
And this is where we're living now. It's this weird society that we have today where there's so much coming at us, and you can't pay attention to all of us. And between all the pop culture nonsense and the fucking ice caps are melting, the environment, the ocean's on fire, everyone's scared of everything.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, there's all this political stuff that's going on. You don't have time to pay attention to all of it. If you tell me you're abreast of all of it, I'll tell you you're a liar.
Well,
there's no way.
Let me say something else as well. So I have a consulting company, and I go around the country and I talk to every level in the chain of command, including the frontline troops, guys that work construction, guys that work gas oil, guys that are out, linemen that are out, manufacturing everything.
Dude, that's just 80 of them.
Most of them, they're not out on the fringe somewhere. You know what they're thinking about? They're not thinking about what Trump's doing. They're actually thinking about, how they're if they're gonna get to take a couple days off over Labor Day weekend. They're thinking about do they save enough money that they can get a new truck? That's what they're concerned about. They're not thinking about this. They're trying to live their normal lives. And when I was on Ben Shapiro's program, and he just came at me like, it's so all this divisiveness, and I said, well, you live, that guy lives at ground zero for political just detonation, right? And I said, that's not normal life. It's not normal for everyone else, Ben. Like, I get it, that's what it's like for you, but that's not what it's like for everyone else. So even as the country seems so divided, you got to remember, the people that we hear that are so divisive are the loudmouths on either end.
Yes.
And most people aren't getting in Twitter fights about whatever. They're not. They're out trying to make a living.
Yeah, and what's something that you and I think can relate to is that a lot of these people don't have anything that brings them together, and I think they should all join a jiu-jitsu gym.
100%.
They all took jiu-jitsu. Politics and all that stuff aside, the people that, as weird as it seems, the people that choke you and you choke and you get armbarred by, those are your brothers and sisters. And you realize, like, the way we look at politics, the way we look at decisions and, what you can agree or disagree on, the direction of the country, there's a lack of community. There's a real lack of understanding that we're supposed to be, as the United States of America, we're supposed to be a giant community. We're supposed to be a family. And this is not how people are viewing it now. We're viewing it like there's this gigantic battleground, that the world is in an uprising right now. And I don't necessarily think that's true.
You know what else, too? Is, and I hear you say this time sometimes, and I get what you're saying. But, you'll say, hey, this person's in a cubicle and they hate their job and they hate their life. And that's like, of course, most people aren't like that. I get it that there's some people that end up in jobs that they don't want to do. And I certainly couldn't see Joe Rogan sitting in a cubicle or on a manufacturing line. But like, I got a factory up in Maine. These people that are up there working, they love it. They're Americans that love hard work, and they're building an American product. And it's like, oh, okay, this is what I do. They'll stay extra time. They'll do whatever they can. They love it.
They're working for you, though. They're excited.
Yeah, but they're still working. They're still working 9 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, working in a factory.
Right.
That's what they're doing. And they love it. And you know what they want? They want to have a good economy. They don't want the government to mess with them. It's like, okay, that's what they want. So it's weird how the social media that we complain about is just it's an amplification of the extremes. That's what it is.
Right.
And most people aren't sitting there arguing about what Trump did or what Hillary Clinton did.
It's a gigantic, a hugely small percentage of the population that is doing all the discourse on Twitter. It's really
It's
tiny.
like 2%.
And if you look, there's a few people that I follow that I don't follow. I just have them bookmarked just because they're just bananas. And I'll go to their page and just look, and they're literally arguing with people about politics or whatever, gender studies, and they're doing it 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
They're just at it. They're just frothing at the mouth, sweating palms, just phones slipping out of their hand, banging away with their thumb, and they're doing it all day.
Do you think that, or I think that has something to do with the fact that they're living some kind of a decent life? I mean, as far as they have food,
Yes.
they have an iPhone.
There's
right?
no wolves in the
There's no
streets.
wolves in the streets, and they're not worried about it.
Yeah.
And that's why when we talk about worldwide problems, what I think is what you do, the best possible thing that we can do in this country to help all these problems, every single problem that we've talked about, build a strong economy.
Yes.
Build a strong global economy. That's the best thing you can do.
100%.
Build a business. Make people have a little bit more money.
Yes.
That's how you get it done. And that's why, like from my perspective, you get involved in a business, you start a business, you move, you help people, you build a product that people want, you build a business, you help the economy, and that is what equalizes the world more than anything else.
Well, that's also argument for Team Trump. I mean, that's Trump's argument. Is what he's doing is he's boosting up business in the United States, and whether or not you love him or hate him, what he's doing is having a positive net effect on the global economy, or particularly the United States economy, and that's going to make us stronger. I mean, this is whether you love him or hate him, you've got to look at that objectively and go, okay, well, is there any merit to what he's saying? Well, I don't understand economics. I just trust people that study it. I don't have the time. But they're saying, yes, in some ways, he's doing things that benefit business.
I think that the trouble with the approach that Trump has taken, he obviously he's got his shtick and he's got the things that he's got his talking points, the things that he says, but he is continuing this mentality when we look at like the trade war with China and the trade conflict that he started with Canada and now with different European countries. It's the zero-sum mentality that in order for us and our economy and our people to win, then the people or the economies of these other countries have to suffer. And that's where I agree with what you just said, Jocko, about building helping grow a strong global economy. Shared prosperity. I mean, you look at the opportunity that would provide for peace and less conflict, rather than what we're seeing, and this is playing out in real time with China right now, where you see this trade war that is escalating, a tariff war that's escalating. I have met with farmers in Iowa who are hurting tremendously because of this trade and tariff war, manufacturers, small business owners, and the danger of this continuing to grow and continuing to escalate. An economic war can very easily turn into a hot war. And we're talking about a nuclear-armed country where these ever-escalating tensions push us closer and closer to the brink of nuclear catastrophe. Something nuclear strategists are saying that we are closer to now than at least in a generation. I think this is where the foreign policy that I'm putting forward to the American people, that I will lead with, is one that is focused on engaging with other countries, being that force for good, focusing on cooperation rather than conflict in every respect, being able to work out, we do have trade differences with China. There's no question about that, but being able to do so in a way that is not further pushing us closer and closer to the brink of a hot war and potentially with disastrous.
Can you get into that? Like,
consequences.
what is the trade? What is the issue with China? Like, what is Trump feels like we don't have a fair deal, right? That's what he's stated.
I think that I think his diagnosis, I think, is correct. I think that's widely accepted. There's, the ongoing trade imbalance with China and some of the issues with IP theft. I think those are the top two that come to the forefront. The problem is not with the diagnosis of the issue. It is how he's going about it in a very, shoot from the hip kind of way. I mean, he's like almost conducting his negotiations via Twitter. He's got negotiators who are sitting across from the Chinese saying, hey, okay, we're getting closer to a deal. We're going to work this out. Then all of a sudden something goes out on Twitter and they're like, whoa, man, like the whole thing just changed, which, it's maybe funny when Trump is putting out something with Trump Tower in Greenland, but when there are such real consequences to the day-to-day lives of the American people, and when we're pushing us closer and closer to the brink of a nuclear catastrophe, escalating these tensions with countries like China and with Russia, it's serious. The stakes are very high. And so this is more about how Trump is doing this in such an irresponsible way that's creating destabilization and uncertainty, both with our economy and also in our relationships with other countries.
It's everything that made him famous as a businessman. All the brashness, all the shooting from the hip.
Yeah.
The idea that everybody thought that he was going to change when he got into the White House is hilarious. The guy's 73.
Oh, I actually, you can laugh at me then, because I thought, well, he got elected. I was like, okay, well, this is going to be interesting to see him, kind of become presidential. And then, like, whatever, one day into it, he was sending out a tweet about somebody. I was like,
Rosie
okay.
O'Donnell's a pig.
And he's, yeah, exactly.
He's so crazy.
But what that means is he's unpredictable, right?
Yes,
And so he's the
yes.
guy in the bar that you look at and you're like, well, I'm just going to give that guy a little extra clearance because he looks like he's crazy.
Right.
So I think that might be what he either thinks he's doing or not. But here's the interesting thing about this, okay? And I don't want to quote numbers on these things because I'm not sure what they are right now, but I got a factory up in Maine. We make clothes, we make jeans, we make jiu-jitsu gis, all right? All made in America from the cotton that's grown in America. It's woven, we weave it in our factory. We're doing everything here. Now, there's things like labor. Labor is more expensive in America because we pay our workers because they're awesome. And so it costs a little bit more to build the product. If you have a Chinese company that can make a jiu-jitsu gi and they're paying their workers $1 a day, literally, and then they can ship that gi over here, well, then they can beat us on the price. Their quality's not as good, but they can beat us on the price. And someone goes, okay, well, I can pay, $70 for this Chinese gi or $100 for this American gi. Okay, I'm going to buy the Chinese one at $70. So, and this part happened again. The details I can't quite remember, but they said, hey, we're not going to put a tariff on gis coming into America because they can't be made here. Because they can't be made here. And guess what?
This is specific to gis?
Specific.
Wow.
It was like, okay.
They can't be made
They can't be made here. And it was actually pretty true.
When was this?
I don't know. Again, I'm stepping out on a ledge here. I got to have my buddy Pete come on this podcast.
They've been made here forever, though.
No, they haven't. They've been made in Pakistan and China, and there was one company that was making them down in Brazil. But we said, no, actually, they can't be made here, and we're making them here. And they put a 7% tariff on gis from overseas. Whoa. And so now that kind of equalizes the price. Ours is a little bit more expensive, but it's made in America and it's higher quality. So people say, okay, we'll buy them here.
Are you the only company in America
the only company in America that is making these?
So all these companies that are American companies, they're buying them overseas.
100%. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. And
what's your gi company, just so everybody knows?
It's originmaine.com. And originmaine.com. And
Maine.
Yep.
Maine the state.
I was talking to my business partner and I was in the airport and I go, hey man, how many people do you know that train jiu-jitsu? And he's like, I don't know, like 30. And I go, how many people do you know that have a pair of jeans? And he said, everybody. And I said, why don't we make jeans? So we started making jeans. Yeah. It's a good call because everybody has jeans. Because I was in the airport and I'm looking around and, it was whatever, 98 people out of 100 are wearing jeans because we're Americans. Yeah. And is there anything more American to make it an American company than jeans?
Do you make jeans with stretch in them?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is the important question.
Everything. That's everything.
Truly.
Man.
Yeah.
It's like, if, otherwise you're making them out of coal.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was your company. I think one of the first podcasts I listened to from your show at the very end, you and Echo Charles were talking about Origin. You're like, I'm wearing Origin jeans and this and that about Origin. I was like, dang, they must be pretty good sponsors.
What is that boot company that you're involved with?
Origin. We're
That's
making boots
same
as well.
thing as well.
And this is the awesome thing about this is you're from New England. Well,
Yes.
in that part in Maine used to be like the textile and clothing capital of America for sure. They made boots, they made bass, they made all these things, bass boots, bass shoes. They made all these textiles up in Maine. And when the trade war started, it all went away. It all went away in the 70s and the 80s. And they literally took those machines and shipped them overseas to India and Pakistan. And there was, my buddy Pete, there was one loom. You know what a loom is?
Yeah.
It's this big thing that's got like 8 billion parts to it. He wanted
Much
to get
better.
a loom because he realized that the only way you could get material for a gi was to weave it yourself. Otherwise, you had to buy it from China or Pakistan. So he goes up to Lewiston, Maine. There's a 500,000 square foot abandoned factory. It has one loom in it, rusty, hasn't been used in 30 years. And he found this old timer that used to work on the looms. Him and his buddies, they went and dragged this thing out of this factory. They brought it into this little factory that he had built himself out in the middle of the woods and started taking apart this loom and reassembling it and started weaving material and making gis. Now, that was 5 years ago. We started working together. We merged together 3 years ago. He had 4 employees back there. We have 60 now. We're making stuff all the time. But this is when I talk about building the economy, that's what I'm talking about. And so these areas up in New England, up in Maine, that used to be the so productive, there wasn't jobs up there. And now it's like, oh yeah, we got jobs, and we're going to continue to build that company and just bring manufacturing back to America. So these are things that I think help. When I talk about the global economy, you know who's going to want American jeans made at Origin in Maine? You know who's going to want those? People in China, people in Japan. They're going to want these jeans because they've got soul, man. They got soul. They're real.
It's one of the best commercials I've ever heard. Lewiston, Maine. That's where Muhammad Ali knocked out Sonny Liston.
Yeah, there you go.
Rematch.
Yeah.
That's a great place to start a company like that. That's amazing.
I think that's where as we talk about overall trade policy and where we've gone wrong. You're saying, what happened back in the 70s and 80s. You saw how, these massive trade deals that were put in place, really the people who benefited most from them were the multinational corporations.
The corporations, you
who
are
were
100%
exporting
right.
these jobs. And it was those mom and pop, those small business owners and manufacturers who suffered the most. And that's where I think as we look at, trade negotiations with China, as we look at some of these trade deals with countries like India and others, that's where we've got to get back to. Rather than just making sure the largest corporations have a seat at the trade negotiations tables, we've got to have those small business voices, those small manufacturers, and make sure that our policy is actually helping empower and strengthen the backbone of our economy that has been before and that we need to bring it back to. That helps improve the quality of life for the people who are working, working in Maine, manufacturing your jeans and your gis, and this is and having such great pride in doing so, knowing like, hey man, this is made in America. I've seen your packaging. It says "We the people." Like, what more powerful words are there? They're the first words of our Constitution for a reason. That is what should be at the forefront of our policies across the board and all these different issues. If the first interest is not we the people, as it has been for so long, then we see what goes wrong, and then the consequence, we the people suffer.
So what's going on right now, the consequences of this issue, this trade war with China, where it's really hitting, you were saying, is there's people in America that they're selling things to China?
Yeah, well, I give you one. I mean, you've heard a lot from like corn and soybean farmers in Iowa. That's a story that's been in the news a lot. We were at a farmer's market I think it was in Des Moines recently, and we're kind of walking through and picking up some food and veggies and stuff like that. And we stopped at an apple orchard that had a whole table with all these different beautiful, amazing apples. Just started talking to the guy. Him and his wife run this apple orchard. And he said, the trade and tariff war with China has hit us really hard. I said, wow, that's surprising to me. Tell me more. And he talked about how, I said, do you export your apples to China? And he said, no, not at all. We sell our apples in Iowa and in the Midwest. And that's it, local and regional customers. What happened was the apple farms in Washington state selling Honeycrisp apples that they do export to China, when this trade and tariff war started, they couldn't anymore. That market was completely blocked off to them. And so what they started doing was shipping their apples to the Midwest at a fraction of the price that the local Iowa apple farmer was able to charge to his clients, whether they're restaurants or supermarkets or whatever. And he lost tens of thousands of dollars just over the last year as a result. And this year, he said, is not looking very good as well. As long as this thing continues, it's gonna have a disproportionate negative impact on his family farm, essentially. So, they're the obvious kind of headline grabbing impacts, but then you look at the downstream. You look at, a friend of mine has a small business that he does do business with China. He has things that are made in China, and there's a level of uncertainty. He doesn't know how far ahead he can plan to purchase. How much should he plan to purchase? Are things going to get better, so you should just do a little bit now and then wait? Or just the level of uncertainty and destabilization it's created, I think has been the most negative impact on people here at home.
There's some legitimate concerns too, though, right? Like Huawei's a weird one. That one, I'm a kind of a
there
tech,
are legitimate concerns. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of a tech dork, and I love looking at one of the things that China does particularly well, particularly Huawei, is innovation with cell phone technology. I mean, they make the most spectacular cameras. They were way ahead of the curve on a lot of different features, and they continue to do that. And they were selling them in America up to a point, and then that cut off. And it cut off with the first time I've ever heard national security concerns because of a cell phone company. And it just makes you go, whoa, is this real? And it's real cloudy. Like, you talk to people on the tech side, and they said this doesn't make any sense. But then you talk to people on the intelligence side, and they said this makes all the sense in the world. Like, this is a shifty company that's inexorably tied to the Chinese government. Mm-hmm. There's no difference between the government and this company. They are moving. They have a long game, and this long game is provide backdoor access so that data can be stolen, have that built into systems, and they've caught them doing this before. So they're like, you got a finger in the dam here, and this whole thing can come tumbling down if you don't stop this company.
Yeah, I think some of those concerns are very valid when you're talking about Huawei, but I think also just the issue of building these backdoor entries into our technology is something that we are very concerned about, both happening here at home. This has been an issue that we've been dealing with in Congress, where because of provisions that were passed in the Patriot Act, there were loopholes that have been exploited by some of our tech companies working with some of our intelligence agencies to build these backdoors into their systems, into their programs, or into their hardware, which directly violates the civil liberties and Fourth Amendment rights for us as Americans. And I think that points to the bigger issue of civil liberties and privacy and the growing power that the tech industry has, that we've got to be very, very, in my opinion, concerned and careful of, and actually exercising the kind of oversight and accountability that we should have been doing, frankly, a long time ago.
Tech is a really important conversation to have with you right now. You're in the middle of this lawsuit with Google.
Yeah.
Explain that.
So the first debate that we had in this presidential election, we had hoped that I would do well going into it, and that people would go and start their internet search and say, hey, who is Tulsi Gabbard? I've never heard of her before. And so we went and got the Google ads set up, got them approved. Everything was ready to rock and roll. I was the most Googled candidate of the night, as I have been for every debate that I've participated in. The issue was, during that first debate, while that peak period was happening, our Google ad account was suspended by Google with no explanation whatsoever. No, like, hey, you guys. There was nothing like, hey, you guys screwed up, fix this, and then we'll put your account back in.
Yeah, it's Bill. How are you? Good to hear from y'all.
That is so sketchy.
It's so sketchy.
And so, you know, our tech guys are freaking out. They're like, man, this is what we were waiting for. Now you guys took our account down. Tell us what we got to do to get it back up. And we didn't hear back for a while. Once we started hearing back, we heard back from different people with different answers. Nothing clear cut to say, you did this wrong, fix this, we'll put your account back. Nothing. And then all of a sudden, you know, hours and hours had gone by, and then our account was reinstated without any explanation about what happened. And, you know, this is bigger than just the loss in opportunity that my campaign had because this happened on that night during that peak period. It's a bigger issue about the power that this corporation has in Google in interfering essentially in fair elections and in what kind of information they are willing to put in front of people.
Don't they own Boston Dynamics too? Does Google own Boston Dynamics?
I think they did, and they sold it.
Good move.
Like a year ago or something.
Bring it.
Jocko's ready for the robot war. I watched Black Mirror. I'm not in.
I'll tell you what, you get extra double bonus credit from me right now, Tulsi, because that right there is so crazy. And for you to be like, yeah, it's bad for me, but it's also bad for the American people. Yeah. I would have been stuck at bad for me if that were you. That is gnarly.
It's so gnarly that they did that. And it's so transparent. And very few people talked about it, and very few people know about it.
Exactly.
That's what was so stunning about it. It's like there's people pulling strings. Who, why, undefined, and no investigation into it until you put out this lawsuit. There's really no way to find out.
Yeah, it started to force that conversation that we're continuing to push to the forefront about how, particularly with Google and Facebook, the inordinate amount of power that they have to, as we sit and type in a Google search for whatever, or, you know, what's popping up on our Facebook feed, they control that.
I think that we have a real issue in this country with advertising in those things, in Google and Facebook, a real issue that it's never really been fully discussed because those things just sort of came up out of nowhere. You know, we had social networks, we had MySpace, and we had, you know, we didn't think anything of it. And then all of a sudden, not only are they here, but they have this extraordinary amount of influence.
Yeah.
They have algorithms. So it's not just they're putting out what people put out. They have algorithms that figure out what you're into and then show you that. So if you're just really in a conflict, which most people are, they're just showing you conflict all day long, and it's getting everybody riled up. So it's having a direct effect, whether it's planned and coordinated or not. It's having a direct effect on discourse in this country.
It is.
And I think it's one of the reasons why what you were talking about before, where you're either with us or you're against us, and it's never been more hard line than it has been right now. And all of this is because of advertising money.
Yeah.
And advertising what? Like, what are you even selling? All you're doing, you're just a portal to connect people with each other, and through that you're gaining an insane amount of influence, and an extraordinary amount of money is being generated, and we never agreed to it.
Right.
It's just sort of, we just looked down, we saw the ad, oh, what are they selling? Oh yeah, okay, that looks like a nice watch. And then we just
all of us,
and then everybody's just getting bought and sold. And it's happening to a point now where that is one of the main town halls, one of the main places where people discuss ideas in the world, is these social media networks. And they're not getting smaller, they're only getting bigger, so they keep growing and they keep stacking up. And whether it's Google or Facebook or any of the Twitter or any of these, the amount of influence they have is insane. And they're just people. They're just people. These are just regular folks. Like, I know Jack Dorsey. He's a nice guy. He's just a regular fucking person. The fact that this guy has so much power, this company has so much power, that any of these companies have so much power. We are not ready for this. And this is happening right under our noses, and it's happening so quickly. And then when something like your Google situation happens, where it's like, whoa, 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 not only are you profiting, but now you're fucking pulling strings. You're showing us you're pulling strings. And everybody's like, well, what's going on? Nothing. Oh, sure, her account got suspended. Whatever. No, they're interfering with democracy in this weird sort of semi-legal way. You know, like you could just say they violated policy. Like, what policy? What policy did you violate? Did they just cancel your ad?
They still have not told us that.
That's insane.
The policy you violated was being a viable candidate for president of the United States of America.
It has to be. It has to be.
Not only a viable candidate, but one that's saying, hey, you guys are too fucking big.
Yeah.
I'm going to break up these
Yes.
monopolies and provide the kinds of oversight and accountability that will protect the consumer, that will protect the American people, will protect fair and honest discourse, protect freedom of speech. That's the issue. And that's, frankly, that's a difference between me and somebody like Mayor Pete, for example. Other candidates, and he's not the only one, but other candidates who refuse to take a strong position in recognizing the threat to our public discourse and our democracy that these tech giants have really within the hands of just a few people. You have, I think this just broke in the news recently, Mark Zuckerberg, who, people were taught he's like wanted to run for president not that long ago and was seriously considering it. And he's trying to start his own cryptocurrency. He wants to have his own currency that he controls. Like, the amount of power this guy has and that he wants to continue to grow is so dangerous. He decided not to run for president, but he and his wife started emailing Mayor Pete's campaign manager saying, hey, here's some guys we think you should hire for your campaign. And so they hired 2 of Zuckerberg's Facebook guys who are now working for Mayor Pete's campaign. And so they're going to have a seat at the table should this guy get elected, which means Facebook's going to have a seat at the table.
Never mind if he gets elected, when he's got 2 people that are inside track at Facebook that show up there. I don't know if you've ever done anything with Facebook as far as advertising, but like people that understand how all that stuff works, I've talked to them before. It's a whole science behind it. So now that they're in there, he should get a big bump across the board.
Yeah.
I don't know Mark Zuckerberg, but I don't like the way he drinks water. You see, he takes those little sips when he's being grilled. Have you ever seen that? They're the weirdest little sips of water. I don't trust a person, man, woman, or non-binary creature that takes sips of water like that. That is just not the way you drink water. When you drink water, it's like, I'm thirsty. I'm gonna have some water. That's how you drink water.
Show me how he did it.
I'll show you. We'll play the video. It's like this. He's like, he puts this glass up to his mouth and like touches the lips with the water. It's like a robot. Here we go. Watch this. Look at this. He's a robot pretending to drink. Watch this. What the fuck is happening here? What is happening here? The water didn't move.
I never noticed this before.
It barely moved. It barely like slid.
I love that Jamie was able to find that so
Jamie's
fast.
a master. Jamie's a master.
So Tulsi, let me ask you this. From a strategic perspective, all right, do you feel like these moves, like you coming out strong against Google, Facebook, saying that you could break up those types of monopolies, strategically, are you thinking right now, well, maybe that wasn't the best call because, you could have not been so strong against them and played along with them a little bit. Maybe they look at you and go through the list that Joe went through earlier, which is you're a veteran, you're a woman of color, you're from Hawaii, you got this experience.
Congresswoman.
Yeah, Congresswoman. You got all this stuff. They could look at you and go, wow, yeah, she's good. We can get her on our side. And then maybe, increase your chances of getting elected. Then you get elected. Then you go, okay, you know what? I've thought about this. And guess what? We're not doing it that way. And I'm going to break you guys up. Do you think strategically, or is that just the type of person you are is like, you know what? I'm just going to tell the truth from the get go. Is that basically what we're doing?
I'm going to tell the truth and call it straight, no matter what. And no matter who I'm dealing with, because A, that's who I am. And B, people are sick and tired of politicians who play this game and do this political dance as they're trying to get people elected. And you're like, okay, well, if I just say this, or if I just kind of cozy up to these people or these interests, they can help me get elected. And then when I win, then I'm going to do the right thing. Well, guess what? When you win, okay, I've got to win the next re-election. That means I need more money from Wall Street. I need more money from Google. I need more money from these guys, so I can't say anything to piss them off just yet. I'm going to wait until I get re-elected. Then that's when I'm really going to start to do the right thing. And I think people across party lines are sick and tired of the same old politicians who say one thing and do another, and instead are looking for real leadership.
It just seems like there's a tipping point that we will have to reach before that actually happens. I don't know if we're there yet. It's kind of like, when I was on your podcast for the first time, Joe, and you told me to start a podcast. At that time, I don't know if you know this or not, it was 2015. The stats were that 17% of America were listening to podcasts. And now it's something like 78%. in 4 years, just totally different. But when you talk about Tulsi having a podcast, which you absolutely should, and by the way, all you need to do is go and do a question and answer town hall with people, have somebody record it, splice it up to the good stuff, and put that out 20 minutes long, people start to learn how you are. Yes. But my point is that change happened. And right now, you know, Joe Rogan has like the most powerful voice in media in a very short period of time. But 5 years ago, he didn't. You know, 5 years ago, it'd be like, oh, you want to sell a book, you better go on the big network. Yeah. Nowadays, oh, you want to sell a book, you try and get on Joe Rogan and he can peddle some book for you or get your product out there or help your campaign. We're like at that tipping point politically, it seems right now. And yeah, just what is it going to take to push people over the edge? That's the question.
I think that what we saw happen in 2016, I think pointed to that tipping point, and I believe that we are here because these are conversations that we're having in town hall meetings in different parts of the country, again, where we're building this coalition of Americans who are most interested in putting our country first, who are willing to disagree without being disagreeable, but understand we got to treat each other with respect and stand united around the principles and freedoms that bring us together, focusing on we, the people, putting the interests of the people first and foremost. And I would say that the vast majority of Americans have put up with the same old for so long and are sick and tired of this pay-to-play culture in Washington, of the political corruption that exists, of the, big money special interests who influence the decisions that leaders are making that benefit them instead of the people, that they're looking for a leader that says what they mean and mean what they say, and who will back that up with action. And I think that's where our opportunity, that's where we're seeing, support growing for my campaign. The more people hear about who I am, the background and experience that I bring to this job, and that I am willing to take a stand to speak the truth for the people, even against some of the most powerful interests. Honestly, our biggest challenge is getting in front of people, because most people in the country still don't know who I am, or you have people who maybe have heard about me, but they've gotten the corporate media narrative.
But they're Tulsi curious.
They're Tulsi curious. And really, that's a good way to put it. So that's really where our effort is focused now. New Hampshire is voting in less than 100 days. And so we're asking for support from people to make contribution to my campaign. Tulsi2020.com. Literally getting this support will make the difference for us to be able to bypass this corporate media narrative and actually communicate directly to voters, directly to people.
No one better than you knows that these tech companies have this extraordinary amount of power, and that it's just no one anticipated it. It came out of nowhere. What do you think could be done to ensure that people have a voice, and that this voice is not being manipulated because of financial interests or political interests? And this is where we're at today, that these companies, like it or not, they don't have to abide by the First Amendment. That's not what they do. They can decide, we're going to ban you based on your political leanings, there's a famous case out of Canada where a woman was having you know what a TERF is? It's a trans-exclusionary radical feminist. That's
never heard that before.
Radical feminists who don't believe that transgender women should be involved in women's issues, and that they shouldn't be able to vote on women's issues. And she was in an argument on Twitter. Her name is Megan Murphy. And she said, a man is never a woman. Why not? Twitter told her, you got to take that down. So she's a bit feisty. She took it down, took a screenshot, put it back up with the screenshot. She's like, okay, I took it down. There it is again, though. And they banned her for life.
Wow.
For life. So it's something like that where you can't even have opinions on things that are controversial without being removed from the discourse. We have a real problem with that.
Yeah.
That's a giant problem. This is just one social thing. It's a hot button issue right now, and whether or not whether it's just a fad or it'll go away or it'll be normalized, we don't know. But the fact that you don't have the First Amendment protecting people from a legitimate opinion that's actually based on, whether you like it or not, biological science. We're in a very strange time that a company, and I just use this as an example because You're talking about something where it's biologically clear that she's correct. Whether or not you socially think that people should be treated how they want to be treated and use the pronouns they want, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But you're talking about someone who's saying something that's biologically correct. So we have a problem. We're at a fork in the road, and we have to figure out how the hell this gets handled. Because if just social trends like this can dictate whether or not a person is removed from the conversation forever, we got a giant.
And there's no other option. There's no
Yes.
other alternative platform that you can participate in.
And that's just one example of the thousands and thousands of examples of people that are removed from conversations based on their political leanings, their ideologies. And
meanwhile, there's just unlimited hardcore pornography on Twitter,
Yeah.
which is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
But we can't say that about whatever that situation is, which I don't really understand. But
It's pretty
sounds
bonkers.
good.
And O.J. Simpson as well. O.J. Simpson's on Twitter, which is hilarious as well.
And also, I think that kind of thing is the kind of thing that gets a backlash from moderate people.
Oh, absolutely.
Where a moderate person sitting in Nebraska is like, well, who am I voting for? Well, these people are they're against this whole idea. Okay,
Yes.
looks like Trump is on my side. Here we go.
100%. And this idea that you can deplatform people and somehow or another it weakens the position that you don't agree with. It's the opposite. The opposite happens. You pump up the only hope that they have of getting their side of the story out there. Their side of the story is going to be represented by Trump and Trump supporters. And I don't know what the president can or can't do to sort of enforce some sort of. I mean, we obviously have a new situation when it comes to communication in this country with social media and tech companies.
Yes.
It's very new, and it's only the last couple of decades it's even been a thing, and now it's one of the biggest things in terms of discourse and how people communicate and how people form opinions about things. That's a tremendous influence on our culture.
Yeah.
And the fact that this isn't protected by the First Amendment, we have a very strange new force in our country when it comes to discourse. And I think laws need to be formed. We need to have some sort of parameters. There's laws on virtually everything. And virtually everything that has massive influence over the way it affects our country. And that's one where there isn't really. They're independent companies, and they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. It's limitless. I think I agree with you. I think I agree with you both with regards to the tech companies, but also this bigger kind of culture war that's happening in our country, this cancel culture that exists. That I think it threatens the kind of freedom of speech and discourse that I think we've celebrated in this country for so long, where this is the country where you can stand up and say what you believe, no matter how terrible I may think it is or how strongly I may disagree with it. People like us are willing to lay our life down for your right to do that. I think that's what is at risk here with this culture, this cancel culture that's having such a chilling effect, where people are maybe afraid to say something that may be seen as controversial or offensive to some, because they will get canceled. And in some cases,
so it is going to be this
people's, especially if you're a public figure, your whole career
this one right
can
here.
be just like gone, finished.
Cancel culture is real simple. Everyone now has a rock, and there's a big window. Someone throws a rock at that window, and you're like, well, I'll fucking throw my rock too. And that's what happens.
Yeah.
People just, whether or not they have a strong opinion on something or not, they just decide that's the spot we're throwing the rocks.
Right.
And they just chuck the rocks.
Right.
And then they feel like they have some sort of if a politician gets taken down, they're like, look, I helped.
Right.
Look at my Twitter feed. My Twitter feed's filled with calling that guy a piece of shit.
I was the first one. I was the first one that did it. I think that you mentioned was it happened in the debate? Kamala Harris was she like launched a petition or publicly was calling for Twitter to delete President Trump's account.
Yeah.
And she really made a big deal out of this. Did a whole media tour, like all this, called out Elizabeth Warren, all this stuff. I was asked about it by a reporter shortly after she had made this announcement. I did not even heard of it. Like, oh, what do you think about Kamala Harris calling on Twitter to cancel Trump's Twitter account? I said, well, I disagree with not everything, but a lot of what Trump says, but freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. So no, I completely disagree with her. And the response from her campaign spokesperson, no kidding, Tulsi Gabbard echoes Fox News talking points. Freedom of Fox News is saying, oh, well, what about freedom of speech?
By the way, Richard Spencer loves her.
Right. But that's like, this is where we're at. Like just saying, hey, freedom of speech. You're the president, whether you're the president of the United States or you're the guy sweeping the floor in the White House, I will stand up and fight for your freedom of speech. I may disagree, and I may disagree publicly and strongly, but we've got to draw the line here for freedom of speech and being able to have this dialogue and discourse where we can. And I think that we should debate strongly and maybe passionately about some of these issues, not seeing that as a bad thing. That's been the strength of our country.
It'll be interesting, from a free market perspective, if at some point somebody comes out with a social media platform that is really, truly free speech.
Yeah,
right?
They have done that. They have done that, but they get taken over by trolls.
There's ThinkSpot getting run around right now.
Gab's one.
Yeah, it'll just be, but people have told me, tech friends of mine that say that immediately turns into, 4chan and 8chan. It just immediately goes into the gutter.
It's an open sewer. I mean, it's just like, have you seen those pipes that pump sewage into the ocean? Like, it's just green and disgusting. And it's not the fault of the social media companies. The companies like Gab, they're committed to free speech, and what they're trying to do is let it all work itself out and abide by the Constitution. Don't dox anybody. Don't give up anybody's address.
Right.
Don't threaten anybody or do any harm, and just talk crazy and do it anonymously. And that's what a lot of people are doing. But it's very difficult for even the people that felt like they were deplatformed or their voice wasn't being able to be heard. They don't want to join into this crazy shit because of 4chan and all those savages.
They're just trying to post pictures of their dinner, right?
Exactly. They can't even get it. It's so nuts. Even posting pictures of your dinner. You do that on Instagram, and if it's a dead deer or something like that, you're risking getting your picture taken down. It's the amount of power that's being exhibited by these social media companies. Again, no one anticipated this.
Yeah.
What could be done? What do you think could be done? Like, say, you become president. What would you do?
So I think there's two things here that we've talked about: the freedom of speech, the control over information. I think part and parcel to that we didn't really talk much about is how much of our private information these tech companies have and what they're doing with it. Maybe without us even knowing about how that's helping to drive up their profits. So I think it's both of those components we got to be concerned about. I think number one is we look at our antitrust laws that exist in this country for the protection of the consumer against any giant monopoly from coming in and being in a position to abuse their power, and apply those laws to these tech giants. I think the fact that Facebook owns, obviously, Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, I think that is the definition of a monopoly across platforms that many of us use because there isn't really a legitimate alternative option available to us. So I think that's the first thing, and looking at breaking up these monopolies. I think Facebook's co-founder, is it Chris Hayes, I think is his name. I think he wrote, a very compelling argument against Facebook monopoly, saying they have gotten way too powerful. They should not have been able to buy these other companies. And the second thing is Congress actually digging down and passing laws that provide actual oversight and a level of accountability to ensure that our freedom of speech and our freedom to access information is not impeded by these tech giants, whether it's for their own profits or to pursue their own political interests.
There's people inside of Twitter that are like Jack Dorsey believes, and at least according to what he's told me, that Twitter should be like a town hall where everyone should be able to have access. But he faces resistance to that inside the actual company that he's the CEO of. That there's so many people that don't think that that's the way it should be, and they think that they have a political or a social obligation to limit certain voices because those voices radicalize young people. Like, what do you say to those people?
I mean, without knowing examples of what they're citing, here's the thing: is what they may view as radicalizing young people because of the ideology that they as individuals may hold on to, may be seen in the opposite way by people who hold a different political ideology. You know, I think this is something that that we're seeing happening offline as well. You know, whether it's in college campuses or in other places where both sides view the other side as indoctrinating young people or indoctrinating people with their ideology. Look at Fox News and MSNBC. They are both pushing opposing narratives on, you know, news happenings of the day or whatever's happening in Washington. There, you watch the exact same thing happen. You know, the killing of Baghdadi. You saw a very different bias in the news that was being presented by these stories.
Did you see the Washington Post? Tell people what they said.
Well, they put a story up that I forget what the quote was.
I think
they
it
called
was
him
an
like
cleric,
religious cleric,
scholar.
something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what they called him.
What's that word? Astur? What is that word?
Astute?
No, religious scholar. I forget what word they used to describe him. Just try to find out what this. I think it's astur. Religious scholar. I was like, what? That guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how can you?
That's just insanity.
Yeah.
But how does that?
Offensive, man.
But how does that get through? How does? How does someone in the Washington Post go? Okay, I like what you did there.
Yeah.
Print that.
You can't even fathom.
Yeah. What's
where
that guy?
comes
Head
from.
of ISIS? Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Austere.
Astur. How do you say that word?
Austere.
Austere.
Austere. I never say that word. I just read it.
Yeah.
That was the first time in my whole life, 52 years of age, I've said it out loud. Religious scholar at helm of Islamic State dies at 48. What in the fuck?
Wow.
Religious scholar.
Well, at least when you zoom in on his eyes there, you can tell he's completely insane.
Yeah. Yeah. Zoom in on that, Jamie. Let me get a zoom. What?
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Whoa. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He got a hold of Trump Sudafed. Look at him.
Speaking of
just that title
yeah.
is so bananas.
Yeah.
It is. It's crazy. That's, as Tulsi just pointed out, that's someone driving a narrative, right?
Yes.
That's someone driving a narrative.
Yes.
Because somebody that doesn't understand this, that's their first glimpse of this reality, and their glimpse of this reality is that this guy was an austere religious leader.
What is the actual definition of austere? Let's pull that up because I want to find out how hilarious this really is because I think it's really hilarious.
Which, by the way, as Jamie's doing that, Washington Post owned by, oh, here we go.
Severe or strict in manner, attitude, or appearance, an austere man with a rigidly puritanical outlook. Too nice.
This guy was a Puritan as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, Puritan piece of shit. Having an extremely plain and simple style or appearance, unadorned. Okay, he's dressed like a genie. He's living in a hole in the ground, and he's running ISIS. You people are out of your mind.
It's offensive.
It's so strange. I mean, there's real monsters in this world. And when you add a bunch of words to a description of a real monster that make that person seem like they're a contributor to culture, it's just, and that's what it seems. Religious scholar. Oh, he's a religious scholar.
Right.
Must be a good guy. He's helping people out
Just
with
so
religion.
happened to be the
Meanwhile,
leader
he's
of
sawing
ISIS.
people's heads off.
That's right.
He's throwing gay people off the top
Right.
of buildings.
Right. Because they don't agree with his quote-unquote religious scholarly beliefs.
Such a strange choice. The fact that that's a mainstream publication, a huge newspaper, and that somehow or another slipped through the net. Like what?
Yeah.
The headline like that, front page, that's not slipping through the net.
No,
you know
it's
what I
not.
mean?
No, it's not.
That's planned.
But to someone like you, who's actually had to go over there and risk your life to fight guys like that, how sick does that make you to just read that?
It's awful for a couple reasons. Obviously, it's awful for the kind of straightforward reason that you realize that people are learning the wrong thing. They're going to understand this in the wrong way. That's one part of it. But the other part of it is that there's someone that wrote that headline.
Yeah.
There's someone that has a position of influence in the world that wrote that headline and said, yeah, this guy's an austere religious leader, scholar.
There's a guy, I forget his name. He's a famous Muslim commentator who's online, but he attacked that so viciously and talked about what a piece of garbage that guy actually was and how awful he is and how this goes against everything that a modern Muslim feels and thinks,
Yeah.
and that this person represent and to say a religious scholar is so deeply offensive. And that's fantastic. I wish I could remember that guy's name who did it. Mehdi, M-E-D-H-I. But this is the Washington Post. I mean, this isn't like someone's blog on Tinder or something or whatever, wherever you have blogs these days.
No.
This is a huge mainstream publication. And it just, the distorting of narratives is such a strange factor in today's culture. That we don't have a Walter Cronkite giving us the straightforward news every day on the air with no lean or slant and just give you the facts. We don't have that. No. We don't have what we thought of as, a top level newspaper from 1980 or whatever, where they were doing real journalism, trying to break down the story in a way that you could understand while you're drinking your coffee. Hey, is the world blowing up? Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, my dad pointed out to me, you were talking about there's nothing that unifies us anymore. And you're like, hey, everyone train jiu-jitsu. I obviously agree with that. But what my dad was telling me, that in the 60s and the 70s, there was one unifying thing that everybody did, which is watch Walter Cronkite on the news. And so when you showed up to work the next day, everyone had heard the same narrative. Yeah. And they could have disagreed on it, but they all had kind of the same basic fundamental facts. And so now we actually have people going home, and I'm going to jump into my bubble over here and watch Fox News, and you're going to get jumped into your bubble over there and watch MSNBC. And how do you even communicate with each other?
Yeah, we don't. We have so many choices, but so few paths.
I caught some Rachel Maddow one time, and I'd never watched her before. So I was like, okay, I'm going to watch her. And I was like, wow, just completely different than what I would see on Fox News. Completely different. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is hard to imagine. And you've seen the clips of when Trump won, of all the compilation of everyone's reaction, all the liberal reaction. They were but on the news.
Yes.
I mean, does MSNBC? They don't claim to be nonpartisan at all, do they? or news for that matter?
I think they don't have to. It's just they are MSNBC. Yeah. They don't have to have a directive. They just say, everyone knows. It's like there's an understanding when you're going there. You're either going to hate view, like you're either a Republican who's going there to see what these silly liberals are up to, or you're one of the converted, and she's preaching to the choir.
I think one interesting proof point of this is I think a poll came out yesterday on where the American people stand on impeachment, and something like 75-80% of Fox viewers oppose impeachment. And 75-80% of MSNBC viewers support impeachment. And they're covering the very same impeachment inquiry and hearings and witness testimony and all of that.
For you,
I don't think people even understand what that all means and whether or not it even has a chance of happening. Based on...
No, I don't think people do either.
They don't. It seems like some fun talking point, some gotcha thing where they've got them. Ukraine got him. We got him this time. Stormy Daniels didn't stick, but this one's gonna sink.
Yeah. Hey, you think to yourself, if Stormy Daniels didn't stick, I mean, come on, what else are you gonna do? He might as well just backed off and just try and work with the guy at that point. I would have been like, okay, you know what? He's Teflon. We just need to move forward.
There's a hilarious girl. I don't know who she is. Did I send you that video where the girl is getting people to get pumped up about impeachment, and she's got like rainbow colored hair, and she looks like a liberal. I think she even has one of those pink kitty cat hats on, and she gets them. She's like pro impeachment. They're like, yeah, impeach him, fucking impeachment. She goes, yay, President Pence, yay, and they're like, what?
Yeah.
And she's like, President Pence. Yeah. So if he gets impeached, then we get President Pence. And they're like, And she's like, maybe we should just let this play out. Huh?
Hold
like,
what you got.
probably just let him finish his term. But it is hilarious. It's hilarious because it's a sport. It's basically replacing. It's a sport for people who don't like football. Mm-hmm. It's like their idea of who's winning or losing this game is very personal, and they feel like their team got killed in 2016, and they're going to come back and kick ass in 2020, and that's what's going on, and everything they can get at them.
Well, not only that. I mean, it's that, but then you've got some folks some Democrat leaders in Washington who are saying, well, we need to get rid of Trump through impeachment to protect ourselves from possibly losing the election in 2020, which I think is just like an open admittal of, well, we don't think that we can actually beat him at the ballot box, so we're trying to use this political maneuver in order to get rid of him, even though it's highly unlikely that even if the House does vote to impeach, which isn't fully clear at this point, but even if that were to happen, the Senate is not going to convince 20. It's highly unlikely the Senate's going to convince 20 Republicans to vote with every Democrat to actually physically kick Trump out of office. And this is why, I mean, I've always maintained that, look, I look forward to beating Donald Trump at the ballot box, where the American people can unequivocally let their voices be heard saying, nope, we're done with the leadership and all that Trump brought to office, and we're choosing to go in a new direction.
Have you thought about what kind of nickname he'll have for you? Because you know he's going to come up with a nickname.
Yeah.
Did you see how they played you on Saturday Night Live?
I did.
Yeah, I was watching. I went on there because I said, I got to see what they did to her. And I was really curious about what they were going to do, how they were going to make you out. And they made you out to be like this super evil person.
Yeah.
I got a kick out of it.
Yeah.
What'd they do?
You didn't see it?
No.
Oh, it's funny.
It's a super short clip, but basically they're like, there is a villain amongst all of these candidates, and that villain is Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh God!
Who strikes fear into the heart of every other person up here? Something like that.
Like a Despicable Me type cartoon villain.
They portrayed me as like a Cruella de Vil.
Yeah. The thing is, I was thinking as it was playing out, they don't show you for a while, and I go, they're not even going to put her in here. I was like, they're not even going to put her in here. They Clinton got to her and said, I don't want this girl getting any airtime at all. Lock her down.
It's just so interesting to me that it's so clear that you're a vibrant candidate, but that they don't want to get behind you.
Yeah.
But yet they do want to get behind Joe Biden, who can barely get through a sentence. That poor guy is falling apart. Someone needs to give that guy like growth hormones, steroids, like kale shakes, fat steaks. Like, bro, you need to take some time off. We need to get you in a hyperbaric chamber. You don't have any energy.
Yeah, especially because Donald Trump has energy.
Yes.
And he goes on stage for an hour and a half at a rally with no teleprompter,
with 30,000 people there screaming,
no drink, no bathroom break. He's just up there going. He's like an animal up there, and it fuels him. And then meanwhile, you're looking at Biden, and you're like, how is this even going to work out? His teeth are literally falling out in the middle of the campaign.
He's falling asleep. He's getting people's names wrong. Do they want to win or don't they? They do.
That is the question.
But they don't want to win with someone they can't control.
Exactly.
It's like the first UFC. Do you know they had Hoist fight in the first UFC because they couldn't control Hickson?
Oh, yeah.
Hickson's the family champion, but Hickson was like, Hickson's going to do whatever the fuck Hickson wants to do. And they had no control out of him. So Horian was like, well, if Hoist loses, then we'll go with Hickson. For now, let's get Hoist in there because he couldn't control Hickson.
Yeah.
Everybody
that's
knew.
literally what they're afraid of.
If you wanted to show what jiu-jitsu could do, everyone on earth that knew jiu-jitsu knew Hickson Gracie was the baddest man on the planet.
How do you navigate this, Tulsi? It seems like okay, if you want to get the Democratic nomination, you've got to be pretty far to the left, right? But if you want to actually win the presidency, then you got to be more moderate. So that seems like a tough little thing to try and get through as well.
I think that is the conventional so-called wisdom. That just isn't true anymore. I think this is what, you hear a lot of the political pundits talking who's far left, who's centrist, moderate, who's this, that. I think what's proving to be true is more about, who is the establishment candidate versus who is anti-establishment. And that, I don't fit into any one of those boxes because I look at every issue based on its merits. I'll look at the substance of the issue, look at the arguments for and against, and go with the approach that I think
this is a radical idea.
It is that, exactly.
It's radical to be reasonable.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Like these people, they're like, oh my God, we can't figure her out because she doesn't have any of these labels. But that is where the vast majority of the American people are. You have these extremes on the fringes who are all about these purity tests where you are either with me on every single issue or you're done, you're finished, you're unacceptable. But the vast majority of Americans, again, they're looking at what is real leadership, real leadership, whether you're talking about the guy who's working in the manufacturing warehouse, or you're talking about a blue collar worker, you're looking at, okay, here's the issues that keep most people up at night. You know, you want to make sure that if your kid is sick, that they're going to be able to get the health care they need. You want to make sure you have a roof over your family's head. There are basic things. Approaching them in a way that is pragmatic, common sense, and solutions oriented is not only the right thing to do. I think it's the thing that makes it so you don't have to say, well, in the primary, I'm only going to talk to Democrats and the most radical and extreme among them, and then I'm totally going to flip the script and then speak to the whole country after I win the primary election. That's ridiculous. This is why, you know, I'll go on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, and I'm delivering the exact same message to people. And we're building and growing support in people who watch those 3 different channels, who are actually listening like, hey, like she makes sense. Like, she's not crazy. She's not spouting some party talking point. She's not, you know, going down a radical path just to appeal to the Twitter winds that are blowing one way or the other. It's just about, hey, let's do what's best. Let's do what's best for the people and for the country.
I'm stunned by the blowback, too, for you going on Fox News, that people are actually upset. That they do not think that you should grace the Fox News screens. Yeah. That you're doing a disservice to your party.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Well, I get the same stuff, and because I go on Fox News. And why do I go on Fox News? Fox News invites me onto Fox News. You know who's never invited me on? Ever? MSNBC. And again, as you pointed out earlier, like, it's pretty hard to pin me down politically. Right. Yeah. And I'm not one to sit there and try and make radical statements to try and get more, you know, likes on a Twitter thing.
You don't do that?
Yeah, I don't. It's like, oh, I'm here to trying to make some points about the way, you know, most of what I talk about is about leadership. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, because of what we're doing as human beings is we're leading other people, whether it's just your family or whether it's your business or whatever, or it's troops out in the field. So yeah, it's weird that you would get attacked for going on Fox News when actually anybody that looks at that from a strategic view would think, oh, she's actually accepted by this right-wing news organization. Maybe she could get some other, you know, moderate conservative votes. Maybe we should think about bringing her in as a candidate because she could win.
Right. Well, not only that, what's wrong with going on stage or going on camera with someone that you oppose? Someone you disagree with, and having a dialogue about what you disagree with. Right. That's the weird thing about this cancel culture, this strange time we're living in. You're not even supposed to communicate with people about ideas that you disagree on. Yeah. Like I saw people criticizing you for being on Tucker Carlson's show in particular.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say. You know, yeah, it's one thing to say, okay, you're going to go on Fox News and, you know, tussle with Sean Hannity about things you disagree on. But I think what they see as more dangerous is finding areas where you actually do agree.
Right.
And that's, you know, on Tucker Carlson. I have a platform to be able to speak to millions of people across the country about the kind of leadership that I bring in the area of foreign policy, what I would do here in this country, what I would do there in that country if I were president today. And I have the opportunity to deliver that message directly to people's living rooms or offices or wherever they are. And, you know, I think in some of these areas, Tucker and I will disagree on a whole host of things. But on some of these issues of foreign policy, he'll say, yeah, I agree with you. And I think when you look at this cancel culture, how, you know, I was attacked on the debate stage for going on Fox News. How do you think you're going to lead this country, all Americans, if you're completely not only shutting out and not willing to talk to half the country that watches Fox News, but you're in fact disrespecting and dismissing them just because they may disagree with you or they watch a different news channel than you do. I think that's the bigger issue here is, yeah, you know, there's a political consequence. You're never going to be able to have a dialogue with, what to speak of, win support from people who you treat like garbage, who you disrespect, who you call names, who you call deplorables. But how do you expect to lead as the president of every single American in this country when you've thrown half of them away and saying, you know what, I actually don't care about you. I only care about people who I agree with. That's to me the...
We were just driving. We found this guy just like laying in the street, so we just like literally picked him up. Kind of cute. We were just driving, we found this guy just like laying in the street, so we just like literally picked him up. Kind of cute, but like we were just like, whatever.
What's up, YouTube? Poor Man Podcast back with another video. Give me the HBO special. That's the Help a Brother Out special. Hit the like and the subscribe button for more content. Let's get right into the video.
ADAC's like, you guys get the chance to like freeze my ass essentially.
Oh, she done sold out.
Like move the follower fairy. I guess this will be where we stand. Lol. How's life going? Thank you so much, Archangel. Thank you. I appreciate it. God, I need to like fix our like. I'm trying to think. Maybe because I like leaning over here because my
new wings. No way.
Oh, I know how to fix chat.
For those that don't know, Twitch has a meta called the hot tub meta, and pretty much it's just a loophole that allows for women to wear bikinis only if they're in a hot tub. Twitch started running into a problem that pretty much every social media has, and it turns out if you give young women the ability to monetize a stream, they'll learn that the less clothes they wear, the more money they'll make. And so to prevent from going from a gaming website to an all-out cam website, they started to implement rules that made it so that you couldn't show too much skin, unless you're in a hot tub. And so now you have women blowing up inflatable pools, filling them up with water, and playing little suggestive games.
Just because you don't like it doesn't mean Twitch doesn't like it. Now, however, I will agree long term, probably damaging for Twitch's ad revenue. However, if they allow it, they allow it.
Just a few years ago when the money was good, this is what she said. I am ashamed to say Twitch is a platform that supports lazy females selling their body for cash. You are teaching little girls to sell sex because that's what's popular. Make them wear t-shirts and pants. Compete on the same playing field as men. Feminism is equality. Spread the word. All that stuff is cool when the money's still coming in, but once the money stops coming in, that's when your integrity is tested. She compromised little by little, finding ways to rationalize it until eventually you become the person you hate. And this is how sex work happens. Slowly but surely, it erodes your character until eventually you're doing the same things you said you would never do. By the way, I find it really interesting that our society is trying to promote sex as this carefree thing, and women are literally allowed to slang coochie online, but I can't even say the word sex without getting demonetized. It seems like certain people may be controlling the narrative by not allowing you to talk about it. And let's just be completely honest, social media is no longer this small niche platform for teenagers. This is the primary way we communicate and share ideas in 2022. When you give people or corporations the ability to dictate what goes into mainstream or what goes into pop culture, they don't tend to give that power back.
Literally, so we were just driving, we found this guy just like laying in the street, so we just like literally picked him up. Kind of cute, but like we were just like, whatever. So we don't know what we're gonna do with him, but yeah, I mean, we just like wanted to make sure he was okay.
Literally, we was driving around and we just saw a girl laying in the street, so we just picked her up. She's kind of cute, so we was just like, you know, it's whatever, we gonna get her, but you know, we just want to make sure she was safe.
Let's just get this all right. You kidnapped him and then you admitted it on camera. And I really don't believe that this is a stranger just because I don't think that they would be capable of lifting him up. And I'm not experienced in this field, by the way. I'm not saying I'm experienced at lifting up unconscious bodies and putting them in the car. I'm just saying that it seems like it would be a hard task. And obviously, if this was two dudes and an unconscious woman, this video would definitely be investigated. All this stuff just comes down to intent because men have been demonized in the media for the past few decades. Everything that men do is seen to be done with bad intent, while because women have this halo effect and are always seen as innocent, everything a woman does is seen to be done with good intent, which is obviously not true for either party, by the way.
All three sons, you have kids. They're being forced to do it. They're being told you will start basketball at age 6, like Lonzo told us. And whenever you asked him a question, I think he said
that's
what,
how
5
greatness
words,
happens.
and he looks terrified whenever he's talking. He looks genuinely afraid. Well, I don't think LeVar would let him do that. I honestly think LeVar will have to approve of any girl that comes into his life.
A few moments later.
Have you sold any shoes yet?
Yeah, I've sold a good amount to me.
How many?
Eris says throne worlds are
Stay in your
kingdoms of
lane.
thought.
Anyways,
Built according to the desires of the
Don't
creator.
even worry about her over there.
Everything desired a throne made of light. Everything here is imbued with
She's a reporter. Her job
What's
is to pray.
strange to me is that she's vulnerable here.
I'm talking to you, Colin.
What is your problem with me?
Hey, my problem is you are a hater. I would never wear a big baller shirt. With all due respect, you're a great reporter, just not reporting on me.
I didn't say it was offensive.
Yeah.
I just said, if you want to, work with Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour to maybe have something that appeals to women.
I'm not friends with her. I don't even see that. I don't even see it. I don't want to talk about all that. Next.
Well, you're going to have women who like your brand.
Yeah, if you have a women's company.
They wouldn't want to work with you anyway because you don't respect women. So
She's after you today.
Oh, I don't respect women, but I'm the one that's married. I'm good. Well, she can say what she wants. She's trying to put it. I never disrespect women. But I tell you what,
did on the show today.
if you act like that, guess what? Something's coming to you.
Are you threatening me?
Oh, my God. To turn the words. I would never threaten you.
You said something's coming to me.
I don't know what it is. I'm not a psychic.
Oh.
His son looks like a robot, and his father looks like the total man in the family. I'm out on LeVar Ball. I think he's a problem for this kid, and it seems like he's just daddy's little boy.
Yeah, that's what he is.
A little robot who's completely controlled by his father.
Like I said, and going back to Whitlock, I don't think he can comment on anything but snacks. Now,
wow. Going at him.
It's going to be harsh because he want to be harsh
So
on me.
you disrespect women and people for their
no,
weight?
That's what you say. I didn't say nothing about
No, you just said that to me.
Like I told her, I'm not even worried about you right now. Keep in your lane.
This is why I hate disingenuous arguments with people that try to attack your character. Because when she realized she was losing, she's just like the guy that everybody knows the guy that when he's losing in the game, he tries to make it into a physical altercation. He'll go, oh, you can beat me in the game, but you can't beat me in real life. Or just something immature like that. This is the female equivalent to that. Because when she realized she was in the wrong for attacking his parenting skills and trying to destroy his brand, she tried to fall back on the argument that he is sexist. When even in the clip, he says, you're a good reporter, just not reporting on me. And so when she realized she was wrong, she tried to attack his character, and he messed up because he tried to prove that he wasn't sexist. Oh, I'm married to a woman, so pretty much I've committed my whole entire life to bringing her resources and raising our 3 kids in the best environment I know how. Well, if you're married, that doesn't mean you're not sexist. That's always going to be the argument. So there's no way to really convince somebody that you're not sexist. And just because a man makes a brand that caters mostly to men does not mean he's sexist. You don't see us talking about Victoria's Secret. You don't see us talking about Pink. You don't see us talking about Uggs. And that's just a little shot at the men that wear Uggs because I know that they make stuff for men, but I don't think it should be worn by men. And all of these critiques on his parenting skills are just stupid. Of course he's supposed to be the head of the house. He's raising 3 boys. Of course he's supposed to use his platform, go on television, and say that they're going to be the best. He believes in them. Of course he's supposed to push them to be great at 6 years old. He has the expertise to teach them. What do you think an apprenticeship is? A man was supposed to have a trade, and by a certain age, he was supposed to teach his son that same trade so that his son could grow up and have some kind of value, so that his son could grow up and actually be good at something. I think it's pretty obvious that he was defending himself from attacks on his parenting skills and from attacks on his brand. And when she realized she was wrong, instead of admitting that she was wrong, she tried to attack the character of a man that's just doing what he's supposed to do to protect and provide for his family. And I don't know how many times I have to say this, but I'm going to say it every time I get a chance because I think it's very important. Women tend to demonstrate aggression through character degradation. Now, it's a very discreet way to demonstrate aggression, but it's a very effective way to demonstrate it. But at the end of the day, you need to realize that it is still aggression. Till next time.
Gotta go get this shit by any means like physics. I'm no chemist, but God mixes word to quay and hella lyric petri dishes. Got fucked up disposition, dropped the pen, picked up the pencil, then precise seeming consistent. I dissect up every
Fuck you do! I am your Smeo Victorious and Refuse! Back in here! Back one more video! Guys, you ask, so you shall receive. So today, we must act. Now, you're already looking at the thumbnail. You're looking at the title of the video, so you know exactly why you are here. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. He uploaded a video not too long ago entitled, Modern Women Are Angry That the World Isn't Fair. 3-on-1 real-time debate. Now, I will tell you guys, when he uploaded the video, I did watch the video, so I know what to expect. Here was my initial reaction to watching the video. Watching Kevin walk into a situation of him being outnumbered and to not only prove his point multiple times, but the masterful degree of soft skills, communication skills that he exhibits, his ability to overstep what he refers to as sign language, to overstep the deflection, right? To overstep the petty responses. Simply masterful. Simply masterful. Next thing I want to say is this is a particularly long video, so if you want to see the video without interruptions, I will put a link down in the description box down below. Also as well, this snippet actually comes from a much longer live stream from the YouTube creators, the Fresh and Fit podcast. I leave a link to their channel down in the description box down below. Shout out to those brothers as well. All right, guys, there's gonna be a lot of pauses in this commentary, but I think it's very needed. I think it's very needed because what he's doing appears easy because he's so good at it, but there's some key things that comes off within his discussion that needs to have a magnifying glass on it. Without further ado,
I've been here for a few minutes. Hey guys, how we doing?
We're good, Kevin. How are you?
Good. So the ladies are in the middle. Her name is Sable.
Amanda, but close enough.
Amanda. The woman to her right, her name
Adriana.
Adriana, and the woman to your left, Janina. Okay, one of the things I kept hearing, my name.
Just real quick before we go into it, I love what he does here. He comes on and he greets them with high energy, irrespective of him being waiting out into the lobby. And he asks of the people who he knows he's going to be addressing, what are their names? And he goes one by one. And then not only that, but then he comes back later and says, hi, I'm Kevin Sanders. Meanwhile, everyone in that room probably knows already who he is. But what that's doing is it's a disarming technique, as I say, regardless of who I am. Nice to meet you. And it also builds rapport and it builds respect. I love that he did that. I love that he opened up with that. But let's move on in the conversation.
My name is Kevin Sanders, by the way. Nice to meet you. One of the things I kept hearing is the notion of fairness. Why is that so important to you, Amanda?
I hate to admit it, but I do. Like, I'm half a man. I'm just a pretty girl, and I don't think that I should have to accept less in life because I was born with different equipment. I think that's bullshit.
Well, if you're half a man, then you should understand this full concept that men don't care about fair.
I don't have to care about fair either.
No. Men don't care about fair, or else we wouldn't conquer other people.
So, while she's pausing, thinking of an answer, here's the thing, is that he's challenging her on things that she has never been challenged on before. So she has all these talking points, which sound good to the basic person, right, who doesn't like to peel back the onion of different conversations to really understand the meaning behind the things that they are saying. But now he's challenging her, and notice what he did there, right? He is engaging in what I call to, and I talk about the importances on my channel all the time, is active listening. And active listening in this particular situation is important because he had the setup of fairness and challenging the idea of fairness at a general level can be really hard to do, but when you get down to specifics, as he does later in the conversation, a large degree of their arguments begin to break and fall apart. But what did she said? She started off with, I'm half a man, which made absolutely no sense, which is the pettiness that I talked about in the beginning of this, that people will try to do in order to deflect you off of the point. There was no value in her adding that in, but she chose to do that for whatever reason, okay? Now watch and pay attention how this goes into the future.
You're of European descent. Your people are from the Caucasus Mountains, European descent.
I am very white, yes.
That's fine. And some of them, and there's a lot, and between a lot of warring tribes, Germania, the Franks, if we cared about fairness, we would just let everybody stay on their land. Vikings wouldn't have raided and pillaged. England would have stayed on its island. Scotland would have been all right. Ireland would have been all right. Matter of fact, Hong Kong wouldn't have been a British protectorate for how many years? Oh, until the last, 30 or 40? Men don't care about fair. We conquer. It's winners and losers. Right? You're half a man.
I didn't know that only men were part of conquering.
Well, name me some great female warriors that have dominated the planet.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I'm learning new education here, which is only men conquer.
No.
All right, so she's already combative. She's already being extremely sarcastic and cynical. But what did I tell you guys before? He's using active listening because what does she say? I'm half a man. So he just added that into, he just trickled that into his point of fairness, which he came prepared for. So he came prepared with fairness and how he was going to combat fairness, and he's combating that with men don't care about fairness. Look at history. Look at wars, right? Look at man taking over other lands. Look at how that happened. We don't care what's fair. We will just take to the winner goes the spoils. Okay, but what does she say? But I'm half a man. And then he uses that half a man stuff as to say, well, if you are half a man, then you should understand that. Brilliant. Let's keep going.
I mean, that's what you're telling me, right?
No, well, see, what I'm not going to do, I'm going to switch that. I'm asking about fairness. And I said about fairness. Why is fairness so important? You said because you're half a man.
Because if you expect something of a man, you should be able to expect the same of women. If you can't offer me that, you don't deserve to be in my life.
So she completely oversteps what he's saying of anything that has, and she's bringing it back up to this general level of fairness, which again can be very difficult to argue unless you get into specific examples. Like I tell you guys all the time, people come onto my platform and they want to argue at this general level, but it's until you bring up specific cases, as what Kevin is doing right here. Give examples, have them prove or disprove a specific example, because people like to float in this general ideas, right? And they'll pick and choose what benefits them out of the general idea and never have a conflicting point specific enough to challenge their ideas the way Kevin is doing. Pay attention.
Nothing to do with fairness.
It has everything to do with fairness.
No, fairness means you get an opportunity. Fairness doesn't mean you get an outcome. You get an interview, you're not guaranteed a job.
No, you're not, but I work very hard to ensure that I keep it.
Well, if that's the case, you should. If that's the case,
right?
If that's the case, you should be able to secure the things you want, so you should have no problem.
Quality of opportunity versus equality of outcome is a feminist kryptonite. It's a feminist kryptonite. We see Kevin doing that right now. We've seen Jordan Peterson do that time and time again. And when you're having these types of conversations, think of outcome versus opportunity. Everyone, I'm for equality of opportunity. Give everyone a fair shot, okay? But there's gonna be some things in there that, depending upon the way that the person grew up, the network that they're predisposed to, the this, the that, people are gonna have different outcomes. But guess what? The world isn't fair. The world isn't fair. You have to understand that. You have to use, to a degree, some of your privileges to get some of the benefits in this world. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and that's just what we live in. So this whole idea of complete and utter fairness, which you see a lot of these feminists doing, is picking and choosing what is fair in a sense and how it can benefit them. Let's keep it moving.
Obviously not. Not when men are out here believing like you don't have to be fair.
Well, those two things can't exist in the same place.
Women haven't even been part of human history. It's just men, and all we care about is conquest.
Well, no. You just said you work very hard, so you should get the outcomes. See, if hard work was all that required, then we would almost be guaranteed. Hard work gets you a ticket to the dance. It doesn't guarantee you the top spot.
Facts.
How many? Who lost the Super Bowl, guys?
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Can you say they worked hard this year?
Very hard.
Number 2. We don't worry about fairness. We worry about winning.
Number 2.
And to the victor goes the spoils.
Facts.
Just like, you know what? How many times you've gotten to a club into VIP for free when some ugly chicks had to pay full price?
Example 2.
Is that my fault?
No. I've asked how many times it happened before you go down that path.
I mean, plenty of times in Miami.
Exactly, but that's not fair, is it?
Well, please don't forget I'm not from here.
But that's not the point, ma'am. That's not fair, is it?
I also don't care about those things.
But
3 deflections. Holy moly. 3 deflections in 15 seconds. It's not my fault. I'm not from Miami. I don't care about those things. 3 in such a short period of time. And guess what Kevin does? I don't hear your bullshit. Stick and move. Bob and weave. And just oversteps them. Brilliant shit. A lot of people that are not good in debate tactics would have tried to debate her on her petty responses or her deflection responses. That's not how we do it over here. You don't give in to any of the shaming, any of the insults, and you overstep them. Okay? She doesn't dig. She digs a little bit later when her back's completely up against the wall. But right now, all you're hearing is, I would say, level 1 of the sign language, which is something in between just pure and utter deflection. Just pure and utter ignorance to the very fine examples that completely contradict her position. That's deflection. Let's keep it moving.
Oh, so you only care about fairness when it doesn't benefit you.
I just don't go to clubs that often.
But that's not the point.
It's not
I
the
asked you, how many
point.
times you've gone to a club where you got in and free, where ugly chicks or less attractive chicks had to pay? And you know that's happened. You didn't say, excuse me, sir. Even though I'm attractive, I demand that you charge me full price.
Of course not.
That's fair, right?
Okay, so because I into places and get
fair?
That means that I should get
fair. Before we go there, I'll answer your question if you at least answer mine.
Go ahead.
That fair?
Life isn't fair.
Well, if that's the case, you accept it in the sexual marketplace too.
It does.
She said it. The conversation could have ended right here. Kevin backed her so far into a corner is that she said the very statement that goes against her entire argument. Life isn't fair. Yes, life isn't fair.
Doesn't mean I have to accept other people's bullshit.
No. Well, see, the thing is, ma'am, see, what you've proven, like many feminists and many women, you're okay with the double standards that benefit you.
Yep.
But the ones you don't like, you just throw at the wind, you use sign language, shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right to deflect and dismiss guys who are normally intimidated by this thing. I'm not. I'm just challenging your positions. You're okay with it not being fair when it benefits you.
You're oversimplifying a very complex situation.
No, it's not really.
That they also do that too. They'll also do, it's too complex, as if I am not intelligent enough to understand your position, right? Enough to give you a contradictory point. So just because I don't agree with you, it's too complex, right? They do that a lot as well. No, be confident in your arguments, ladies and gentlemen. All 7 days right now. Be confident in your arguments. Get your data, get your facts, because Kevin wouldn't be as confident if he hadn't done study on everything that he's talking about. So as long as you are confident on the things that you are saying, it ain't too complex. They're trying to minimize your point because they don't want anyone else to understand what it is that you're trying to say.
Complex, there are no such thing as loyal. The concept of a loyal, highly effective, competitive alpha is a female notion.
And have to continue to compete with other pretty girls because men are too simple to stick with one.
Well, how about this?
It's always men's
fault. The kind
fault.
of men you're talking about are simple enough to make the light you live in, the air conditioning, all the stuff that you... Hold on, excuse me, man. The simple men built the world that you use.
I built my own world.
I love what he just did. I love what he just did. Now, here's what happened. She threw out another shaming tactic about how men are too simple to whatever the hell that garbage that she was saying. Now, there's many people, men in particular, that would have heard that, got insecure about that, and maybe went down a rabbit hole of bullshit with her. But what did Kevin do? He took that point, overstepped it, and began to talk about men that built everything that this world has to offer. Let's keep going.
World, so
no, ma'am, you use the world we built. No, ma'am, you use the world we built. Name me 5 great female inventors. I'll give you what? Madame Curie.
I can't believe you. So you're telling me that men...
No, ma'am, I just asked you a question. And you didn't know. You go... See, you're answering questions with questions. You're talking about building. Name me 5 great female inventors or builders. Madame Curie.
5 inventors or builders? That's a really great question. That really is. Yeah, I was gonna... Well, also, I don't remember the lady's name, but there's a bunch of ladies that know me.
Go on and do it. Go on and do it. Go. Take it. She's afraid. Go on and do it. Go on and get on in there, baby girl. You got it.
All right, so the middle one is tapping out because what did Kevin do again? He went specific. Give me examples. Again, people like to stay at that general. He's asking for examples. And let me touch on this as well. I don't think Kevin would have did as well if this was her platform. Why? Because right here, she is the neutral party. She doesn't have access to the mute button, right? She doesn't have access to the way that the videos are displaying, right? So she forgoes that power. So it simply becomes Kevin versus her. You see what I'm saying? But I think that it's very important to see this because on his own platform, he not only has superior communication skills, but he also has the pure and utter power as well. So this just proves that you can go to other spaces, other platforms, and show that power-esque, but I would say that it would depend, because if you go on another person's platform, and this can, you know, also be outside of a digital perspective, right? Like in a physical place, another person's home, and this and that third, there might be some other power dynamics at play that you have to take stock of, which is gonna bring you to an underdog position, perhaps. All right, let's keep him rocking.
Miami was established by women.
Congratulations. But the Miami, the land was established by, but this country was first landed by who? Men or women?
Men.
Exactly.
I agree with you.
And see, the thing is, I've done this show about survival, and you can go back to Bear Grylls' Island Number 2. Man, you can only be a feminist in a first world country.
Oh. That's a fact.
There's a hierarchy of needs. You are correct. We all.
And we don't need you.
College.
And we don't need you. You need us.
Great. I don't need you either.
No, we need you. We don't need you for survival. You need us for survival.
Okay, so
what I'm trying to get you to understand, ma'am, is you have a right to your opinions.
Obviously, I don't have a right to anything.
Well, no, you have a right to believe what you want, but the thing is, you're not allowed to the outcome. You're allowed to have an opinion, just like men are allowed to have an opinion, and you don't have to compete or deal in a situation that you deem is unfair, but you can't complain about the rules that are already set. You like the rules that benefit you, getting into the club for free, but you don't like the rules that benefit men. High value men have the leverage.
Exactly, because I'm 1 years old and I'm getting a little fed up of these men kind of attacking me. I do not go to clubs anymore. So please stop with your double standard bullshit. I work in a man's world, and if anything, I've had to work 5 times as hard in this world as a man to get where I am. So
hold on.
Not only is she now pulling the victim cards, please stop, as if he's like saying things that are so incredibly disrespectful. Please stop. And then what does she do? It's her first F-bomb. Okay, already the foul language is starting because she's getting peeved because she's clearly losing in front of millions.
Oh, now since you want to tell me you were 31 years old and had to work in a man's world, that's a privilege. If you don't, here's the thing, ma'am. You say the problems with men. The only one that's complaining about the double standard harshly is you.
Yes,
but it benefits you too.
All the benefits.
Okay, well, here's the thing, ma'am. If you don't like, okay, ma'am, you're a competent woman, correct?
Okay, so I should quit my job and never
build your own shit.
You should build Amazonia, and make it the female utopia that benefits women.
I probably should after.
Well, then go ahead.
You won't.
Then you'd have to actually build something. You'd have to put your mouth where you'd have to put your brain where your mouth is.
Because it's very easy to complain of in a system where other people, same people, who say they're so unintelligent, they just can't get what it is. It's like it's very easy to complain in some other person's shit that they built from the ground up. It's very easy to complain. And what did Kevin say? You can only be a feminist in a first world country. That is true. That's the most realest line. He had some other real lines as well, but that's one of the most realest lines that I heard so far. That is that silence after that. I feel like it was the nail in the coffin. You know what I'm saying? That silence was deafening. It was deafening. It's almost like you can audibly hear reality seeping in their pores. Let's move on.
I don't understand what you're saying again.
I'm saying that you came at me with the same line. I've had to put up at 31 years old and deal with men's bullshit. You're living in a first world country. You're in Miami, one of the most posh places on the planet, complaining about double standards that you participate in. The nerve.
I corrected you that I don't go to clubs, so you're dumb.
Hey, ma'am, I just gave an example. You've been to clubs. I didn't say you continue to go. That's not the point now, is it? But see, that's another way of you trying to get me online and then correcting me because I'm a dumb man. I get the point.
No, you're very rude and very aggressive.
I know I'm very direct. And when you were doing this to the men, you had no problem showing your dick. I'm just acknowledging your balls. Because you're a tough woman.
Why? Why should I?
Because I'm just giving what you give. I'm reflecting back what you give to people. But see, the thing is, you're okay giving this to people.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm just challenging what you think.
Yep.
These were my opinions when I came in here. I'm the one that presented these opinions.
I just listened to you for 2 nights say these things, and I'm just talking to you one-on-one. And you're not backing down. I'm just challenging what you say, man.
To a bunch of weak ass men tell me that I'm not attractive and I'm not this and I'm not that because I am not going to back down and listen to somebody.
Okay, are you saying the men in the room with you are a bunch of weak ass men?
If you think that I should have to accept less than
no, ma'am, I don't think you should have to do anything you don't want to. You're a free person. But I'm trying to understand, who are the weak ass men you're referring to?
I talk about this all the time. When it get disrespectful, you call it out. Right there. You set boundaries. Like, no, I can see exactly what you just did. He's calling them out on their bullshit. And I love what he said before. Because you're showing your dick. And she said in the beginning, I'm half a man. Right? Using active listening to use her own words against her. Let's keep it rocking.
Amazonia, because
who are the weak ass men you're referring to?
Who are they?
Who are the weak ass men you're referring to?
What did I just say?
I didn't hear you because you
call them out.
Talking over me, so could you repeat it? A bunch of weak ass men doing what?
Yes. When somebody sits here and tells me I need to accept an unfair situation, that if we applied it to anything else in life other than men and women, wouldn't be accepted by everybody in this room. But you're going to tell me that, I'm going to tell you that's bullshit. And that's not fair.
Okay, can I get a response?
There's a million issues in our culture and society today that people are fighting for fairness, but yet I'm sitting here saying, hey, I'm allowed to expect it too, and I'm going to be attacked and told.
Okay, can I respond now?
Different.
Okay, no, let me tell you something. First of all, men don't worry about fair. The sexual marketplace is not fair. All is fair in love and war. It's not fair. There are guys that's out there that you wouldn't give the time of day who could have a heart of gold because they don't hit your mark. Oh no, ma'am, I let you speak.
You don't know that.
No, I know that you don't give every man a chance is what I do.
You don't. Well, actually, you don't know that at all.
Okay, okay, are you saying that you are the one female on the planet that will give every man who wanted you a shot?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then I can assume that was correct. Let's move on. Let's not get lost in okay, that's a deflection. Let's not get lost in that. And you're talking about unfairness. Where in the world is it fair or political?
Oh.
Is it fair for you here in America?
No, ma'am. I ask you where in the world is it fair? Like, I'm not complaining about it. I deal with the unfairness and overcome it. Because I'm a man and I can deal with it.
What's so incredible here, just a side note, is having a white woman talk about fairness to a black man in America. like what? But see, I think that she was using that as to say, is it fair here? But see, the men that I know, we don't complain about shit, regardless of race, we don't complain about nothing. We just execute and we accomplish shit. We don't stand back and just complain, oh, woe is me, victim mentality. We don't do that bullshit, all right? We let our purpose drive us. Let's keep it rocking.
And I'm asking you, where is this place, where's this ideal place? Where's the ideal model?
It exists.
Exactly.
There's 3 women here sitting like here never wanting to go on a date again.
Well, no. How about not wanting to go on a date? What's happened in this world more than anything else is mankind has learned how to get along with each other since recorded history. But around the 60s, when the National Organization for Women, the ERA, not Phyllis Schlafly, she was on our side. When all of this stuff came in, feminism, second wave, feminism, I'm a feminist. I believe in feminism. Feminism is about choice.
No, you really
Excuse me, ma'am. Feminism in its true form is about choice.
Yeah, we don't have a choice right now with what's
No, you have a choice.
All right. Player number 2 just walked out the situation. I will say, though, did Kevin Samuel just say, I am a feminist? I didn't like that. I'll keep it funky with you. I'll keep it funky with you. I think that, but what he's saying, though, is right. The initial idea of what feminism is something that I believe in as well. It's where we are at right now, this 4th wave, which is just completely out of control, and they're completely out of their mind. But she left. The heat got way too hot for her. She couldn't answer one question. She couldn't give one example. So yeah, you look kind of ridiculous, lady. So it's probably time for you to remove yourself. Let's see what player number 1 has to say.
She just exercised one right now. It got too hot. She left.
Shouldn't be fair.
See, it's about choice. If a woman wanted to be a housewife, she could do it. If she wanted to be a business person, she could do it. See, the choice was about all black people wanted was a choice, freedom, to have an equal shot, not equal outcomes. Men accept these things. You don't hear men complaining about fair. If Donovan and I were playing a game of football or video game, if he was kicking my fucking ass, I would be a punk to sit up and say, it's not fair, my controller's not working, the game is rigged, that's not fair, you're better. I would have to just take my ass whooping, take my L's and get better. That's what men do.
That you guys choose to be this way, and we don't want to choose to be that way. We want to be different. We don't want somebody that's going to cheat. We don't want anybody, we want someone that's going to be faithful. Why do we have to settle for these types of things that you're saying?
Well, first of all, you don't have to settle for anything. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. But what also does not have to happen is men don't have to be counter to their nature to make you happy.
And that's okay. So what's the issue?
The issue is that men are not the ones complaining about the state of relationships and dating as much as women are. Women wanted freedom of choice. Women wanted to be able to have sex with who they wanted to, marry who they want to, love who they want to, work where they want to, not work where they want to, go every place that men could go. You are the most free, most liberated group of women that ever existed on the human history, and yet you're the most unhappy. 1 in 4 out of you on some sort of psych meds. Women are the marital rate is dropping with modern women. What else do you want men to do? We've civilized the world in general. We don't even have wars. You can do whatever you want to. And you're still not happy with the world that men built, telling us that we're not good enough because we don't move like women. We're not going to.
Fair
I just
argument.
feel like you guys don't put in effort. I feel like the most of you
Are you
aren't.
serious?
I do feel like you're serious.
That I don't put in effort?
I mean, the way that you're talking, it doesn't seem like it.
No, but she's right in a sense, because just what you guys are saying, most guys today, that's 80% of guys that
you guys are used to it. So you guys just don't even put
there's more guys.
Hold on, used to what?
To not putting in effort. You guys are so used to women just falling at your lap.
So I was born this way.
It's because the 23-year-olds matter. And
Notice what just happened, okay? Kevin is sitting back and listening to this conversation, which now has transitioned back into the studio. And notice the difference of how the conversation was going to continue when the participants started to feed in to the drivel that was being said. And if you follow people down in their logic trails, what you will find yourself doing is having to climb up from the anarchy that they placed you in. Guys, it's one of the most difficult skills to do, because you're actively listening enough to understand what it is that they're saying, but you still need to overstep their illogical points. Understand what it is, but overstep and not get down into the abyss where their minds are going off the same talking points, the same generalized points, the same generalized ideas. You have to overstep where they are. Okay, I think the participants in the room are not handling the conversation with the degree of superiority that Kevin is doing over the phone, and you'll see that right here in a quick second.
But you know what? But the guys, let's not get lost in this, because
let's not get lost.
When they can get into VIP by just being the hottest woman in the club, that's okay.
Why is that your only argument?
Yeah.
Because it's a good argument. That's why it's a good argument. So notice what Kevin just did. He brought them out of the abyss. Right? The confusion of those talking points, the men having to defend themselves from their talking points, which were not clear, right? Weak positions. And he overstepped all of that and said, guys, let's not get confused down here. And then he restated the club example. And then they go and they question, why is that your only example? Watch what happens.
Because it's the one that everybody understands. Because it's the one that everyone understands. And I could use more. Trust me, I'm a smart guy. I can give you more. But the point of the matter is, it's the one we understand, and the double standard benefits you, you're okay with it. What effort are women putting in today? Women still want men to move in a traditional way, but yet you're not traditional women.
Oh. Crickets.
I don't even know
Is there
what
a
to
crickets
say.
button?
Oh.
I'm confused how I'm asking men to act in a traditional way.
Yes, you want men to be traditional. I mean, most women. Okay, I run a show that has anywhere from 15 to 20,000 people watching every night. And women around the world consistently say they want a man that's earning in the high 5, low 6 figures. They want to have 2 to 3 kids and be married. Most women want the top 10% of men. You can go watch my channel and see this bared out. Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, and other, across the board. All these women are given an option. Do you want to have to work to pay significant bills after you're pregnant? The answer comes back overwhelmingly no, meaning they want to be traditional stay-at-home housewives. They weren't raised that way. They weren't cultured that way. They're not even equipped to be that way, but yet and if you ask them, could you date an average guy earning $50,000? Even women coming straight out of college turn their nose up. Men accept this. Excuse me, man. Men accept it. Can I finish my example?
Yeah, you said he's making $80,000 and that wasn't enough.
Okay, so men accept this. Men accept the fact that college men accept the fact that they're in school right now with women their own age. That 80 years ago they could have married and had a family early on. Now they're looking at these same women, and these same women would not even look at these guys unless they're making 6 figures. Men have accepted the unfairness in the marketplace. It's not fair for men. 18 to 30, men used to could get married. Now you can't even really consider getting married till you're 35 plus because you have to have resources. That's the new marketplace. The thing is, but let me finish. Let me say this, and I'll turn it over. Men have accepted that and adjusted. The difference is the women are not bringing in. Women in mass are bringing this. Ask them what you want, you get War and Peace. Ask you what you bring to the table, you can't write it on the back of a stamp. You get access to my body, which is not virgin, which is not even low mild, which you've given to somebody before. And in some cases, you've even shared your womb. You're not even really feminine like women used to be. You don't even have the domestic skills, the home skills. So is it I would submit today that modern women are asking for an unfair deal from modern men.
So we should go back
Oh God! Wait, what was she about to say?
to 1950 and make it more fair.
Well, I tell you what. What's happening is the men have accepted this, and they're deciding to. I am neither not going to play this game because I cannot earn what these guys around you are earning, and they're just opting to walk away. And the men who are earning that have an overwhelming amount of options. They have a plethora of options. Men in the top 10%, top 5%. I'm 51 years old, and I can pick whatever I want. Because women all want the same kind of man. And if you have options just like you're not going to do what? Settle.
And they're not picking you, all right, with your credentials. They're just not. And it's feeding in the angry cycle because you're going for the top percentage of them, and they don't need to go for you. So instead of understanding where you should more properly or formally position yourself within the dating marketplace, you just say, well, they're just not good enough. They just can't amount up to me. I don't need to settle. But getting back to the conversational tactics, what she tried to do again was a form of deflecting, right? To take all of his points and to summarize it so then that means, we should just go back to the 1940s. And the thing is that she chose to do that because of what you typically think of when you think of traditional relationships back in the 1940s. That was a much different time. And again, the reason why this is coming across so clearly in his articulation is he is not allowing them to waste his time or diminish his points by following down their illogical trails. He is overstepping their points and sticking to his very clear examples, his facts, his data, and his statistics.
Men didn't make the marketplace this way, ladies. You fought for it to be this way. This is freedom. Freedom comes with responsibility.
Clearly not for men.
No. See, when men were paying the bills, when we had the old system, men were expected to fight the wars, dig the ditches, build the buildings, pay all the bills, and when a divorce or something happened, men had to pay. Now women fought for equality, so you get upset when you deal with 50-50 mindset men.
Nah, I mean, I'd rather be an independent rich woman and be single than to be stuck with a man who doesn't give a shit about me.
And I would rather pay more than half of the bills.
Absolutely, exactly.
Okay, first off, you said you'd rather be and if that's what you choose to be, great, you can do that. That's a choice.
And
and you can do that.
Exactly.
But
Will that make you happy?
But the funny thing is, you would think that and especially in my community, strong, independent, such and so forth. The amount of women who are high earners, independent, and miserable is amazing. Halle Berry, once the most beautiful woman on the face of the planet, 3 times in a row, is complaining about child support. She's rich, she's beautiful, she's miserable. How about this? There used to be a time where men and women actually did not war with one another. We didn't have these contentious things. We accepted that men were men, women were women. We acknowledged each other's differences. We respected those things and let the world work. In the last 70 years, we've decided let's rejigger everything and it's not working.
And you could rape your wife and she didn't have any rights and you could beat her.
Now, what's going on, guys, is this is the sign language that goes on again. This is when they go to the horror stories. In the black community, we call this the color purpling of black America. Miss Seeley, these things could happen, sure, but they did not happen in mass. You did not go to suburbia and see women's eyes hanging out of their socket.
I highly disagree with you.
I highly disagree with you. And so this is essentially what she was trying to say when she was, so we should just go back to the 1930s. That's essentially what she was trying to say. But she chose to wait a little while until she said it again. Okay. Well, what did Kevin say? Listen, you're operating in outliers. That's exactly what you're doing. All right. You're operating in the outliers. So you're going to try to derail and deflect the argument, operating in the far minority of cases. Is that what you're going to do? But he pointed a finger at it and overstepped it.
Being your wife was such a huge deal. It didn't even get.
I said eyes hanging out of your socket. You talking about, I'm not going to use that word because I'm on somebody's platform. Right. Can we not use that word though? Because can we not use that word? It's YouTube sensitive.
I'm sorry, what word?
The R word.
R spelled backwards.
It dings the platform.
Okay.
I'm not rejecting the concept. Yes, ma'am, it happened. Right. But what you're trying to...
I think that world was better for me.
Okay, well then, if the world is better for you, then accept the things that come along with a better world.
I just think that everything you guys are presenting are opinions and they're not facts.
Well, actually, there are more facts than you want to deal with because all I deal with based on facts.
There are things that you guys want to say are facts.
Okay, ma'am.
Statistics that show me this.
Here we go.
Okay, ma'am. My show, all I deal with facts and statistics.
Women that are happy in their environment, knowing they're being cheated on, knowing these things are happening to them, and you find them for me.
How many women we have?
Excuse me, hold on. Let me ask the question again.
You go find these women that are being happy, being cheated on. They're happy, and
excuse me. Hold on. Excuse me. I can go. I'll let you know. I can go out
built
there.
according to
when I
the
lived in
desires
Dallas
of the
and
Creator.
Highland Park, I knew at least 6 of them.
Savathun desired a flow world
Excuse me,
made of
ma'am.
light.
and that have been in.
Everything here
Let
is
me
imbued
explain
with
to
it.
you. I will.
What's strange
You're not
to
letting me
me is
finish
that
my
she's
thought, and then
vulnerable
You
here.
asked a question.
Why would
You
she
asked a
just let
question.
us
Go find
walk
these
in?
women, and I'm going to tell you where I found
We need a
them.
clue about how
So
she
here's
stole
what's
the
happening
light.
is that she's bringing up a point that she thinks that is foolproof. It's foolproof, right? All of these women, so she's putting women again in a victim mindset. So what Kevin needs to do here is to show that no, it can be a conscious decision as well. Let's watch how he handles it.
I said in successful marriages.
Okay, these successful marriages.
10 years later.
And they're still married. Still married. There was a soccer. Okay. Do you want to hear or not?
She doesn't want to hear.
Well, I mean, I just don't. I would.
You see, I could give you the example and you still won't accept it. Because there's some women who accept the fact that, you know what, if I want to have a man that's making $400,000, $500,000 a year, that kind of living, he's not going to be able to go to the PTA meetings. He's going to have to work his butt off and maybe travel a lot. And guess what? They have an arrangement. But guess what? As long as you don't bring in home any outside babies, no diseases, and don't embarrass me in public, we're good. Guess what? She can also do what she wants to do as well. And they have an understanding because when the marital rate in this country, the divorce rate in this country is over 51%. But when you cross a net income of $250,000, it drops to 20% because people with more money got more reasons to stay together. And they find a way to do it all the time.
I respect your opinion because at least it's fair. At least people get to have a part of a deal instead of just men get to cheat and women are going to sit at home and deal with it.
But I just gave you.
What he just did there was crush her hopes and dreams that her 1 point was going to be able to stick. That's exactly what he just did. Okay. What I find interesting about that particular exchange is that she started off with saying, well, everything that you're saying to me is just based on your opinion, right? And essentially what he then said is that, well, I'm providing more facts, data, and statistics than what you want to even accept. And no matter what I say, you're still not going to accept it. But let's talk about it, right? So then she brings up that point. She didn't even want him to answer. That's why she kept on interrupting, because she's never heard any other points that went against what she is saying, and any other points that would bring the women who are choosing to be in these marriages with these high-value men, that it is perhaps a conscious decision. So when Kevin is bringing up a very real situation that you hear some married couples going through, by the way, I just don't understand why. But anyway, that's besides the point. But he's bringing this up in a sense to say, no, this does happen, especially at these higher income levels, because there's a lot more things to lose at those levels. Although I still think that at 8% divorce rate, 10% of those women are doing it. I just think it's super risky. But that's a conversation for another video. She had to back down and say, well, yep, I can get your point. All right, guys, for any of your arguments, you always should have a few examples to pull out the cookie jar to be able to use. And he does that here in a second.
It was a fact that anybody can look at.
Well, but again, I'm more okay with what you're saying. You're telling me it's going both ways, not just one.
Well, I'm telling you, it always is going both ways. But the way you guys are set up is it's always women are the victims. I don't think women are victims. I think women can pick and choose.
Yes.
I think there are plenty of women like Melania Trump who choose to be married to a guy like Donald Trump and knew exactly what she was getting and was perfectly fine with being where she is. That's a choice.
I don't think I've ever sat here and claimed to be a victim.
Yeah, she is the worst. I mean, she's probably the best example because I'm not a Trump fan, but like
she's the worst. No. She's probably the best example because
she's the worst example to bring into that because it's like she's not.
She had the freedom to choose, but she chose.
She did.
Oh, you going to negate her choice?
Absolutely. She wasn't an American. She made her choices based on...
Oh, listen to that, gentlemen. Fairness. See, this is what it is. This is selective feminism. It's feminism only when it goes is what I think. Thank you for proving my point.
You just
to
proved
make
it.
a point, actually. So if we...
Whoa, listen. Because she's going to completely overstep because she just realized how much she just messed up. So what I would have done here is I would have restated the point over again just to make her dwell in the complete and utter defeat. So now Melania, who is a woman, and Kevin is saying that she has made a choice, all right? And she is a woman. Now you will negate her because you don't like Donald Trump as a president? Or you don't like that she's not a natural-born American citizen? Oh, I get you. It's only when you want to talk about benefits specific to you. Sounds like here, the feminist doesn't even care about other women. Interesting.
We brought up that plenty of Colombian women run game on white guys in Miami for citizenship. We would act like they're victims.
No.
Guys.
We don't care.
Melania Trump does the same thing. Citizenship, she gets some cash. She gets what you are perceiving.
Terrible
as
example.
So let me say something, guys. Let me say something to you ladies. What men and women have always done is not worried about the Western notion ideal of marriage. What men and women have traditionally done is sat down and negotiated and hammered out a deal. And that's what they do. You hammer out a deal. Melania Trump got a deal. She is not a prisoner. She could have chosen to leave. This is a free country. If Donald Trump wanted her to stay and she wanted to leave, she could have. She chose to be there.
If men are getting done up by women who really just want citizenships, no, you just got, my G. All right? You just got. You should have known better. You should have known better. You might have a little bit of sympathy for you, but my G, you just got. I think that just is what it is. Because you have access to all that same information that I do, right? You have all the access. There's no excuses. There's no excuses in 2021, right? Wi-Fi is damn near a commodity at this point. It's like electricity, right? It's like electricity. It's everywhere. Shit, if you don't have it in your own spot, go to your local library. It's there for free. We have all the same access. Do your due diligence. All right? You end up losing your shirt plus your wallet. It was your fault. Them women didn't rob you. They just tricked you because you're a trick.
Yeah, but we're not all like Melania Trump.
And that is not a valid argument.
No,
But it
but
is,
not.
though, because
It's not. Because we're not, that's
She's
not a
a
valid
woman.
argument.
Support
The
your
fact
women.
that there are women who make choices that you don't understand, but they're free to make them and happy in those situations.
He's
But again, talking about choices that are going both ways, when what I have been getting annoyed with is there is no sense of fairness, and it's what exactly.
There is no fairness in dating, ma'am. That's what you don't seem to get. There's no fairness in this. All's fair in love and war. It's not fair. It's survival.
She said it earlier.
I just got a lot of empowerment.
Now that I heard everybody's opinion here, it's like I don't even want to date. Like I'm.
Oh, I do.
I'm gonna be even more exactly. It's women.
But understand something, and you can do that. But here's the thing. And that's fine. And that's fine. But here's the thing. And the thing.
And let me talk about this real quick. To my earlier point about the platforms, notice whenever Kevin talks, it drowns out these young ladies over here. And I don't know if that's just a function of StreamYard that the person calling in more drowns out. So I would say this video would not have been as successful if Kevin was being drowned out from his points and you heard more of their points as well. You know, sometimes it's really just about, you know, being prepared for the correct opportunity.
Yes.
You know, I talk to you guys about this shit all the time on the channel. Okay, there's a lot of y'all who are presented with different opportunities. This for Kevin is every time that Kevin goes on someone else's platform, or every conversation that he has with another caller that's coming in, those are just opportunities. Not all of them are going to reach this grand scale to get the type of views of what this is, right? For the instructional lesson, the master class that he's teaching us here today.
We'll be watching.
He's prepared. He's prepared. That opportunity plus being prepared is going to equal success time and time and time again. Now let's talk about real quick the prepare part. Have you guys ever seen a Kevin Samuels video from like 4 years ago? I don't even know if it's still active on his channel. His ability to speak, whether it be in front of a camera or not, was trash. It wasn't good. It's not a shot at him. But the reason why I wanted to bring it up is because, guys, he is a living, breathing example of somebody who tried so freaking hard to become successful. They were trash. I'm talking trash. I mean, I was watching. I'm like, God damn, he's super awkward. Like, trash. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Again, it's not a shot at him. It's just to show you got to start somewhere. That's why one of the monikers on this channel is #progress over perfection. Shit, I was trash when I first started as well. I'm still mediocre. No pun intended. You understand what I'm saying? But even at the skill set that I have, I'm constantly growing, right? But he's prepared. Me, I am prepared for the majority of the conversations that I go into, and I am preparing, getting bigger, better, faster, stronger. Watching his content from a couple of years ago to watching the way that he can dissect through these conversations. And I don't know what classes he took, what workshops he took, if he got involved with like a consultant company, or all of the things on the menu that he did in order to invest into himself to be the absolute monster, the ultra instinct monster that you see here today. And I mean, every jab that they throw at you, it's like they're not even throwing jabs at him. That's how easy that he's making it seem. You know, which is so important, as you see, just in this conversation, the transition to the men back in the studio who were handling the conversations by responding to the nonsense. But Kevin was overstepping it, which I think was great to see that dichotomy of the two. But again, Kevin is over-prepared at this point, especially with the hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours of work that he's put into the gym live to have these conversations. The amount of study that he's done in order to memorize all these facts, data, and statistics, from the demographics.com to all of these different shows and examples that he's bringing up, it's simply masterful. So as to say that you might be intimidated in your work of life because you see someone like a Kevin Samuels who has perfected and mastered where he's at and what he's doing, is complete utter nonsense. He had to put years of work into the gym in order to make it happen. All right, guys, listen, there's about 6 more minutes left in this video. I will leave the video right here. I think I went over the main things that I wanted to talk through and about. Again, I'll leave a link down in the description box down below to review the entirety of the videos and then go off to Fresh and Fit Podcast and look at the entirety of the live stream so you can get a better idea of the dispositions both before and after this communication started. But again, guys, so many things to learn here from a soft skills perspective, so I thought it was necessary to give you my take on what I think was happening in the conversation and what Kevin was thinking at different points and the different tactics that he was using to gain the upper hand. As we both see from a platform perspective, he had some things there that was incredibly within his advantage, and I think he was able, probably even unknowingly, to use that to his benefit, because he probably is not listening to how the audio is coming across as he is speaking. But then also from a communication perspective, simply a master class. And I even, I'm watching this and I'm taking notes as well to be a bigger, better, faster, stronger communicator going into the future, because it is so important. You could use it in every facet of your life. Okay, from your car broke down and you're talking to your mechanic, right, about how to reduce and lower that price, to seeing a baddie walk down the street and knowing the correct things to say to her in order to acquire her digits, to being at the workplace and you have conflict with your boss, you have conflict with your coworker. Soft skills are just so important. I think that he demonstrated them perfectly in a very contentious environment. The last point that I wanted to reiterate again:
we want to keep hold
prep,
of the EDZ.
prep,
We have
study,
to focus on survival first,
study.
and that
It's
means
so
supplies.
important. What you're seeing
See
here
if you
is
can get the bad guys
years
to share
of
some of
practice and decades of experience of him just being a person, just him being a man, him being in sales. But you're seeing the outcome of years of constant tutelage. And to think that he was like this years ago in front of a live studio audience, he's grown to be this. So as you look at the walk of life that you are in, what are the hours, right, that you are putting into the gym to become the best person that you absolutely can? I'll tell you right this, watching this right here, some inspiring ass shit. I got some shit to work on myself, all right? Questions, comments, concerns. Y'all already know what to do. Mediocre tutorials and reviews at gmail.com. Feel free to hit me up. We got a Patreon as well. Conversations like this, or we go break down in extra form up on the Patreon. We got resources available like you would not even believe. All in a mindset of improving each and every one of us and our value to the best that we absolutely and positively can.
Glimmer
Understand what I'm saying?
Shut them down.
This was a long one. If you're still with me, that's how I know that you're rocking with me. If you're still here with me, leave a comment down in the description box down below. And as well, guys, let me know, do you want me to do more breakdowns of more longer form conversations? You guys let me know if that would be a benefit and advantage to you. All right? Until next time, YouTube. Peace!
Heading to another site.
How much responsibility do you feel that you have? Think about the alt-right, as you say, some of them have enjoyed your work. And so
No,
I'm not one of you guys. I'm not one of you guys.
They haven't enjoyed my work.
I've definitely read bits on the internet.
Read more.
You've sold 2 million copies of 12 Rules for Life. You have 800,000 followers on Twitter, 1.4 million followers on YouTube. What is it that you're selling that so many people want to buy?
I don't think I'm selling anything.
Well, I went to a show where you were selling tickets for your show, so people are willing to pay a lot of money to see you speak. So what is it that you think that people are hungry for? They want to hear from you?
They're hungry for a discussion of the relationship between responsibility and meaning.
That's a
We haven't had that discussion
Hold them
in
off
our
while I
culture for
transmit
50
this.
years. We've concentrated on rights and privileges. freedom and impulsive pleasure, those are all useful in their place, but they're shallow, and that's not good, because if people are moored shallowly, then storms wreck them, and storms come along. So I'm talking to people about how they can build a foundation underneath them that works, and people need to know that, because otherwise their lives are harder than they need to be.
But what is it that you have that no one else has? What are you offering that no one else has right now?
Well, I think that is what I'm offering. That's not part of the public discussion, and it's grounded in my clinical knowledge. So I've been a clinician for a very long time, and I'm familiar with the works of most of the great 20th century clinicians and a reasonable amount of philosophy and a good swath of literature, and I'm a credible scientist, and so I can bring that all together. And I've tried to bring it all together and to make a case for the significance of individual life and the psychological necessity of courage and nobility and responsibility, these things that sound old-fashioned, but are old-fashioned in the best sense. They're old-fashioned because they've lasted forever and they're absolutely necessary. And people need a call to responsibility because they need to mature, they need to want to be adults. And I don't think we do a very good job in our culture of making a case for why it's a good thing to be an adult.
And two things really made you famous, which is, first of all, is the book, 12 Rules for Life. The second one, I think, was an interview that went viral with Cathy Newman of Channel 4 News, which she talked about men and women. Right, he's got a big, big following. But that was, I think, really fascinating, that interview, because it was specifically about men and women. And you said at the time, YouTube skews very male, and your fan base is very male. Is that still the case? Are you still mostly, primarily talking to men?
I would say the talk would probably 60-40, 65-35 female. The book sales, I don't know. I doubt it, because usually it's women who buy books, although men do buy
one giant heap of liver income.
We don't know the demographics of the books.
My word, you'll have to keep some for
but
yourself,
the book
you
has
know.
definitely expanded my audience, I would say. And that's a good thing as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I never set out specifically to talk to men. My students for most years at university have been primarily female. I think most of my graduate students have been female. It might be about 50-50.
Phenomenal. And is Lord Silla going to try and finish him now? He does. It's good night, Irene. Phenomenal. And is Lord Silla going to try
Plug is getting out hit. He kicked the shit out of that dude. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ.
Phenomenal. And is Lord Silla going to try and finish him now? He does. It's good night, Irene. มาดูซ้ายขึ้นมาจากฟ้าใสเตะพักขึ้นมาโอ้ลูกนี้เขียนก้านคอไปครับจริงๆเนี่ยแต่ผมคิดว่าจะล่วงเลยครับท่านผู้ชมครับโอ้ดอกนี้ไม่ต้องหลับไม่เสียเวลาครับว้าวสวยด้วยครับ
Hit that boy hard. Knocked him straight the fuck out.
Gee, that was one hell of a shot. Dave, everything is trained as the manager says. What happened? I was too strong, too fast, too good, and I'm well trained.
These fighters took the boxing adage of hit and don't get hit to the next level.
68-66, Canelo, 22 rounds off. Saunders took an upward step back, and now he's holding on.
Welcome back to When Boxers Enter the Matrix here on SMB Boxing. In this series, we will take a look at some of the best defensive displays and sequences from the history of the Sweet Science.
I'm young, I'm handsome, I'm bad, I'm pretty, and can't possibly be beat.
If you enjoy our videos, please leave us a thumbs up, and if you're new to the channel, consider subscribing for more great boxing content. These are 20 times that boxers entered the Matrix, Part 2. Naseem Hammed's absence from Part 1 was heavily questioned in the comments, so we're going to start Part 2 with a vintage display from The Prince.
Oh, terrific right hand and then a delayed action fall for Angeles. It seemed to take a while to take effect. It was the right hand, I'm sure, that did it.
In 1995, 19-0 Hammett moved up to featherweight for his first world title challenge against WBO champion Steve Robinson in the champion's hometown of Cardiff,
While it's
Wales.
true I can see for miles, I'm just one old man. Coordinates on their way for a
From
more
the
detailed
outset,
survey.
Hammett used superb
Attached.
footwork and
Find my
reflexes to
facts.
land power shots and make Robinson miss.
Take a quick pause and watch this shit. Like 3 minutes of motherfuckers getting laid the fuck out.
Phenomenal. And is Floyd Silla going to try and finish him now? He does. It's good night, Irene. He's fallen in love.
เรามาดูซ้ายขึ้นมาจากฟ้าใสเตะพักขึ้นมาโอ้ลูกนี้เขียนกั้นคอไปครับ จริงๆเนี่ยแกผมคิดว่าจะร่วงเลยครับท่านผู้ชมครับโอ้ดอกนี้ไม่ต้องหลังไม่เสียเวลาครับว้าวสวยด้วยครับ
Again with a very good combination coming forward. Beautiful Kyle.
Whoa. Wilson has been scoring consistently with the left hand. And a right hand with Wilson must have some Jerry Rome right hand.
My guy.
That's what we were worried about. He won't get up from that. He's out. Yeah, here it comes. Graham on the attack. Oh, look. And he was out before he hit the floor. Gee, that was one hell of a shot. Dave,
KO. Motherfuckers getting KO.
Get that picture of that fucking monkey I sent you this morning for breakfast.
What's that?
Who sends you those type of pictures?
Oh, that the picture you sent me? Yeah. That girl's lovely private parts.
Oh.
That's the best name for a vagina, monkey.
I send them to everybody too. Presidents of corporations, cops on Monday. Happy Monday. You make their day. Everybody's day is a lot better. Start the day on the right foot.
Especially presidents of corporations. People that you imagine if you had to work in a fucking office for your whole life, as old as we are now. If we were in an office since the time we were like 23, 24 years old, right out of school, just every day, buttoned down, try not to say anything that's gonna get you in trouble. Just trying to fucking make it to 5 o'clock and then immediately go to a bar and talk shit with your friends and then do it all over again on Monday.
But I time it so I know you're in a meeting. I know that you're in a meeting with 8 white dudes and they're real serious about, numbers have to be up, statistics. And all of a sudden your phone rings. You fucking open it up. It's a picture of a woman's vagina. And it breaks up the whole morning. You're like, thank God Joey Diaz exists because he understands what I'm going through. That's tough. That's tough. Going to sales meetings. I used to go to sales meetings and they talk about, do you know I went to Anthony Robbins things?
Did you?
When I was a burglar, I went to Anthony Robbins.
To be a better burglar?
No, and I ended up kidnapping the motherfucker. He focused me. I walked on the coals. I was all in with Anthony Robbins. You do know that.
Really?
Because I worked for a Subaru dealership, so Subaru paid for you to go to Anthony Robbins seminars. So they would give me like 3 bills for the day for per diem. I would go to Denver and do the Anthony Robbins seminar.
Dude, you should be a Subaru spokesperson. Who's more loyal to Subaru than you?
Nobody.
You fucking love Subarus.
Love them. Love them. I just cannot.
Because you lived in Boulder.
I lived in Aspen.
Yes.
And I saw vans. I saw every type of high-level car spin around. And you just lose control. And did you ever lose control in Colorado?
I didn't, but I did in Boston a bunch of times. Yeah.
And it wasn't fun.
It's not. Whenever you're driving in snow, it's touch and go. You could get patches of ice.
And in Colorado at night, you got a thing called black ice. And, I remember I worked at the Crestwood. I was security. And I had to pick people up at the airport at night. And I fucking did everything I could to get out of that job. Because one night I was in a van with people doing the speed limit, no alcohol, you know me. And I just hit black ice and the thing started spinning. And you don't know where you're going to land.
Oh, you have no idea. I was with McGuire once. Chris McGuire and I were on the way to the airport in Ohio. And we crossed over a bridge. And bridge is where you get it. Because there's no ground underneath it. So things freeze quicker. We went over this bridge and just got lucky. Nothing happened. We both went all right. It stopped where we were facing the wrong way, but there was no one on the road because it was early. We were headed back to the airport. And we just got back in line and just like, okay, I remember this. Like all of a sudden you got no power.
You know, I love German technology. I love the look of a lot of sport cars and everything like that. But when there's been nights 10 years ago, I had a gig in Irvine. And it was raining, one of those January in California, just coming down. I mean, you couldn't see in front of you. And cars are pulled over, and I'm doing 75 in the Subaru.
Why is a Subaru so good at that? Like, what is the big deal about Subarus?
When I first started with, I had never sold a car before. I was a detailer, and I became friends with the guy at Subaru. And he bust my balls every day. His name was Peter Pinto from Florida. Peter Pinto. He was a little guy. What are you doing washing
From
cars?
Florida, he went all the way up to Colorado?
Colorado to sell cars, and he became a man. I was properly introduced. In those days, they gave you $1,500 the first month, and they trained you for 2 weeks on cars. I knew nothing about the car. Like when you had that car and the axle fell off, you got rid of it because you're not a car guy. You're not going to get up on Saturdays and go to the store and find the piece from 1966 converter. It just, some people have that.
Those
as a
guys love
hobby.
that shit.
Tim Allen, Jay Leno, Gabriel. I love them for that. I don't have that gift. So when I was introduced to the Subaru, I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's just another fucking car. And then I saw snowstorms, and I saw how people reacted to Subarus. In Boulder, it's either Subaru or a fucking 4Runner.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm telling you, that's it. So, you know, once the snow drops, that September snowstorm, it's Subaru. Subaru's the first car that has an engine sideways. The engine isn't in like usual cars. That was the secret about Subaru.
The engine sideways?
It's
I've seen a few engines like that, right? What do they call that? Inline?
Inline.
Is that what it is?
Something like that.
No, inline is straight, right? That's like a BMW.
They have a word for it. It's Subaru technology started there. And then when I started selling Subarus, I had a GL10 that I was really impressed with, because what it let you do is if you went up Lee Hill Road, okay, and you made the left to go down into your property, and there was the snow, you could press a button and the shock absorbers would fill up. And your car would rise above so you could go through the snow. So all those little things. The only knock...
They had that way back then?
1988, 89, the GL10s. The only knock Subaru had was that if you had a stick, you couldn't keep your hand on it.
You couldn't keep your hand on the stick?
Right, so if I'm driving a stick, boom, I'm in two, I'm in three, I got to keep my hand off it. I could only, the clutch cable. That was the only knock they had.
So the clutch cable would break?
It would break if you kept your hand on it too long.
I had one of those break on me once.
Yeah, so you have to go 1, then 2, then 3, then 4.
I had it actually break on me twice. Once I got stuck in second gear, and I managed to drive to a parking lot and get towed. It was in, I had a 2005 or something like that. 2004, 2005 Porsche that just kept breaking. And the thing that kept breaking was that thing with the clutch and also the fuel pump.
See, that was a GL10 sedan. I'm talking about the wagon, the duded up wagon, was just a brilliant automobile. And then I started selling Toyotas.
Those things are still on the road, too.
They're still on the road, guys. And this is what I'm saying about the American dollar. I like the Subaru because I respect what they do with the American dollar.
What do they do?
They give you $1 worth for $1.
Oh, right.
They really do. For the American who's really looking for a fucking car to last, I've gone into Douglas Toyota and have seen trucks with 500,000 miles on it, on a Toyota truck. That says a lot. When you're an American and you're a construction guy, and, you know, you're putting in bids and blah, blah, blah.
Do you know Matt Farah?
Do
From
I know
the Smoking
him?
Tire? Do you know that dude?
No.
He's a big fan of yours. He loves comedy.
Jesus Christ, how much
YouTube
shit?
channel. It's all about cars. And they had a car, a Lexus, that they took to 1,000,000 miles. He had a 1,000,000-mile Lexus.
Now, who makes Lexus at the end of the day?
Toyota.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, that's what
here?
I'm saying.
So when
I had 3 Lexuses over the course of my life. Never had a single problem. 0 problems. They just work. They always work.
They just work.
All cars are so amazing now. It's like the bar is set so high that if you just get if you get a Mustang GT, just a Mustang GT today, which is like very reasonable. Like I think a Ford Mustang GT. Tell me how much one of those fucking things cost. But it's got performance that you couldn't even imagine 20 years ago. and it's probably under $50,000. It's probably 40 grand. How much are those?
Starts at 26.
26.
26,000.
Is that for the regular Mustang or the
Yeah, it's
GT?
just- well, I guess it does. I typed in GT, but it says regular. Hold on.
Okay, so that's I think the regular one might have a 6-cylinder. I'm not sure. I think they still do that.
Website,
I might be
premium-
wrong about that.
Premium fastback starts at 39.
Okay, and that's the one with the V8, right? That's the Coyote V8. It's a 5-liter V8. It's fucking wicked powerful, like 460 horsepower. I mean, the power that you get with $40,000, $45,000 today, it's just insane. They keep getting better and better and better. It's like, where are they going to go with these fucking
And the
things?
leases are great.
Oh, yeah.
The leases are great. The deals they're giving you now, I mean, a buddy of mine just bought a car and he got a 1.5, interest rate, whatever, you know, for a 1.5 mediocre credit. It's a time to buy a car. And you can get whatever the fuck you want. I usually
All
lease.
cars are good now. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like you can't make a shitty car anymore. Like America went through a time period where we just made dog shit cars, and everybody knew that they broke. And everybody was like, "Look, if you buy American cars, you're gonna buy something that's gonna cost the same amount, but it's not gonna last as long." And the Japanese just took the Germans. They just took over.
They took it over. And then Lee Iacocca brought it back with the K car.
You know what's the most hilarious country though for cars? My people. The Italians,
Don't get
they
me
never made a
started.
single car that's reliable.
Don't even get me. Remember we had the conversation about my buddy who had the Italian car. He went crazy. I'm gonna keep it in my roots. The car is still in his garage, bro. Rusty, fucking the Bugatti or whatever the fuck.
Apparently the new ones you can drive. Like a new one, they're actually reliable.
For 2 weeks.
No. The new ones apparently. It's like everything else. They got to a point where they just had to have better
Do you remember the
electronics.
Triumph?
Yes, I do.
The Triumph.
Yeah.
We grew up on the Triumph.
Jesus
the thing
Christ.
By Volkswagen.
I don't remember that one.
The thing by Volkswagen
Was that their little van thing?
It was a little van thing. There's like 10 left. If you got a thing, somebody will give you $1 million.
Really?
They had a Subaru made a car called the Justy.
Oh, that's it?
That's the
Wow.
thing. Subaru made a car called the Justy, a 3-cylinder.
Look at that
Just
thing.
to compete with Hyundai. When Hyundai came out with the Muttmobile in '87, Hyundai changed the game. Hyundai came out with the Astana, whatever that little 4-door car is, 160, 150 down, 150 a month. Busted the car industry. Subaru had to compete. Everybody had to drop to those tin cans just to compete.
There was a lot of people driving those Hyundais when they first came out because
Fuck
they were
yeah.
so cheap. A buddy of mine got one.
150 a month, you know, all day long.
A buddy of mine got
All
one
day long.
that I used to deliver papers with. And he was telling me, he's like, look, these fucking Koreans, man, when they get into something, they know what they're doing. Like, if they're going to jump into the car market, that's a disciplined group of people. If they're going to jump into the car market, they're going to make a badass car.
Well, listen.
They're very reliable.
Mitsubishi, for example. Mitsubishi, people hate Mitsubishi. Americans.
Why do they
old
hate
school,
Mitsubishi?
Because Mitsubishi made the parts that were in the Meg that the Americans went up against in World War II.
Oh, really?
So if you try to sell a fucking, those guys are all gone. Rest in peace. But when you sold a car to a guy that did the reading on, like there were certain Chryslers that had Mitsubishi parts. Ford had Mitsubishi parts. The Mitsubishi's like the biggest thing in car parts.
Wasn't it?
So everybody has Mitsubishi parts on their car. Some belongs to Mitsubishi.
So if you had a Mitsubishi, you were a bad person.
No. So when some Americans, old school veterans, you know those guys that wear the jackets with the hat, with the stuff, when they come to see a car, if you show them a Chrysler, a certain type of Chrysler, they go, nah, they got a Mitsubishi fucking tailpipe.
That makes sense.
Because that's how pissed off they were because the Megs would shoot down the Americans or something. It was some historic thing. But then Mitsubishi got into the business. Mitsubishi busted along in like the 80s, the late 80s. They came out with that fucking car, the Eclipse. Remember the Eclipse?
I remember that. Yeah.
Hot little fucking car.
I had a Mitsubishi at one point. I had a Starion. You remember that?
Yeah, everybody had a Mitsubishi because they were cheap. You know, you go into a Toyota place to buy a Toyota, listen, you're a mutt. You didn't pay the water bill.
To speak to that, Dodge used to sell their version of the Starion. It was the Conquest. Dodge had the Conquest TSI, and it was their version of the Starion. It was the same car. It was one of the rare times in history where two car companies have the exact same car. The exact same car. One was the Conquest, one was the Starion. That was it.
Yes. Yeah.
That red one right there looks exactly like my buddy Jimmy DiTilio's. My buddy Jimmy had one exactly like that when we were like 21.
This is why it's very hard for a guy like me to fall for fads, especially for cars, because I've seen a lot of fad. I remember Suzuki Samurai. How many motherfuckers killed the Suzuki Samurai? Was like the scooter. You know these jerk-offs with the scooters today thinking that they're cool? The Suzuki Samurai came around and it started tipping over. This thing started tipping over. But
well,
again,
people try to take corners with them as if it's like a sports car.
The thing weighed 8 pounds. I had friends tipping them over. They were made of fucking tin. And they were 150 down, you know, 150 a month. And for fucking an extra $25, I had a guy with a fan. Because you would die in these things. People were dying.
What the fuck is that thing, James?
They sell these in the Studio City.
What is it?
It's an electric car that's like a one-seater. It's a 3-wheel one-seater car.
Electra Mechanica?
Yeah, I don't know how to say it.
I think that's it.
Electra, yeah.
Dad, it's crazy, and it's a one-person car?
Yeah, it's a
You know what's
Canadian
good about
car
that
maker,
car?
Bro.
It doubles as a casket. That's what's great about that fucking car, that your family saves 10 G's by a casket. They just bury you in that fucking thing.
But if you think about it, if you have to get around everywhere, and it's just you most days, and something like this is cheap, what is the difference between being in that and being in a big truck with all that fucking empty space? You drive around and Escalade
like
everywhere.
a fucking idiot in that fucking thing. You ever drive past one of these idiots and you're at a light and you actually look at him and you're like, you're in his mind, he's thinking he's the coolest guy in the fucking world. That guy thinks he's fucking Ricky Gervais.
That is actually a cool looking one. Look at that front hood scoop.
Joe, that's a casket. That's
is that the headlight? No, it's a hood scoop. Is that their high beams? What is that?
I think it looks like headlights, but
I think that's actually a real hood scoop for some strange reason.
A plastic piece over it.
Yeah, what is that? Is that clear plastic over it? Is that what I'm looking at?
Could be because it's inside, but I don't know.
I'm telling
so
you.
crazy.
That's like the RX-7. The RX-7 was a casket for two.
Was it?
Remember the Mazda RX-7?
Yeah.
I fucking hated that car. You know why? Why? Because I was coming home on January 1st, and I was one of the first people on the site. And I don't want to say I was tripping on something. I was on some type of drug. I wasn't over the hill. I was still alert. And we were like maybe the third car there. And it was a Mazda that had hit a pole head on, and it was split down the middle, all the way in the windshield. And I could hear the girl yelling.
Oh my God.
And he was there. The fire department came, ambulance, a couple heroes trying to get him out. He was dead on arrival. They had to saw the car, and that's why I don't like those little cars. They're caskets. That's the caskets. In those days, and after that, I never got an RX-7. My buddy the devil had an RX-7.
Were they the ones with the rotary engine?
I don't know.
Does Mazda have? There's a sports car company that uniquely has the rotary engine. It's a different kind of engine. It's not like cylinders. Is that it? It is Mazda? Yeah, they got a different kind of engine, Joe.
Mazda's a good car.
Dude, I drove
Mazda's
one of the
a good car.
more modern Mazdas.
Mazda's a good car.
In like 2000, maybe? No, it was like 90s. Like before, okay, it was before I moved to California. See, look at that thing. That's how the engine works. Instead of having a bunch of pistons, it's got this big fucking thing in the middle of it. Like, I wish I understood engines to know why this is that different.
But regular engines have the things
pistons.
that go like this.
Pistons.
Okay.
Real car people must be going crazy right now.
I know,
These
I'm sorry,
fucking
ladies and
idiots.
gentlemen. It's been years.
They don't know shit. So we're watching this video that says Mazda RX-7 rotary engine, how it works. And it's describing how it works. It's a very strange video where you're watching this thing rolling around inside of an oval, it looks like. A big oval engine container. Yeah. It's very different. But it's very fast. It was the one that this guy had. I guess, like I'm saying, I think it's 93 or something like that. It was really fast. And it really handled really well, too. But it was a very light car. Yeah, these things are weird, man. Like, rotary engine, that's weird. Like, how come nobody else adopted that? But it looks like a badass watch, you know?
See, I didn't have a car education, but by selling cars in Boulder, I learned a lot. Now I forget that stuff, I'm not going to lie to you, because the level of intelligence in Boulder from the university, when they would come in, remember, Boulder, at the end of the day, University of Colorado is where you're going to be an astronaut. You know that.
Is that what it is?
Like, that's heavy duty Boulder. They have like a whole thing back there. So those people move into town. Between them and the Japanese that moved there, they come to Subaru and they ask very intelligent questions. Completely different than a guy like you, me, or Jamie would ask.
Are you saying we're dumb?
Yes, compared to what they'd ask.
Like what kind of questions?
You know, velocity, this, that, and that. Have to find these answers for them. Because they were like astronauts. I'd have to go in. There was no computers in 80 like that I could go on. So I'd have to go on a brochure and really go into it, and then they'd take the calculator out. They were those type of people. So that's why I remember learning not as much as I could because they were so intelligent. When they'd come over, especially the Japanese guys, they couldn't speak that good English. But they would look at cars. What's this? What's the weight?
That's what's really amazing if you stop and think about the creation of cars and how they've evolved and they keep getting better. For a long time, they did it without the internet. Long time. Some of the greatest cars ever created, pre-internet. You know? Just think about all the various forms of sports cars and 911s, all those different Corvettes that came out. All that shit was before the internet. They were just looking at each other's pictures and looking at magazines, and everyone was competing against each other to have the best handling car, the best looking car, best fuel efficiency. Things kept shifting over the years. Like for 10 years in America, they didn't make anything good. And for 10 years.
What were the years?
It was the years from American muscle cars. When I say anything good, I mean like something that like a muscle car lover, other tam. The Trans Am is the exception to the rule. Trans Am, they made some, those Smokey and the Bandit cars that people to this day still want. That was in the 70s.
Oh,
but
you
from
can't do
the
that.
1960s, like say 65-ish to like 70, America couldn't be touched. Those muscle cars were insane. They just kept pumping out cooler and cooler shapes.
What did
Classics.
Steve McQueen drive?
He drove a 1968 fastback Mustang.
Is that a bad motherfucker?
Oh yeah.
How bad of a motherfucker?
Well, it's a beautiful car. The design is the back end of a 68 Mustang is one of the most underrated forms in all of automotive design. That's a 68 Shelby. That's different. That's a GT500. It's a totally different shape. The Shelby had a completely different set of rear taillights. They had altered quite a bit about the Shelby, like the way it looks in the front end as well. The regular 68 Mustang, it just has this beautiful, like, contoured rear end. Look at that. Look at that. That green car. That's like a real modern-looking, like, updated version of it. Real pretty, with a phenomenal deep green paint job. But look how good that rear looks.
So that's what he drove.
That's what he drove, motherfucker. Look at that. That is Americana, baby. Look at the tail end of that fucking vehicle, man, with the chrome and the chrome bumpers and the red headlights and the black behind. Look at that fucking car, man.
No seat belt.
Well, they had those ones around your waist.
Yeah, like in the back.
You had
no
waist
seat
belt. No, there's no seat belt in the back. You bounced around like a fucking rock back there.
How many horsepower?
Not that much. Not that much, man. A really powerful car back then had like 350 horsepower. Like, let's find out what was the 1968 GT500. That was their most powerful one. I'm gonna imagine this had like 400 horsepower. Say 1968, just Shelby GT 500 horsepower. 1968 Shelby GT, because that was their. What they would do is they take it to Carroll Shelby. Carroll Shelby would take the regular Mustang and just juice it the fuck up. More power, better handling, better looks. Here it goes. 400, perfect. Yeah.
Now, who were they competing with? Like, what was? This is Ford, right?
Yeah, they were competing against the Camaro at this point because they made a larger car.
And the Corvette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of. The Corvette was like a little bit of a different category because it was a pure sports car, where this car had back seats. So that's a 400 horsepower. So compared to the Mustang of today, the regular GT. Forget about the new one. They have a new GT 500 that has like 760 horsepower. The new GT 500 goes 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds. It's a monster
Which
car.
one were they making for that movie that just came out?
That was the
Ford versus Ferrari.
Oh.
For the Le Mans.
I don't
think
know.
That's what it was for.
I think it was that about race car. I didn't see that movie.
it was Shelby. It was him making that car. I think like they had 2
really?
weeks to make it or 2 days to make it. I didn't see the movie yet.
Well, probably because the movie they juiced that up, right? I don't know. I thought they were race cars though. I didn't think they were like these kind of cars. This is like a GT car.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Didn't see it. Oh yeah, I guess it is the GT 500. Maybe that's what that was for.
Yeah, I think it's not even the GT 500. I think it's the GT 40, which is their race car. I think because I'm pretty sure I saw in the. I didn't see the movie.
I thought you would have known. I thought you might have saw it.
I think it's a different GT. I think it's their actual race car. But the new one, this Shelby has a new GT 500. It's a ridiculous car. It's faster around tracks than the new Corvette. They have a new Corvette, this crazy rear-engined, mid-engined rather Corvette. It's their newest Corvette. It's the best Corvette ever. And this GT 500 is even faster than that. It's bonkers.
Right. Yeah, GT40.
Yeah, it's a different kind of car. That's a car that's only for the racetrack. These guys, you could buy a Shelby GT 500 today. You walk out of a dealer showroom. Hi. Do you know how to drive? Yes, sir. Here's my license. Like, you don't have to hardly know shit. And they'll let you just drive home in one of the most preposterous automobiles ever offered to man. You can just go right into a Ford dealership, and if you have the, I'm going to say a Shelby GT 500's $80,000. How much does that cost? A brand new Shelby GT 500.
Wait, I gotta go pee.
You gotta pee already?
I had to
What
drive.
happened? Okay. How much does one of those cost?
72.9.
That's crazy.
760 horsepower.
So for $73,000, you can buy a car that is so fast. If you really can know that there's a difference between the speed of that and then the next car after that, the next car that's more powerful, you really should be in jail.
It has LCD.
Oh, it's dope as fuck.
Changing cluster for your screens.
Well, a lot of cars are doing that now because they can get so much more information in front of you instead of just the standard gauges. But dude, there's still something about them standard gauges.
Did you see the Mustang electric car?
Yes.
Not bad.
It's not bad at all. It's like a fat Mustang, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? They're using the Mustang name for other shit now. That's controversial. That could cause a problem. Why not just come up with another name? That's not a Mustang. You know that's not a Mustang. That's an SUV.
Yeah, what about it makes it a Mustang if it's
right. Why are you doing that? They're talking about doing that with Corvette too. That Corvette could branch off and become a brand like Cadillac is. You know, Cadillac is a brand. It's, you know, it's synonymous with luxury. Like you think of Cadillacs, but it's a GM car. And if they decide to take the Corvette model and just make it a brand, and so have dope SUVs, like fast, racy SUVs, fast, racy four-door sedans.
Hey, whatever sells cars, man, because did you see that Tesla's now valued at as much as GM and Ford together combined?
Yeah, whoops, guys. Fucking dummies. He's a super genius. Just back off. It's hilarious, right?
Yeah, it's still going up today. Like,
guy makes amazing cars. He makes amazing fucking cars. We're talking about Elon Musk. Tesla is worth more today than, what is it? What's the stock?
GM and Ford, it's like it's over 500 now, but like the market value is they're combined.
Yeah, and everybody was saying it was going to fall apart.
I think it's a beautiful car, guys, but I got to give it one time. Especially the self-driving shit. My buddy has the... It's beautiful. He's got the electronic one.
Any Guardians nearby?
Which one, though?
I don't know. Gorgeous. Yeah, Tesla.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. But he was telling me to go to San Diego. You got to stop in Commerce City.
Yep.
And plug it in for 20 minutes and sit there like a bump on a log.
Yep, you do.
You know, there's just so many different charging places. I took an Uber a couple weeks ago. I got into a car that was just amazing. That blew me away. A fucking Honda.
I need a snack.
So they're making everything.
Accords, they make some nice Accords.
No, this car, you know,
Accords are
listen,
beautiful.
you get in a Honda, you get in a Toyota sometimes. Not Toyota as much, but Mitsubishi. What's the other one? Hyundai. When you close the door, there's a lightness in the metal. That's where you see there's a lightness. Like Junk, it closes a certain way. When I get in your fucking Porsche, when I close it, that makes a certain noise. It's.
And I guess I gotta be right.
You never been in my little tiny one. I got a 1993 964. It's a real light car, but the metal in it is so much thicker than any metal you've ever used.
I like all that.
This door is like a chunk. When you close the door, chunk. Like you could feel the weight to it. You feel when you tap the fenders too. There's no give. It's a different structure. Totally different.
So I was blown away even by the Honda Accord Hybrid. What we're paying for gas. I mean, it's just a great little car. I'm looking at a couple different options. I was in Huntington Beach.
You're thinking about going away from Subaru?
Adding something to my collection just because.
You need to get a Cadillac.
I got a fucking.
I've always said you need a Cadillac. You should add a Cadillac a long time
is
ago.
a badass.
You should be a Cadillac man.
That dude gave me a ride last week. I was in Huntington Beach and I took a special Uber special. And it was that Cadillac, and he told me exactly how he got it, what the scam is with them, how to do it.
Something really hitting me while I walk away for just half a second.
That's their main night.
Go to the bathroom.
One day you wake up, I gotta go to Tommy's for my batteries.
And I guess the answer is yes.
I'm joking. I get in my Subaru, the battery's never dead.
I wonder if they're more reliable now. I don't know anything about them. I've never owned one, but I've rented a ton of them.
Fucking gorgeous.
That's a
gorgeous
car.
And when you sit in it, you're
What
tight.
model is that?
TS.
That's a CTS.
CTS-V.
Is that what that is? That's a beautiful fucking car, man. Look at that front end. The design is just so. It's so interesting. It's like
after I left here the last time, or the last two times, the guy reached out and said he's giving me
you need a Cadillac.
the 560 police. We'll go down.
Take it. Joey, I want to see you strolling around the Cadillac. I would love it. Bumping Biggie.
I can't do it. And the Subaru I love that I have.
Never
But
had any
people always
doubts.
go, why are you driving a lesbian car? People always say that shit to me. And it hurts my feelings. Like, why are you driving a lesbian car? Dog, it's not a lesbian car. It's just a fucking Subaru, man.
You love a reliable car. I respect that about you.
I want to get in the car and start it. I don't want to be in service.
I don't think these things are unreliable anymore.
I got free service. The warranties they give you now are fucking, Volkswagen, which nobody buys.
Look at that, Joey.
What is that?
That's a Cadillac.
Oh, that's fucking
CTS-V. Look at that fucking car. Is that the coupe? Is that a four-door? It's hard to tell because the picture's so dark. Yeah, there's 4 doors. That's a four-door?
Oh, no.
That's two. Yeah, see that little rear window? That's not like a full window. Wow, that's a beautiful car, man. They make some killer. You know what's a killer fucking car right now? If you want an SUV, a Lincoln Navigator. The new one is insane.
I wonder what happened to Lincoln. Are they still in business?
They only make the Navigator, and then they make one or two other luxury coupes.
Lincoln
which are
made
very
some
nice.
Beautiful cars.
Their cars
when I was
now
a
are
kid.
very nice.
Gorgeous. Then they went away. Like they just.
Well, this
the Lincoln
Navigator's their
Continental
biggest
was
thing.
big. They
Yeah.
sold 10 million of those to limo drivers.
Oh, yeah.
Then they stopped production on them, so I didn't know what was going on with Lincoln Continental. They just tapped out.
You know what's the shit? Is those 1965s with the suicide doors? Come on, son. I'm not that bold. I could not buy one of those cars. You go rolling around in one of those 1965 Lincoln Continentals with the suicide doors, like holy
What
shit.
did the Green Hornet drive?
Did he drive a Continental?
See what he drove, Jamie.
Green Hornet.
He used to get out and open the door sideways.
Rich.
The Black Beauty.
Chrysler Imperial Crown.
A beautiful fucking
Wow. Let me see a picture of that. 1966 Chrysler. Look at that thing. We're looking at picture one, ladies and gentlemen, that looks like it has machine guns that poke out of the hood.
Well,
and
that
missiles.
that was the Black Beauty. There,
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
But I always like the way
Ooh,
the
look
doors
at that thing.
opened. Yeah,
That's the car?
Yeah.
What a fucking car. Who made that one? No, that's a resto mod. Oh, is that
for
the
the
new
movie. That was
Green
from the
Hornet?
movie,
Oh,
yeah.
the new one. That was the new one with Seth Rogen, right? Yeah, I didn't see that one.
No, I want to know the one with
Ooh,
Bruce Lee
look
drove.
at that one.
Look at that one.
People don't understand. We're a little too young for it, but people don't understand what an impact Bruce Lee had when he was doing the Green Hornet. When people saw him do martial arts moves the way he did on screen, like people wanted to. I mean, You have to think about how many people would watch a TV show back then. Like, if you had a TV show, there's only like 3 different things to watch, right? Like, if you had a TV show, you had the entire country watching one of 3 things. And if you had a big show like the Green Hornet was.
The Green Hornet aired on Sunday nights. So it was like stealing.
Yeah, everyone's home.
You either had Lawrence Welk on fucking Channel 7 on ABC. Look at these things. Look, 1968. You didn't see this.
Look at that guy drop.
And he just traumatized NBC. NBC was traumatized. They only did 6 episodes.
Look how bad their fucking fight scenes are. Look at these white guys faking punches. Oh my God. It's hilarious to see like old school bad TV like fight acting. Like when you know the punch didn't hit him and the hair goes flying. It's so weird. Especially because we're not playing any of the volume. So we're just watching it. So when you're watching with no volume, you get to really see how preposterous it is.
How many TV shows did that guy do?
Bruce Lee?
No, that Spanish dude did about 1,000 episodes of different TV shows from the late 60s all through the 70s.
Who is it?
I don't know.
He's the guy that was starring right there.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, I don't know
that guy was like, character actor.
For some materials that will make this all just a little bit easier.
But Bruce Lee came on Sunday nights. I still remember driving back from Miami with my family and like being pissed because I missed Bruce Lee. Then they canceled it. You didn't see nothing about Bruce Lee again, bro.
How long was it between that and the big movies?
It was about 1.5 years that Kung Fu movies were mainstream. 5 Fingers of Death came out. 5 Fingers of Death. It was all about the iron palm technique. The guy would look at you and his palm would turn pink. And that started with that. And then Fist of Fury came out. But I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I went to see Fist of Fury in the movie theater. I don't remember. When Chinese Connection came out, that's what changed the ball game. But see, it pisses me off today, you know, when I see fucking people 20 years old talking about the impact of Bruce Lee or whatever. First off, let's get this straight. Bruce Lee was a tough guy, but he wasn't going to beat Muhammad Ali.
That was so silly.
He wasn't going to beat Muhammad Ali. He was, you know, whatever. Bruce Lee meant that the little guy had hope. Bruce Lee gave the immigrant hope. You know, that's what all these guys, Bruce Lee fucking, it changed everybody. He put a little bounce in the step.
He changed martial arts.
He changed martial arts, but he gave you hope. The movie theaters were packed. Martial arts schools were packed. Black people were going crazy because nobody suffered anymore. Did you see Dolomite yet?
No, I still haven't seen it.
Again, you know, you got to watch these shits if I'm going to come on the show because when Dolomite, did you see it? When he
the
sells
new one, you mean the new one? I saw the Rudy Ray Moore one.
First of all, fucking our boy stole the show. Our boy, the dude who you were gonna fucking MMA.
Oh, Wesley Snipes?
Stole the fucking movie, okay? Bad motherfucker.
He's a bad motherfucker.
Bad motherfucker. You know, I'm sick and tired of these people going, well, what happened to him? Nothing happened to him. Well, David Tell. What happened to David Tell? David Tell is getting stronger every weekend. While you're looking at some fucking idiot jumping up and down on Netflix. David Tell is getting stronger and stronger. When you go see David Tell, it's like people going crazy right now about Uncut Gems. Shit, Adam Sandler's been around for 30 years. He's got something for your ass. It may not be goofy, jumping up and down and wetting you, but when he did, have you seen Uncut Gems?
I heard it's great.
Just go for him, to cheer him on, to go, you know what? Thank God. Because people think that we're like fucking mooks as comics. I'll hit you from fucking 90 different directions. You could just act, bitch. We could do it all. And when we get 30 years under our belt, we become weapons. Like Jimmy Smith, like any of these people that have been doing it for 30 plus fucking years. Eventually, you're going to get fucking good at it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I still didn't see the Tarantino movie. I saw the Joker.
Tarantino movie's amazing.
I won't see it out of disrespect for Bruce Lee. I saw the Joker. Wow, I just don't even want to go there with nobody.
Yeah,
I'm not in the mood. If he didn't fucking live through it, I don't want to hear his fucking take on it.
It's not it doesn't make sense.
It disrespected Shannon, so it means it disrespected me. You disrespected my fucking pal, and now I don't even know Shannon Lee.
Yeah.
But if a bunch of these people got fired up, I watched the Joker. I liked it.
The Joker was intense.
I liked the Joker. It was intense. I saw Uncut Gems during the break. I went to Christmas night. My fucking girls went to sleep, so I slid over to the lounge, ate 3 edibles, and my heart was beating with that fucking, because that movie's Joey Diaz, 83 to 84. Whatever you want to do, we're going to do. What do you want to do? Joe Rogan, listen, I got something coming next week. We're going to get 20 G's still next week. There ain't no next week. Jamie, don't say nothing to Rogan. I need 10 to fucking put this number in. And it just goes. Think of your life from there. You're borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and then you're telling Jesus to suck your dick. It's nonstop.
Yeah,
I went to see. People said
like that.
people were like, "Don't get high and go see it." Fuck you! I'm going deep to go see it. I prepared like at 8
Who's
o'clock.
in that?
Huh?
Who's in it?
Just Adam Sandler and a bunch of fucking whatevers. It's just a movie of the basketball player that you don't know. Kevin Garnett.
Oh, okay.
And it's nonstop.
So it's mostly Sandler, and it's
Sandler bumping into what happened to my 30?
Oh wow!
I'll catch you next week. I gotta go. Yeah, you motherfucker. You know, it's fucking constant. It's that life, and then it is an Academy Award winner. I don't fucking know. I took it home. I wore it for a couple days. It's okay. Is anything in a fucking Academy Award winner anymore? I watched The Irishman. You didn't see it yet either, so
No.
again, you go skiing for 3 hours. What are you doing on these flights? You look at Ian Edwards, wait for him to go to sleep, and you go to sleep, you're fucked. That's when I watch these 3-hour movies. I can't watch them at home. I got a 7-year-old. But
So
I
you just
go on
watch
the road.
on flights.
I
On
watch
flights, I try to write. Sometimes I'll come up with some of my best bits while writing.
No,
on a plane.
that's after the movie. But it's a 5-hour, 51-minute flight.
That's true.
So I usually do a little, I listen to music, I get tuned up, I eat whatever they give me. I fucking put the movie on, and I got the notebook right on the iPad. So when something comes to me, you tighten it up, and then you got the whole night that night in your hotel room. But no, I like The Irishman.
Do you write on your iPad?
Yeah, lately. I
Do you write
got a notebook.
on the screen, or do you have one of those detachable keyboards?
I have the keyboard with the screen, and I just type like I'm usual. So that's where I put the final product now. So now I have a notebook still where I fuck around, put different stupid ideas, and then once the joke works, I put it on the iPad now, and I can add text.
Oh,
It's not like I used to before. So now
But you're just typing on the iPad screen, just like a phone, right? Like you don't have a keyboard. That you
No, I have a
attach to it.
keyboard.
Oh, you have a
It
separate.
closes, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
the Apple
okay.
one with the big screen.
Yes. Okay.
It saved my life. The best night ever happened.
When you
No
do that, it's
Twitter.
basically like a little laptop.
Listen to me. No Twitter. No Facebook. No nothing. I got YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, and that writing app. That's it. That's for the hotel room.
That's good for your head.
Friday
right?
night, nobody fucking. If you Facebook me on Friday night and I'm on the road, you gotta suck my dick. Twitter, the same thing. I don't want to look at it on the road. That's a distraction. So on the road, I don't want to do podcasts. I don't want to do nothing.
Yeah.
I want to lift a little bit, maybe go to a fucking local kickboxing school and do a workout. But I want to focus on that writing. Not 6 hours worth. I ain't no fucking Hemingway. Just to make little adjustments from the night before.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, you got this time when you're on the road, and you can use it in a way that's gonna help you. It can be beneficial, or you could just use it. It's one of two things, right? You got to figure out like what's optimal for you when you're on the road. For me, I always have better sets when I work out.
You have to work out.
Always.
You have to work out.
I don't like that weird fog that I feel when I fly into somewhere. And then I just like get ready for the show. I'm like, God, it's fucking. There's something about like it's hard to get everything going. But if you just get on an elliptical machine for 20 minutes,
That's it, 20
just
minutes.
listen to some good music, and just say, there's no option. You have to do this. Just fucking do this. Once 10 minutes gets going, then you're sweating. You're having a good time. Then you're fine.
We've been
Then you're good
friends.
for 40 minutes or more.
We've been friends for 23 years. You've been taking me on the road for 20 of those years. We could not do what we were doing 20 years on the road today. Not because I'm not calling you out, because you have children, you have a wife, you have 1,000 other responsibilities. So Tuesdays and
Yeah, you
Wednesdays
can't do those shows anymore.
are out.
Yeah,
They're
and Sunday's out too.
Sundays
Yeah.
out too. So
It's
now,
also, it's like, you can get a lot out of that when you're in those early stages like we were when we were learning how to do the road. There's a lot you get out of those Wednesday through Sunday weeks.
You know why? Because by Friday, you want to stab yourself in the throat from saying the same joke.
Yep.
So you wake up Saturday morning and you run like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because Saturday you got 3 shows. Remember, we went through this 3-show pattern.
Mhm.
You
3
were the
on
one
Saturdays,
that said to
yeah.
me, we're not doing midnights no more. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's the law of diminishing returns. You didn't even know what joke you fucking said by midnight.
Yep.
Even if you stayed sober. You didn't smoke then. We were sober as judges. You
Looks like the
still-
Fallen
you're
are bringing in a glimmer
say this
drill.
bit.
Keep
So that's
a
just
sharp
a burn.
lookout.
That's the law of diminishing returns. Sundays.
People are tired. They don't have the same reaction on Sunday.
You and I were never tired then, but there was no children involved. There was no serious girlfriends involved. There was not a lot. There were podcasts wasn't involved. There was a lot of different things. That now my schedule has to be this. You want me to tell you something? I could fucking take the Friday.
A glimmer mining crew.
I could take the Friday.
Shut them down.
At 6 a.m. Landon County at 2. And be at town hall ready to go at 8. Do I really want to do that? Do I need to do that? No. Start at 6 a.m. on Thursday. Get to New York at 2. Take a little nap. At 4, go downstairs, do the elliptical, get 2 5-pound shadow box attendance, line up that piece of shadow box. Breaks a tremendous sweat.
Yep.
Barber jab. You go upstairs.
You're also moving.
You back in the shower.
Woo!
You get yourself up. And you go for a nice spin. And you get to see the town. And then I do what I learned from my brother Joe Rogan.
They're heading to another
You leave
site.
A fucking huge tip. So when they go out for employee night, the word gets out that Joe Rogan in town. Friday morning, you wake up, the show's sold out. I don't even have to go do radio. You know what I'm saying? That's the plan.
Yeah.
And then you get up Friday and you go to a local kickboxing school. How cool is that? Just to, and they're looking at you like, Mr. Rogan, are you sure? Yeah. I'm doing the class. I want to meet you. You get more out of that than anything. They talk to you, they bust your balls a little bit, but then you get an Uber set to pick you up. And you go back to the hotel, you actually got out and you were social before the show. Now I could go back to that hotel room and sit there for 6 hours and dig it. You write for one, you throw an episode of The Sopranos on for one, you throw an episode of something else, then you go back to write. Maybe you take a nap, take a nice 20-minute shower, do a 7 o'clock show. In case you sell out, you do the second show, but if not, you're back. Little room service. You throw on a movie you haven't seen, you edible. You're up at 5, you're at the airport at 6, you're back at LAX at 9.
I want to see this documentary. Sounds perfect.
That's what works for me now for me to be the most effective. You know, I could be a gabon and go out there on Wednesday, but by Saturday, I'm gonna be a good comic.
Yeah, I think we
I'm not
still
gonna be a good comic.
put in the reps and put in the reps in town. It's just about reps. You know, as many reps as you can get. The thing about the road when you're doing those Wednesday through Sundays is that you're getting long reps. You're getting like hour sets every show.
Which is great too. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not.
That's
I
a
think
pile
for
of
me
glimmer.
as
Hold them off while I
where we're
translate.
at now, I want to give them 150% of the show. Last night was how we started to do things up. Right out of the way. And I sucked it back and I gave them the main room. And then I took that same energy into the original room and sucked another bag of dicks. But I wanted to try new material. See, I was failing in the past. I was in all these other clubs. No, let me not trash at the Comedy Store. Listen, you bring everything to the chapel at the Comedy Store and let the pieces fall where they may. It's 15 to get in. You do know that. They're going to see 22 comics.
And they're going to see 22 comics that headline all over the world.
So suck my dick. I'm going to go up there and give you 150%. But I'm going to go up there and try new shit. Last night I was talking about that. We've all as men at one time or another Me Too'd somebody. That's how you learn not to be a Me Too'er. Is by Me Too'ing somebody one time. And then you go, that wasn't right. And then I'll never Me Too again. For me,
That's
I was
a weird adjective.
Oh, and I started out with it. I opened up with it to really put myself in the fucking hole of debt. I might as well go out there with a
Is that an adverb? What is that?
Me Too'ing?
Is it a verb? If you meet to somebody?
That'd be an adverb.
Giant heap of glimmer incoming.
The only way you learn how to the only way you learn how to not be Me Too'er is by Me Too'ing. You shoplifted candy when you were a kid, right?
Yeah.
And your mother told you smacking, she goes, that's not right. Same thing with Me Too'ing. This LA is a fucking, Me Too was invented here. They fucked Marilyn Monroe to death. They fucked her to death. Her vaginal thing looked like fucking that fucking embassy in Tehran, whatever they bombed.
What was that famous Fatty Arbuckle case where there was a...
It's just disgusting people out here.
Yeah.
This is, you know, between the Bikram documentary, did you see that one?
I didn't see that,
That
yeah.
filthy fucking animal getting women to suck that fucking 90-degree weather, 6 yoga session dick. That's just cruelty to animals. You could put you in jail for just sucking that dick. You know, Harvey, all that shit happens here. But as us, as men, we've all Me Too'd somebody when you were a kid by mistake. And for me, I was in love with this lady named Faye. She was 37, had big juicy tits. She'd wear hot pants. I was about 14. I had never even seen a vagina, no titties, nothing. And we used to play basketball, and our 2 dogs were blind. She had French poodles, and she had flip-flops, and she crossed the street. And she was so hot, she was 38, and she had a husband that was like 60. He would just barely be alive, like that dude from Texas.
J. Howard Marshall.
And he would watch her because he knew we were savage. So we were going to take her down. She had 2 daughters, and the daughters were badass. But one of my Goombas dated one of the daughters. I never told him. I was every time I played basketball, Faye would come out and the game would just stop. And she'd turn for us, and the sun would shine through her halter. Remember halter tops were big in the 70s? And she had real yummy titties with the nipples sticking up. And it drove me crazy. I was 13, 14. I lived through that. I'd see her in the winter with pants on. She looked delicious. And finally, summer of fucking 79, I'm getting all fucked up with some friends of mine. And I'm drinking fucking nips. We snorted some angel dust. And we're listening to Led Zeppelin 2. If you're going to fuck anybody, Led Zeppelin 2 is the album to get you like that. It starts off with a whole lot of love. That just gets your hips moving, and then it goes into the Lemon song. And he's talking about squeeze me, baby, till the juice runs down my leg.
Ouch.
You in the mood for some crowd control? Running down my leg tonight. My mother was a flower chick. She had flowers everywhere.
Time for me to get up off of here.
I swear to God, it had to be about 10, because she would walk the dog at night, but the husband was
How old
60.
were you at the time?
15. The dog would sleep. The husband would pass out by 8, so she would take the dogs out for the 10 o'clock. The last, she would put them down, and you know, they were kind of blind French poodles, and she would still wear tidy whities, you know, these
pants,
Dixie Dukes,
Daisy Dukes.
This is in the 70s before Daisy.
Where are you going to? Fucker die.
They had the Daisy on with the shirt, and I remember being on that angel just hiding in the weeds, like fucking, and with the flowers. I had flowers. I was gonna bring her flowers. But my plan was to attack her, like just jump her in the thing, throw her down, and give her the flowers. This is how crazy I was.
You were going to attack her?
Like I couldn't take it no more. Like I wanted to marry her. Like that's how fucked up I was.
And you were on Angel Dust.
And I was on Angel Dust. It was whatever, THC crystal, call it what you want. It's animal tranquilizer, no matter how you look at it. And I remember that I ran up on her, and she turned. She goes, Coco, what's going on? I go, and I just stopped and I go, Faye, I'm in love with you. And she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, Faye, I'm in love with you. Because I want to run off with you. Fuck my mother. I'm like, let's get a job. Let's leave. Wow. And she's looking at me like I was retarded. First off, she's looking at me like this kid is fucking snapped. And she goes, you've been drinking. I'm like, I still love you. Take the flowers. And she goes, I'll tell you what, if I divorce my husband, I'll consider it. And I was like, okay, I can live with that. Can I give you a kiss? And I kissed her on the cheek, and I could feel the heat going up my head. And finally, as I went to turn away, I looked at her legs. She had the juiciest legs in the world. I go, can I touch your thigh? And she goes, go ahead. Joe Rogan, I touched like her kneecap. And my dick just exploded with sperm. I ran away like Steven Seagal. You ever see Steven Seagal run? He runs like a fucking retard with that little limp. You ever see Steven Seagal run? There's a couple. You ever see him run?
He runs very strange.
What's
He's very tall.
What's the first one he did? That's really good.
Above the Law.
Look at him. Look at how he runs. He runs like a fucking retard. Look at him. Look at him. Can you imagine?
He's just built odd. He's just really tall. He does run a little loose with the hands, which is kind of confusing.
Which one was this one? This is the second one.
That's Above the Law.
It's cutting all.
Oh, it's a bunch of different movies now because now he's got more hair.
Right, because people goof on him because of the way he runs. Bro,
Yeah.
he was married to Kelly LeBrock, dog, at one time.
Dude, at one time, he was the man.
How many times did I jerk off to Kelly LeBrock and Woman in Red when Gene Wilder calls to her?
This is what it is. His steps are too short, and his wrists flip around. Because he's used to doing Aikido, right? He's used to, like,
Joe,
everything's,
don't
like,
protect
flowing.
him, please. Don't protect him with the Aikido.
I'm just saying, that's what
he
it
runs
is.
like I
He's
have a
running-
fruitcake. Don't throw Aikido in there. Those Japanese people worked 3,000 years to put Aikido on the map, and now you're gonna set them back. That poor Aikido school in Burbank has moved 8 times. They keep losing students. They're down to 2 students wearing a schmuck and a fucking sword. Who's gonna go for Aikido lessons now?
Someone who doesn't really want to fight, and you want to be able to passively get someone away from you, which is not realistic.
But the sword part.
The sword part could come up if shit hits the fan. If we go back, and if we get knocked into the Stone Age, or a nuclear war with Russia.
Why do you give me to see a beat? No, I need to join again. No.
You need to learn how to dodge sticks.
Yeah, they moved. They're in Burbank. And I thought about, when I was a kid, I went to Aikido for about 2 weeks.
It's probably fun.
The guy's name was Richard Bowe. He was like supposed to be a big time in Guttenberg, New Jersey. He taught all that deflection stuff. But Steven Seagal, Above the Law, took it to a different level. That throat slam.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the deflection throat slam. That's fucking beautiful.
I had a meeting with a guy in a movie. There was this, my agent sent me in to meet with this guy. They were looking for someone to do like a Steven Seagal type movie. They were going to try to create an action star. And we actually had like an argument about this movie.
That move right there. But the best
pulls his throat out.
Yeah, that's when it got carried away. That's when he just went over the top.
Oh, it's
but
hilarious.
in the first movie, in Above the Law, and the one when he fucked up the Jamaicans.
Oh yeah, which one was that? With swords, sword fights.
And then Hard to Kill was when that's the one that pissed me off. Because whoa. You're in a coma for 4 years and 2 days later he's doing sidekick.
Yeah, and he's putting like
needles on
acupuncture
himself.
needles all over himself, and he fixes himself.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
I loved it.
I know.
At
I
the time.
loved it too. I loved it too.
The thing about him, man, is I think in that first movie, it was one of the more unique martial arts movies. Like Above the Law, it's almost a shame that he made a bunch of movies that weren't as good. Because if you go back to Above the Law, in terms of like martial arts history, and Above the Law is a legitimate historical movie in terms of martial arts movies. Because it was the first movie where you got to see a real Aikido practitioner with a hybridized system of martial arts. Like he was doing Aikido, but he was also throwing a lot of punches and knife hand strikes and a lot of strikes. It wasn't
See
just...
if they showed the bodega scene in Above the Law.
But just play this out.
That's the best. Oh, all this out.
This guy, look, all the bullshit. I mean, I've made fun of him as much as anybody. But listen, his Aikido skills were very legit. He was very legit. Whether or not that stuff's real or not, that's a subject for debate. Whether or not it's really effective when you look at other things like wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Is it the most effective way to grab? Or judo? Is it the most effective way? No, it's not. But no one knew that back then. And he, at the time, in the 1980s and 90s, was a world-class martial artist. He just had a style that ultimately didn't really prove to be the best style. But so did I. I was doing Taekwondo.
No. This is Hard to Kill.
A lot of people were doing Kung Fu. A lot of people were doing things that they thought were legit. But they really, once the UFC came around, we found out, oh, this is not the best way to do it.
Now, this is 87. There's a kid in this
All right.
that was just in the movie.
Your boy is about to get up out of here.
He's been
about to be fun.
30 years.
Called me some TV show.
With the tattoo.
Did me some streaming.
How many fucking
killed me some dudes and yeah, I'm out.
That guy right there. Oh my God, that guy's in every fucking bad guy movie.
Every
He's
movie.
great. Who is he? What's his name?
He used to live in Vegas, I heard.